Jared Polin, FroKnowsPhoto.com, and welcome to the audiobook for book number 2, 22 Years of Music Photography. Now, the reason I am doing an audiobook is I think that it's important with photo books to understand what was going through the photographer's mind when they were capturing the images. There are so many times where I look through photo books and I want to know more. How did Jim Marshall take this image? Why did Jim Marshall take this image? What was going on behind the scenes? That, to me, is really important and really informative. And that's why I am doing this audiobook for book number 2. Of course, you can jump around, skip around, do whatever you would like. But please also understand, when you're looking through book number 2, there is a Spotify playlist. You will see a QR code inside of the book, and you may have gotten here with the QR code, which takes you to FroKnowsPhoto.com/book2, where you can find other information that might not have made it to the book that I end up talking about throughout this audio podcast, or stuff that shows up in the book that I'm like, hey, here's a picture of my dad, but it's not actually in the book. Go over to FroKnowsPhoto.com/book2 or the QR code to find out more. Now, I'm not going to go over the settings for every single photo that I took. I actually put a table of contents at the end of this book, or a contact list or sheet that shows you every single image that is in this book, along with the date, the location, what camera I used, what lens, what settings, and that information is there. Now, it's not there for exactly everything because some of the images were taken on film, and I don't recall the exact shutter speed or the aperture, though I could guess, and I do my best of putting in the lens and camera that I'm pretty sure that I was using. So now, let's jump into book number 2. And let's start off with, why is it called book 2? Well, I came up with the title, much to the chagrin of other people, because they thought it should be something else that had something to do with behind the scenes or music photography, behind the curtain, behind the velvet rope, backstage, all access. And to me, that stuff just sounded like bullshit. And I didn't want to name it that. And I needed a name. I needed a title for the book. And I figured, well, if Blur can do song 2, then why can't I do book 2? And the reason it's book 2 is the first book is the Bernie book, and I don't know what the third book will be called if I ever decide to do a third book. So I made the executive decision to go with book 2, 22 Years of Music Photography. Now, when you're looking at the front cover of this book, you'll notice Perry Farrell is on the front cover. I'm going to show you a contact sheet of the images that were around this image when we get into the book. But when you flip open the book, I want to explain something on how this was designed and the choices that went into it. We went with something called a Swiss binding. Swiss binding allows the binding more freedom to open up so it can lay more flat. That means that the spine is not attached to or glued to the spine of the book. Right? So when you open it, you can see all of the pages stacked. You can feel the glue. You can see the twine that keeps everything together. And the reason that folds over is it allows us to get a better 2-page spread. So we don't lose images in the gutter. I feel that this was the best choice to do because I don't like losing things in the gutter, and I want to keep the images as big as possible throughout the book to give the biggest impression possible. So that's why you can open up the full cover and it exposes the spine to allow you to get that book to lay flat, which is so important to me. And that's why I spent the more money, because it was more expensive to go ahead and do that. For those playing at home, it was $1.60 extra per book to do a Swiss binding over the traditional. But I knew I didn't want to get stuck in the gutter. So let's flip open book number 2 and see what we have inside of the cover. So what you see on the inside left cover is a photograph that I took way back in the day of all of my photo passes at the time, laid out, set up a studio light, and was like, wow, this looks really cool. It looks three-dimensional. It looks like you could almost take those passes and peel them and put them on your shirt or wherever you need to put it. Now, I don't know why I decided to keep all of my passes. I mean, I know why I kept my passes, but why didn't I unstick them and put them on my shirt? Why did I stick them and then put them back on their backing? I don't know. I just made the conscious decision. I'm like, well, these things are cool, and I put them in a drawer. I put them in a book, I put them in a drawer, and that's where they stayed. And now they're all in some sort of 4x6 album that I have just stacked in there, and I don't ever go back and look at them. But I thought that this photo would be the best photo to have on the inside cover. I mean, you can see things like Y100 Feastival, which was a radio station here that was super popular in Philly, and they put on amazing shows. We've got OAR. I don't even remember if I shot OAR. Maybe I shot the opening act. I don't know. But then you have the Zwan photo pass. Zwan, for those who don't know, was Billy Corrigan's band. It was not the Smashing Pumpkins, but it sounded amazing. I remember going to that show. I was late. There was so much traffic to go to the Electric Factory, and I get off at the Electric Factory and the parking is full, so I have to find different parking, and I go in while the band is already on, and the tour manager was nice enough to give me my pass, and I got in there to do my 3 songs, which was less than 3 songs, and I don't really think I got any good photos that day, but I did love the music that Billy Corgan was doing. Now, you can't exactly find his music on Spotify because he does not have that music on Spotify, which I find to be odd. Now, speaking of Spotify, if you didn't know this, there is a Spotify playlist to go with book number 2. It's at fronosphoto.com/book2 or at the QR code that is coming up shortly in the book when we flip and turn the page. You can go there, you can listen while you flip through, you can listen to it straight through, you can listen to it on shuffle. Any way you want to do it, you can do it. I chose the music that way because I basically made the playlist based off of the musicians and the bands that I photographed. And yeah, that's really why I did that. A few other passes that are notable here. The John Mayer pass that's stamped November 7th, right? It says November 7th. Why does it have a 5 in there? I don't know. 2002. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's the photo pass. And then you've got Mariah Carey. You've got the Puss in Boots tour, which was I don't know why I was shooting the Dixie Chicks, but I shot the Dixie Chicks. I see The Darkness, Norah Jones, Dashboard Confessional down on the left-hand side. Under that is the Eagles. I shot that for Rolling Stone. The Hard Candy tour, 10/12. So October 12th was the the Counting Crows media pass, which is one of the most important shows that I've ever done because it was the first concert that I ever shot. Now, hiding there right in the middle of the book, you see some orange near the top where the John Mayer one is. That's actually a Coldplay pass. It was bright, bright orange. And then under the OAR pass, you have the Toys in the Attic Aerosmith tour pass. I got some great stuff that day. So that's why, or that's the explanation of those passes right there. On the right-hand side, we've got book 2, 22 years of music photography, and of course, my name, Jared Polin. I am going to read you all 10,000 words that are in this book. I think I wrote something like 10,000 words to go along with this, and I'm also going to add a lot of commentary. And you're going to have to enjoy listening to my voice the whole time. All right, let's turn the page and get going in the book. You are presented with the QR code that I just mentioned. That will launch fronosphoto.com/book2, where you will find the Spotify playlist. You will find extra images that I might mention while I'm speaking or that I mention in the book that don't actually make the book. You will find other supplementary information and content over there at this QR code. But let's read you the little blurb. I decided to do a very 2024 thing. Ask AI for help writing a paragraph explaining why I created audio commentary for every photo in the book. What it came back with was so on point that I had to use it. Here's the prompt I gave Claude.ai. I'm looking to write a paragraph for my photography book that explains why I created audio commentary for every photo in the book. People always want to know more about an image. Please add a line directing people to scan the QR code or head on over to froknosphoto.com/book2 to access the audiobook and other content. The results? Photography captures a moment, but behind every image lies a deeper story waiting to be told. By including audio commentary with each photograph in this book, I invite you into the complete narrative, sharing the subtle details that might otherwise go unnoticed, revealing the emotional resonance that moved me to press the shutter, and offering insight into the technical choices that shaped each composition. Just as a docent enriches your museum experience by sharing the context behind artworks, these audio narratives transform each photograph from a silent moment into a rich, multisensory experience. They bridge the gap between what the eye perceives and what the heart understands. To access the audio commentary and exclusive bonus content that brings these images to life, simply scan the QR code or visit froknosphoto.com/book2. I couldn't have said it better myself. Pages 4 and 5. Foreword. Robert Costa. How do you decide who's going to write the foreword to a photo book? The answer to that is it's not easy. Do you find just a random person that you know or who has known you that goes ahead and writes something about your beginning? I mean, I can think of a bunch of people in the history of working with me that that have mentored me or I've worked with that could write a foreword. And it doesn't have to be a celebrity. It doesn't have to be a big name. I could have asked any of the musicians in the book to write something, and I did ask some of them to write something, and one of them is Walt Lafty, and he wrote something for the section that is coming up about Silvertide. So he has something really cool there. But then I was thinking, who could do this? Right? Who could write the foreword to book 2? I thought about Coach Raveling, George Raveling, who's a friend who I've photographed, but I didn't think that a foreword from him would fit this book because it's not about, he isn't about music. He is about my 6 Degrees project, and I thought he would be a better fit for something like that in the future. But this time I came around with a name, Robert Costa. Now, I've known Robert Costa for a long time. I think he was like 15 years old. I might have been 18 or 19. He went to Pennsbury High School, and you might know him because he's on TV. And I can explain to you when I'm done reading the foreword, his whole, who he is, his synopsis of himself. He's a writer. He's a commentator. He is a journalist, and I've known him for a long time. He was into music way back in the day. He's still into music today. He wanted to live that almost famous life. But I reached out to him and I was like, Bob, because I call him Bob. Everybody else calls him Robert because you've got Bob Costas and he's Robert Costa. And they didn't want to, confuse the two. So he started to go with Robert over Bob. But I reached out and he's like, yeah, I'd be honored to write this. I'd love to write this. And I thought that was an awesome fit because he's written New York Times bestsellers and he said he would do it. So here is the foreword by Robert Costa. People often say they have big dreams. Jared Polin, however, has always seen them. For over 2 decades, I've been honored to witness the development of one of the great photographers of our time. I've seen him grow from being a skinny kid with big dreams to being a skilled and still skinny craftsman. On every project, he brings the same fiery, independent spirit I first saw long ago as he roamed grungy concert venues in Philadelphia. It's sort of a magic, this genuine curiosity about people and the world. He doesn't just take assignments. Instead, he takes opportunities to see dreams unfold before him, be they musical or political, and capture them. This book is a compendium of his excellence, and with Jared, it's always the work that tells the true story. While he's become a high-profile character with his fro and wit at shoots, at his core, he is the man behind the lens, helping all of us better see our world by seeing it from his perspective. Paging through this collection, it's stunning to see the breadth of his work. So many topics, shows, issues, and people. The running thread is that Jared seems to have been everywhere, backstage here, backstage there, in the dressing rooms, the waiting rooms, the loading docks, and on the stages. Jared has been there because people trust him. They trust him to see them for who they really are, beyond the headlines and the album covers. If he's there, there is an immediate sense of trust that he's there for you, not him. I mean, technically, I'm there for me because I like to do this, but I'm also there for the artist. I know because he shot a seminal moment in my own life, the 2004 Pennsbury High School prom, where John Mayer surprised my class with a short acoustic set. Looking back at those images today, it's so evident that Jared caught both the innocence and electricity of that special night. For Jared, it was one of many such nights in that period. He'd often only be allowed to shoot 3 songs at the beginning of a concert, crouching beneath the stage, and make the most of it. There is urgency in these photographs that brings you right back to these shows, many of them taking place in a time before social media took over, before we all became amateur photographers with our phones. Jared was the one in the pit trying to get as many photos as possible before being ushered out. When you see these images, you might think, this is unlike anything I've ever seen before. Well, you'd be right. Jared always went left when others went right. When people were told not to go backstage, he'd find a way to get there. When he was told no access, he found a way in. All access, all heart, all dreams. That was really cool to read. That was really cool to see when Bob sent that over and I read it. I was like, you got it. You understood me. You understood what it was like. And it's kind of cool to see someone from the outside taking a look at what I was doing and to be able to articulate it into the words that he did. So thank you, Bob, for taking the time to write the foreword to book number 2. Now about Robert Costa. Robert Costa is a journalist and author based in Washington, D.C. He currently serves as the chief election and campaign correspondent for CBS News. Previously, he was a longtime reporter at The Washington Post, moderator and managing editor of Washington Week on PBS, and a political analyst for NBC News and MSNBC. He also co-wrote Peril in 2021 with Bob Woodward, which was a #1 New York Times bestseller. On the left-hand side, you have Robert Costa. I believe he was the president or vice president. I think he was the student council president at the school, and he tried for a couple years, to get John Mayer to play the prom. I read the book Searching for Wonderland or something along those lines, which was about the Pennsbury High School class. And it's a fantastic book, by the way, maybe because I kind of grew up in the area and I know some of the people that he mentioned, or I know Robert because he's one of the main characters of the book. But this was a Rolling Stone assignment. Rolling Stone called me and was like, hey, do you want to go to the prom? I was like, oh, okay. I didn't go to my prom, I guess. So why not? They're like, John Mayer is coming down from New York to play a prom at Pennsbury High School. Go shoot it. Now, there wasn't much more encouragement beyond that my job was to go photograph the prom. So I met with John Mayer and Jenny LSQ and John's manager at the time across the street from the school in a Burger King parking lot. I parked at Pennsbury High School. I walked over there and I got in the car with John and the driver. So basically, they drove him down from New York and he had one of his techs there so they could set up his guitar. And like I said, Jenny LSQ was writing for Rolling Stone magazine. I was photographing for Rolling Stone magazine. I hop in the car and we drive across the street past people holding signs because obviously the word got out and people were holding signs about John Mayer, and we get to the prom. We go into the principal's office. Robert's there. The principal's there. John's sitting there getting candy off the desk. He takes a picture with one of the people at the like a prom pose with one of the students. It was kind of funny stuff. In this photo, you can see Robert's on the left-hand side. I mean, my focus wasn't for Robert Costa at the time. It was for John Mayer. You can see the crowd in the back. This was early times for digital. I think I was with the D2H. I popped a flash off here. There wasn't a lot of light, as you can tell, and I did my best to get some images, and they ran them in Rolling Stone, Were they the best photos in the world? I'll be honest with you. The answer is no. I wasn't very good in low light then because it wasn't the same as today where you just bump up the ISO and you start taking pictures. And it was a short set. It was like 3 songs, maybe 4 songs. Your Body is a Wonderland, and I'm sure Room for Square, a bunch of stuff off of Room for Squares. And I got on stage. I didn't go in front of the stage. It was packed. People were going nuts. It was a pretty cool experience to be a part of. And I mean, that was it. That was the prom. I captured these images. And to go back all those years later, at this point when I'm recording this in 2025, that's 21 years, right? Oh my God, that is 21 years. Because 2004 plus 10 is 2014, plus 10 is 2024, plus 1 is 21 years. Holy shit. That is a long time ago. And I never thought that I would be making a book about my music photography and have the foreword being done by Robert Costa and be able to go back and show a photo from that prom that Robert Costa so happens to be in with John Mayer. Page 7. The first section of the book is dedicated to my early work in concert photography. Professional digital cameras were available in the early 2000s, but there was no way I could afford one. That's why many of the following images you're about to see were shot on film. Some are good, some are not so good, but we all had to start somewhere. Before we jump into my early work, I want to give you some background into how I got into concert photography. From my early days of shooting through high school and college, my focus was sports photography. All I wanted to do was shoot sports. I had a season credential to shoot every Flyers home game, and I was even able to shoot some Phillies and Sixers games. But in 2000, while still in college, Almost Famous was released, and before I left the theater, my direction in photography had been shifted. I no longer cared about shooting the next Flyers game. All I wanted to do was tour with a band. And so, the journey began. Pages 8 and 9. The first show, October 12, 2002. Counting Crows, Leah Center, Philadelphia, PA. The first show was a memorable show for so many reasons. 1, it was my first time in the pit. 2, it was the first time I encountered the 3-song rule. And 3, I had no idea what I was doing. The good news? I got one photo I liked. The bad news? I shot something like 8 rolls of film to get it. Remember when I mentioned the 3-song rule? For those who don't know what that is, you get to shoot the first 3 songs and then you're out. I had always thought that a photo pass would get you access to shoot the entire show. Boy, was I wrong. But as fate would have it, the first song they played was Mrs. Potter's Lullaby, which so happened to be almost 8 minutes long. It turns out, on this particular night, 3 songs was plenty. Here's a little secret. The Counting Crows were not the first band I shot. That distinction goes to their opener that night, the Graham Colton Band, as seen on page 11. Look at this shot of Adam Duritz of the Counting Crows. The composition, well, it's not exactly perfect, but I can explain to you why the composition is what it is. Now, I'm pretty sure I was shooting my Nikon F5, and that had, I don't know, 5 or 6, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 focusing points. And you could switch between them. But the middle point is where I generally left it because you would basically have to lock and recompose in order to get the composition that you want. But when it's a fast-moving subject or it's something where you don't know what you're doing and you just need to react quickly, you kind of leave it in the middle and you just leave continuous autofocus on, at least back in the day, and you would leave the composition looking like this, meaning eyes right in the middle, a lot of dead space up top, aka a lot of headroom. But this was pretty much the only good shot that I got that night. Now, it's orange, and I don't know if it's orange because, well, that's the way it was scanned originally when my friend scanned it at his Ritz camera in his, the Fuji Frontier machine, but I kept it orange all of these years because I felt that that was the lighting. That was the color. Things are so much different when you shoot digital. This was film. We can't go in and change the white balance. Our film was daylight film. You could also get something called tungsten film, which was set for tungsten lights so that it would give you kind of like the daylight look under that lighting situation. But it wasn't easy to make the tweaks that we make today back then. But for a first show to shoot like 8 rolls of 36 speed or 36 exposure film, yeah, not a good percentage, but I was left with this one picture, and that's why I lead the book off with this photo. Pages 10 and 11. There's a reason these images of the Graham Colton Band are smaller. They just aren't very good, but they are important to my journey. We all have to start somewhere, and my concert photography journey started that night. Something funny happened after Graham's set. I walked backstage without being stopped, approached their dressing room door, and knocked. Graham answered, and I told him who I was and that I wanted to leave that night to go on the road with them. Did I know what I was doing? No. But as my parents taught me, what's the worst they can say? No. But what if they say yes? This time around, Graham let me know the van was full, but I should stay in touch. And anytime they made a stop near Philly, a photo pass with my name was always waiting. So when I was doing the layout of the book, you know that I like to make my images large. I want them to be big. I want them to take up as much room on a page as possible. So when I came upon these images, my very first concert, I didn't want these to take up a lot of space because they're not that good. But it's important to the story, it's important to the journey to share the good with the bad, and in this case, the not so good. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just spraying and praying at the time because I've never shot a show, and I knew I was limited to those 3 songs even for the opening act. That's why with this top photo of Graham, you can still see something similar to what I said about the Adam Duritz photo, is it's focused right in the middle with a lot of dead space and headroom up top. In terms of metering, I was probably an aperture priority at the time because I wasn't confident in how to shoot, but that is not the best way to shoot because the meter would always get thrown off. But again, I don't want to go too much into technical specs. You can always turn to the back of this book to see the contact sheet or the images. Every image in this book has the time, the date, not the time, but the location, the camera used, the lens, and the exposure if we have that exposure information. The second photo probably did this one with the 20mm f2. Again, not understanding how exposure really worked with aperture priority. You have a super dark scene. You have the brightness of the stage. It is literally just a snapshot. It's a snapshot of this band playing in the Liacouras Center. Nothing special. But again, you all have to start somewhere, and in this case, this was the first show and the first band that I ever photographed. Page 13, the early work. Starting in 2002, if there was a show coming through Philly, I requested a photo pass. You see, back in the early 2000s, there weren't a billion music blogs or people with cameras taking up space in the pit. You needed some sort of affiliation, and I used a local community college newspaper as mine. Never mind that I didn't actually go to that community college. Later, when I was freelancing for Rolling Stone magazine, passes were easier to come by, but I'll get to that shortly. For now, enjoy some of my early concert photos. Page 14 and 15. A few weeks after the first concert at the Liacouras Center, John Mayer was coming to town, and I once again had to go back to the Liacouras Center. Now, I wasn't a great driver yet. I couldn't really see the signs. Remember, I'm blind. This is 2000, 2001, 2002 era, and the GPSs were super small, or I was still using MapQuest. I think I might have had a GPS by then. I'm not sure when TomTom came out with one. It had to have a TomTom by then, or I had to have one by then. But I get to the John Mayer show, and you have to remember, back at this time, I'm new to concert photography. So my goal is to get a usable picture. It didn't mean that I was going to get great pictures, and I was shooting on film, so I didn't get to see what I was actually shooting until after the fact. So a lot of spraying and praying happened. The first photo on the left, you can see that John, a very young John Mayer, because he was, I think Room for Squares was still brand new and just coming out at this time. You can see there's fans behind him. And I'm in the pit down low on the stage or below the stage trying to get these images. I'm not not close enough in this case. I thought wide looked okay. It's not a great photo, right? It's a picture of a guy playing guitar on the stage. But as you'll see with the progression in the book, and like anybody progresses the more they shoot something, you get better as time goes on. But you have to start in order to get better. You can't just stand there and be like, I'm just going to get the greatest pictures ever without actually starting. So that picture, it's okay. Now, the picture on the right-hand side of the page is obviously a tighter photo of John. You might be saying, how'd you get so much bright light on him, Jared? A flash? Yeah, I used a flash. I don't know if it was looked down upon as much to use the flash back then. No one said, no, I couldn't use a flash. You're really not supposed to use flash in the pit. It's distracting to the artist. But I used flash. And did I know what I was doing with that flash on the camera? No, not really. But this is the picture that I got. I think the composition works. It's John Mayer basically eating a microphone, not making too much of a guitar face because he does have major guitar face. Pages 16 and 17. When you turn the page, you're presented with John Bon Jovi and Mariah Carey. On the left-hand side, we got Bon Jovi. Now, you can start to see this is much better composition. Focus point isn't just right in the middle. I would focus on his face, compose it with the satellite back there. You've got some other people on the stage as well. You've got the cross lighting going, just a better venue. When you're in better venues, they have better lighting. John was very young. The Liacouras Center wasn't the biggest, it's a big venue, but I don't believe he had a full lighting setup like we have here with Bon Jovi. The Goo Goo Dolls opened that day for Bon Jovi. I didn't really get very many good shots of the Goo Goo Dolls, but this is one of my favorite shots of Bon Jovi. I had a couple of him, a couple of, was it Eddie Sambora, right? Was that his guy on stage as well? But I like this one. You can see his face. You got a nice smile. The arms are in the air. The lighting looks good. The color is much better. It's a good scan, right? Like, you could see already a progression not too long after starting where I start to get better. But the biggest thing is the better the venue, the better the lighting equals better photos that you end up getting. Now, moving over to Mariah Carey, this was an assignment for Rolling Stone. They're like, we want you to go photograph Mariah Carey. It is at Tower Theater in Philly, not the best area at the time, still not the best area now, but I found my way into these areas. I found my parking, I got my passes, and when I talked to the tour manager before this show, he let me know that after the third song, Mariah would drop into a specific pose, and this was the pose. I mean, it looks like she's looking right at me. Oh, another thing about this show, it was a soundboard show, and what that means is there's no pit. You're not up in front of the stage, just like I am with the Bon Jovi shot. I'm at the soundboard, but I was prepared for this. I had a 300-2.8 that I had bought on eBay that I brought with me when I was shooting the Nikon, because if I'm further away, well, I need to be able to get a shot, and I didn't have anything longer than the 80-200 at the time. I know there's this other guy that was shooting to the left of me. He had one of those mega zoom lenses that was a terrible aperture, and I could almost guarantee you that those photos would not turn out very well. The Rolling Stone did end up running this photo. It looks great in the magazine. It's not huge. It's just small at the bottom. Oh, and anybody thinking that you're going to make a lot of money with Rolling Stone as a freelancer, and that's a key thing right there. I was a freelancer, meaning I wasn't on staff. I wasn't getting paid unless I went out and photographed. And I made that distinction to people. I always am honest and truthful when it comes to what I was doing. Hey, I'm freelancing for Rolling Stone. That way, and I can show tear sheets. A tear sheet is showing past things I've done for Rolling Stone so that you can see it's in there. And that was how I got a lot of early passes. It was very helpful to say Rolling Stone, of course. Now, in terms of getting paid, I think shooting a show, you may have gotten $200 or $250. It wasn't a lot of money. And the way that it worked is if a tour was coming through your town, say it was the first show of the tour, well, then there was a good chance that they were going to call you because Rolling Stone wants to get that in the magazine, so they want to get the shots first. But if a tour is coming to your state or your city later in their tour, well, there's pretty much no chance that Rolling Stone is going to call you to get the shots because they already did it. They already sent somebody there early. So a lot of the jobs that you would get were dependent upon where the artist started. And in this case, I believe Mariah was starting in Philly. So as the third song was ending, she drops into this pose. I was ready for it. I was prepared. I mean, there's really nowhere else to look on stage. You're just looking for Mariah because she is the act. And this was before her resurgence. So she was still trying to come up and be relevant again. And she dropped into the pose. I banged off a couple of shots and bam, this is the image. Now, you know I like getting backstage. I talked to the tour manager guy who came out and I was like, hey, can I come backstage? Shooting for Rolling Stone. This time it was an assignment. And he goes, are you shooting digital? I mean, mind you, this is early. I wasn't digital yet. And he had something like a 60D or a D60 early Canon, not very good digital cameras. He said if I had a digital camera, he would have allowed me in. And the reason is she wanted to preview the images before they okayed them. Meaning she probably would have, if she didn't like something, wanted me to delete it. But since I was still shooting film at the time, the answer was, no, you can't come backstage. Now, at that time, probably Nikon a D1X might have existed, but that was like a $6,700 camera back then in 2001, 2002. There was no way I was going to afford that. I was sticking it out with my F5 until a digital camera could have matched the speed of 8 frames a second. And when Nikon came out with the D2H, which we'll see some of my images later with the D2H, that is when I made the jump. Oh, an interesting thing about when I made the jump to the D2H, Lil, my grandmother, she was the one who gave me the money to buy it. It was like $3,600. And, you know, she lived at home with us. So those Medicare money would, I guess, go to my family or whatever because we took care of her. And she wanted to buy that for me. And that's pretty impressive. And honestly, that's pretty amazing to have a jump start like that. I didn't have any money, right? No one was trying to help me out. Not that they weren't trying to help me out. They offered support where they could. But to have $3,600 come in for me to go buy it at Alan's Camera, I mean, I remember when Alan called me from Alan's Camera and he's like, hey, Jared, you still want that D2H? I don't know if that's exactly what he said, but Alan would always do stuff like that. He's like, well, we got your camera, come on in. And then you'd go in and you'd complain about tax and he'd be like, got to collect tax. And then you'd have a camera. But anyway, that's the Mariah Carey story with a little bit of a side note about shooting digital. So, no, I didn't get to shoot backstage with her that night because I wasn't shooting digital. Pages 18 and 19. Here we see Aerosmith. Now, I started to shoot at the bigger venues because with the help of saying that I'm a freelancer for Rolling Stone, I was able to apply for all of the passes, as I've already said throughout the audiobook. I remember there were only 2 other photographers shooting with me that night. They must not have approved very many people. I believe this was the Toys in the Attic tour, and it's playing the big stadium where the Flyers and Sixers played at the time. I'm not sure what it was called. It's changed 4 times. It's in the back of the book in the notes. But they walked us out, right? So you had to meet in the command center down below the stadium because you would get walked out for 3 songs. And after the 3 songs, if you didn't have a ticket, you had to go. Actually, I'm pretty sure you had to leave anyway, put your camera in the car, and if you had a ticket, come back. I didn't have a ticket for the show, so I knew I was going to do the 3 songs and then leave. So they walk us out, and we come up to this little stage. So there's a long-ass catwalk. There's the big stage at the front of the venue. There's this long-ass catwalk, and then this really tiny, small stage. I'm like, how the hell am I going to get photos of the band if they're 100 feet away? When they came out, and they came down the catwalk and they came onto this little like 10 foot by 10 foot stage that was honestly up to my knees, or no, it's more like mid thigh to crotch level is how high that stage was. Just actually looking at the photo here, it had to be lower. I mean, it had to be almost knee height, a pretty low stage. And these guys are right in front of me. You got Steven Tyler, you've got Perry. You're like, holy shit, these guys are right here. And thankfully, I had a 20 millimeter 2.8 Nikon. That was the widest lens that I had, because before that it was like 35 to 70 and 80 to 200 were the main lenses that you could do everything with, but I never had anything wider. And then I bought a 22.8. It was probably $300 or $400 at the time, but it was a 22.8. Nowadays, I wouldn't recommend a 22.8, but I'm right here in front of the stage. I've got the entire band in here. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can see the drummer's arm in there, and that means I got all of Aerosmith in this photo. Obviously, the better lighting helps. The fact that I got it at the right time helps. The fan that is right there on the left-hand side, not like a person, but an actual fan, was blowing around Steven Tyler's hair. All I remember is he put on a great show, or they put on a great show for the 3 songs that I got. I got a couple of good shots. This was one of my favorite ones because all of the band is in it. The colors seem to work out. You'll also notice at better shows, just like with the Mariah Carey, there was a spotlight on her, which gives you a clean white light around the other lights that are maybe on in the background. The same thing happened here, and you'll see it at bigger venues. Better lighting just helps out, especially when there's spotlights. Spotlights just highlight your subject, give you this nice clean whitewash, and then in the back you have all of this awesome color. When you're shooting not so good bands or newer bands, they don't have spotlights. So they might not have a whitewash on the front. They could have a blue wash, an orange wash, a red wash, and you're like, oh God, this looks terrible. And that's why you tend to go black and white at those times. But very happy with that photo right there. Now, I have 2 shots of Perry, Joe Perry, not here in the book. I had to decide between the 2. Maybe I'll put the other one up at the QR code so you can see it. It was like bad lighting. It was red light at the time, and he had the cigarette coming out of his mouth. I kind of like the sound of that photo compared to this right now, but this is the one I chose to go into the book. Is it the greatest? Not the greatest, of course, but this is what I would do at a show. I would get some wide shots, and I try to get some tight shots because I thought I would get the headshot. Thankfully, you have the guitar neck in here out of focus. That doesn't make it like automatically better. It just makes it so that, look, we've got the guitar in there. You know who this is because you can see what he's doing in the first photo. But honestly, it would be better if it wasn't as tight. We didn't have a lot of room there when he stepped up to the front of the stage. I will also say that the people behind us probably weren't too happy that they had these front rows for this little stage. And do you know how many songs they spent out on this little stage? 3, which also leads me to believe they knew what they were doing, that they gave the photographers 3 songs to be up there in the front. And then they went back to the big stage, probably never to come back down that catwalk, which I actually hope they did come down that catwalk because those people that were in the front row would have gotten a good sight line. Oh, it's also pre-iPhone, so people just actually went to the show and weren't taking video. They were just watching the show and enjoying it. Page 21. Now we come up to Beck. So this is very emblematic of my early work. Just live shots, bands on stage. I didn't have access to backstage. I didn't, for the most part, couldn't get backstage to get those candids that I would end up getting in the future. You have to start in the pit, and then you have to work your way into other situations. You find a way to get backstage with permission, or in some cases, I would just walk backstage, as you know, and then try to find a tour manager to talk to them. I remember doing that with Aaron Lewis of Stained. He was playing at this same venue, which is the Electric Factory where Beck is here. And I go backstage early, and I walk past Aaron, and I'm like, hey, Aaron, do you know where your tour manager is? So instead of asking him directly, I went to the asked him, who walked past me, where the tour manager was. I spoke to the tour manager, pulled out this little 5x7 book or 4x6 photo book that I carried with me in my photo bag so I could showcase my work, and told him what I was looking to do. I don't think he allowed me to do candid moments at that point, but at least I went ahead and asked. So anyway, emblematic of my early work is a shot like this of Beck. Really, there's no one else in that band I think you want to photograph, so you kind of just end up photographing the main character. In this case, it's Beck. People love Beck. I think I like him more now than I did back in the day. I like some of the melodic stuff more. I did try to do something at this show. I tried to get up in the lighting truss and the lighting rig. They were raising it up. And I was like, can I go there? They're like, well, if you go there, you have to be there the entire show. I was like, I don't know. I wanted a different angle. I wanted to change it up. They ended up not letting me do it, probably for insurance reasons, or, I mean, it kind of makes sense. I shouldn't be sitting up in this rig thing the whole damn show. I mean, that's crazy. Imagine me changing film, dropping film into the crowd by accident. I didn't belong up there. So again, not the best photo, but it is a photo of Beck on stage. He's slightly younger. And this time I have his hands in there. You have the guitar in there. It's better framing. The lighting isn't terrible. You can see, though, there isn't a spotlight on the front of him. You have that green light coming in from the left. You have another white orangey light coming in from the right-hand side. And it's not the best lighting, but you dealt with it back in the day. The funny thing about this show is the opening act was late. Now, they were a band from Akron, Ohio, a two-piece band called the Black Keys. They were still in a van. They were late. They hit traffic. They got there. Everything was set up. They got up there and they started playing. I got some good photos. They're just tight shots. I fell into that trap a lot doing like a tight headshot of a guy singing. And I don't even think I got a lot of the drummer. But I believe it was just the two of them on stage. And I do remember talking to the drummer backstage. Was it a good conversation? Probably not. I think I was like, oh, you guys got stuck in traffic, eh? You know, you learn what to say and what not to say in the future. The more you talk with musicians backstage, the more you realize we're not talking about music. We're not talking about the tour. Let's talk about something else that they're into. And you will find that they appreciate that a lot more. And then you can start talking music if they start to bring it up. But back then, or in general, if you ever encounter musicians or celebrities, don't talk about your favorite movie with them or the best hit they ever had. Just talk about something else you know that they're into, and it loosens up the situation quite a bit because they'll drop their guard when you start talking about, say, photography, because a lot of musicians or athletes, they're also into something different like photography. So you can have a nice conversation there. But yeah, that is the photo of Beck, and the early work was mostly on film. I think everything in this section was film. And I thought it was important to share the early work because you will see the progression as we move forward throughout the entire book. But I wanted to share some early film work so you could get a feel for what I was doing at the very beginning. Page 22 and 23, Rolling Stone magazine. I'll call you if I need you. In sports photography, the ultimate goal was to get your photos in Sports Illustrated. In the music world, it was Rolling Stone or bust. So how would I find my way into Rolling Stone? Well, that started at Barnes & Noble in the magazine section. Back in the early 2000s, it was much easier to drive to the bookstore to find the information I was looking for than to attempt to look it up online or whatever online consisted of in 2000. I was searching for a few things: the photo editor's name and the magazine's phone number. I found both. Now, I can't remember if I used the house phone or a cell phone, but that's not important. If it's not important, Jared, why did you put it in the book? Good question, Jared. I don't know. Anyway, what matters is that I dialed up Rolling Stone and asked for the photo editor. I don't recall if I got her on the first try or not, but at some point we connected. I told her who I was, where I am, what I shoot, and that I would like to shoot for Rolling Stone. I'll call you if I need you, she replied. After I hung up, I realized I never gave her my information. I'd been blown off by Rolling Stone, but I didn't give up. Nope, I kept shooting as many shows that came to town. About 6 months later, I picked up the phone, called Rolling Stone, asked for the photo editor again, and this time I was met with a cheery hello. It was a new photo editor. She asked me to email over some photos and said if something was coming through Philly that she needed coverage on, she'd let me know. Months later, my AOL chimed, "You've got mail." And I saw an email from the photo editor. Norah Jones was coming to play in Philly, and I was tasked with photographing the show. I had an assignment, my first assignment with Rolling Stone. The venue was the Mann Center in Philadelphia. It's not the most photographer-friendly venue, as I would come to find out. Most venues have a pit area between the stage and the fans, not at the Mann Center. I was forced to stand at a distance many rows back off to the left-hand side with a view of Norah's back. Not ideal for making a good first impression. So how did I end up getting the shot? Well, prior to the show, I was tasked with interviewing and taking headshots of a few fans. I spoke with one of the fans about the difficult position I was put in to get the shot. He let me know that he had an amazing seat, and if I wanted to shoot in it for a song, he would let me. So a little side note here, Rolling Stone hired me to photograph the show, but they also hired me to do these questions before the show with a couple of fans. I would ask them the questions. I would have to get their name, their number, their information so that they could sign a model release, and I would take a headshot of them. And then in the magazine, Rolling Stone would post the question and the answer next to it with their headshot. So not only did I get like $200 or $250 to shoot the show, I got another $200 to do that. So I think I made like $450 for that shoot. You weren't making a lot of money. All right, back to the text here. The show starts. I'm getting nothing from my position. The fan from earlier came over, handed me his ticket, and I sit in his seat and start shooting. After a minute or two, I head back out of the row where I was met by the media handler who says, "You know you're not supposed to be there." All I know is I needed to get the shot, and I got the shot. But wait, there's more. A few days before the show, I asked the editor if it would be possible to get a backstage pass to get some candid images after the show. She told me it wouldn't be possible. Fast forward to after the show, I dialed up the tour manager. I was given their number just in case I ran into any issues with my pass. I figured, I've got nothing to lose, let's call him up. He answered. I told him it's Jared from Rolling Stone, and I would like to know if I can come backstage to capture candid images of Nora. What he said next shocked me. I'll send you a pass up, and you can come down and ask her. Backstage is downstairs at the Mann Center. So I was taken downstairs into a room with a lot of people, and the tour manager brings Nora over. I introduced myself and said I'd love to capture some candid images, to which she said, "I really don't like photos." And I followed up with, "All I need is a few. You won't even know I'm here." She agreed, and we ended up in a small room off to the side where Gillian Welch, the opening act, and a few others were hanging out. There they went on to jam and sing some folk songs. I fired off a little less than one full roll before thanking Nora and letting her know I was done. I recall her saying something about being done already, and I reminded her I said I would be quick. I grabbed my bag and found my way to the backstage exit. I remember feeling accomplished as I walked past the idling tour buses on the way to my car. What was my car back then? Was it my Nissan Altima in mint green? I think it would have been my Nissan Altima in mint green at that time. Or maybe it was my Pontiac Sunbird. Not even a Sunfire. The Sunbird was the two-door dinky rinky dinky, not very powerful car. That was one of my early cars. But the moral of the story there is I asked for access, right? I had the information, I made the call, and they said, yeah. All right, back here. After having the negatives processed, scanned, and if I recall correctly, mailing a CD of images to my editor, she called. She said, "How did you get backstage?" My answer was simple. I asked. She was blown away I was able to get the access since she wasn't able to get it approved initially. It always comes back to what's the worst they can say. Always try. See, my parents always said that. They always said, what's the worst that can happen? They can say no. But what if they say yes? I've lived by that for my entire life because I've heard it my entire life. You never know when someone is going to say yes. Now, people try this on me all the time, and it doesn't mean I'm going to say yes because, I'm going to give you a no most likely because I don't want to be bothered by a lot of stuff. But, people do ask all the time. They're like, can I do this? And it's like, no. But it depends on who it is. It depends on the situation. Depends what I have going on. It really depends. Like if someone is at a game, a sporting event, and I'm, say, shooting the Philadelphia Union soccer, and it's a younger photographer, and they're like, hey, can I sit next to you? 100%, absolutely. That doesn't require me having to do anything other than I normally would be doing anyway. So yeah, sure, sit next to me. Let's talk. I mean, there's so many times where I'm shooting an event and there's a younger photographer, and if they're shooting Canon, or at the time when I was shooting Nikon, I'd be like, hey, do you want to try out this lens? And people were like, oh my God, that's insane. So I would let people try lenses. I still do that today. Back to what my parents said, you never know what someone's going to say. Just ask. The worst they can say is no, but what happens if they say yes? Nothing is lost when they say no, but a whole lot more can be gained when they say yes. But if you never ask, you never know. Page 24 and 25. So Rolling Stone ran this image on the left. It's Nora wearing her red. You can see that there's sort of a spotlight on her. It was a very dark event, a dark venue. Now, this venue is outside inside, right? The certain area, the pavilion is covered, and then there's the grass area. And all I remember is after I was done photographing Nora, they gave me a ticket, right? Because I stayed the whole show, and I went and sat in the box that they gave me. And all I remember is falling asleep. Why did I fall asleep? Because it's beautiful jazz music, and there's like a metal roof, and it was raining. And so all I heard was like this gentle rain on the roof as you had this slow bass playing and piano and singing. And I just kept nodding off because there's something melodic music like that definitely puts me to sleep. It really does. It calms me and relaxes me. But anyway, back to this image, a little known fact, because no one really knows this, but I'm telling you right now, if you look at the left-hand side, right, you see that highlight where there's like a hand, but then there's like a black area and the hand doesn't continue. But if you go all the way to the right-hand side of the frame, there's someone's back. Yeah, well, when this was scanned by my friend Jim at Newtown Camera at the time, it was very hard for him to see because it was a dark background, which means that on the negative, there's no information there. So it's just going to be clear. He wasn't able to line it up perfectly, which means that we have some of the frame before is poking in on the left, and then that pushed the frame over to the side. So he thought maybe I put her in the middle. No, I actually composed better. I composed her on the left-hand side of the frame so that on the right-hand side of the frame was the bass player. So yeah, this is just not scanned right. I still have to go back and look at the original negative. I mean, I know that it's not scanned right, but I thought that was interesting. I always left it this way. I didn't rescan it. I just thought it was interesting. It's all about, honestly, stories. And Rolling Stone cut her out anyway in the piano, and they put her right in the middle of in the page somewhere. So that was that. Oh, and this was from the seat that the guy let me sit in. I should look back at his name and Google him and be like, do you remember me? Right? Like, because I have his name because I interviewed him and it's in the magazine and you can see him and I can look it up. I haven't done that, but you can see how she's sitting, right? I would have been back behind her back and none of the other shots are good. This is the only good live shot was when I sat in that seat. And I do remember getting yelled at. The guy was like, you're not supposed to be there. And it's like, well, what are you going to do? Take my pass away? Right? We only had 3 songs anyway. So sometimes you have to do what you have to do. It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission within reason. And so that's how I ended up with this shot of Nora. You can see that it's super blazing hot on her face because she must have had a spotlight there or a downlight. So the exposures, again, would have been aperture priority back then, but it worked out and I was able to get this shot in Rolling Stone. Now, the image on the right, we've got Nora singing there. She's sitting on the left. You got Gillian Welch, and I believe that's her brother. You've got that door that I don't even know where that door goes. But when you look at the reflection in the mirror, I wish you saw me, honestly, but you don't see me. They're just sitting there singing, and I'm in the room. I mean, this is a small room. I pop a flash off. That's why there's a lot more light up high because I bounce it off the ceiling in this situation. Because you have to remember, I'm using 800 speed film. I'm at 2.8. There's not a lot of light. I probably would have been at a 15th of a second. I'm curious to see, I have to look back to see if I actually took any pictures without the flash. I don't think that was the case, but this worked, right? I only took a handful of images. Like I said, a half a roll, which is, if it's 36, it's like 18 shots. I may have taken less than that. And I said, Nora, I'm done, right? Like I'm ready to go. I'm good. And she was surprised, but I wanted to keep my word, right? I said that I would be quick and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. Honestly, she would have let me stay longer, as you can tell, because she was like, oh, you're done? Okay, no problem. And I said, thank you. And then I walked out, found my car. Don't remember driving home at that point. It was so long ago, but I felt accomplished. I really did, because I did something that I was told wasn't possible, which was to get backstage. And I ended up backstage getting something that I wasn't supposed to get, but not in a bad way. I got something in a good way. And I think that showed something to the photo editor that, wow, he's not just going to go do what they ask me to do. I'm going to go above and beyond and try to do more. Try to push the envelope. Try to get access to places. You got to do something different. You got to do something different. Just like Robert Costa said in his foreword, when others went right, Jared went left. That's what it's all about. And not all the time, but you want to differentiate you from other people. And even if someone was standing in the same spot as me these days, they're not getting the same results I'm getting. I've seen it at concerts time and time again, where you look at my work and then you see the work that other people are posting and you're like, what are you doing? Yeah, I'm very picky about other people's work. So that is the Norah Jones Rolling Stone shoot, which was my very first Rolling Stone assignment. Page 26 and 27, Questlove Phrenology. My editor at Rolling Stone called with a new assignment. Head over to the Roots studio where they're having a party to launch the start of their new album recording. I don't recall what time they told me the party would start, but I remember knocking on the door and being told by the guy who answered, "You're early." I can only imagine what he thought when he saw some mid-20s white kid with a clean-shaven face, slicked back hair with a ton of gel, khakis, white sweater, and a camera bag. But he let me in and told me to have a seat. The assignment was simple: hang out in the studio and just shoot. I had no idea what to expect on this one. When I walked in, there was another photographer taking some studio portraits with a Polaroid film back that gave you not only a photo, but a negative as well. It was pretty cool. Oh, by the way, let me jump in here. That was a type of film that existed at this time. It was this pull and peel film that gave you a Polaroid that would develop within a minute, most likely, but it also gave you a negative. So if it was a 4x5 or a 220, whatever size it was, you would not only get the Polaroid, the one-off Polaroid, but you would get a negative. And then they would put it in this solution in a tank so that they could go hang it and dry it or seal it later with whatever they needed to do with the Polaroid stuff, the chemicals, and then you would have this negative. Now, I was told that the negatives weren't the best negatives. They were a little unstable, could scratch a little, but you at least had a negative with a Polaroid. So the reason people did Polaroids back then is to check the exposure before taking a full roll, because you would be screwed if you took a full roll and you didn't get to see or nothing turned out. So that Polaroid thing was pretty cool. All right, continuing on. I ran into Questlove, who took me on a tour of his record collection. He showed me his system for organization and even pulled some records out. We took a few photos with him standing on a stool, which didn't turn out too well. The next thing I know is he's climbing up the ladder, I'm snapping away, popping off the flash that I didn't really know how to use. Eventually, I turned the flash off and worked with the light in the room. I got what I think is a pretty classic shot. Now, you need to remember, this was the film days. You had no idea what you were getting. You had to wait days to find out if you succeeded or failed. I had two choices: strippers or weed. The studio was filled with the who's who of the Philly rap music scene, along with plenty of people just hanging around. The Roots were hosting a party for the beginning of the recording of what would become their album, Phrenology. There was the jam room where Quest had his kit set up, and artists like Jill Scott and Living Colour joined in. Outside the room was another room that had a subway car spray painted on the wall, along with the cityscape. There were catering boxes stacked high, and then there were stripper poles. Then there was the control room where the Roots lead singer, Black Thought, was hanging out. Outside of the jam room, I had two choices. I could be in the stripper room or the weed room. I ended up in the weed room, unknowingly getting higher than a kite. Black Thought and his crew kept rolling and smoking, rolling and smoking, and rolling and smoking. I remember sitting in the corner of the control room in a literal fog of weed smoke when the other photographers I mentioned earlier came over to talk to me. They asked if I could spare a roll or two of film, and I must have looked like I was in a daze, but I did hand them a roll or two of Fuji 800. On my drive home, somewhere around 3 in the morning, I recall driving down I-95 and coming to the realization I was high. My sweater smelled like weed, and I said out loud while laughing to myself, if I get pulled over, I'm going to be in trouble. Fortunately, I made it home. So on page 27, you can see Questlove playing the drums. I dragged the shutter here when I popped the flash. I wanted to add some movement, but also capture the ambient light. If all I did was just freeze the action here, it wouldn't look good. It would just be a picture of a guy playing drums. And it wasn't because I was high that I was able to get a shot like this. It was because I went and tried something different. It wasn't just about the ambient light around. It was about popping the flash to freeze the drumstick and to freeze Quest, but then leave the shutter open longer to let that ambient light come in and give it that nice, warm glow. This is one of my favorite shots. When you look at his hand, right? Look at the stick, his left hand, because he is a left-handed drummer, so that's on the snare. You can see how his hand was spinning. The light froze it at the one point right there as it's going to the downbeat or whatever beat it was going to, but you can see where else the stick was going within that exposure. I can't tell you what the exposure was because this was still shooting on film, and there's no way of me remembering all of that, but it was a little of a longer shutter speed, which leads to such a unique and cool image. It's one of my favorite shots that I've ever captured. I mean, it was kind of insane going to this party, right? I am one of the only white dudes there, and I'm a young white dude with no swag, no anything. I'm shooting for Rolling Stone. I don't know how they got the invite to pass along to me, but I mean, I was happy they invited me. They ended up putting this shot, the drumming shot, into the magazine, if I recall correctly. It was a great time. That's it. I mean, it was interesting. I had choices to make. I didn't want to be in the stripper room. I didn't end up eating any of the food. It was just an interesting experience to be a part of. And showing up as early as I did, like 6 o'clock, and the thing's supposed to start at like 11. Yeah, I mean, that says a lot. I just didn't want to be late, and I didn't want to miss it. So let's move on to page 28 and 29. This is the shot of Questlove climbing up his ladder in his record room in Philadelphia at the time. This was before they left this area and moved to New York because they ended up doing the Jimmy Fallon show. But I love this photo. This is one of those that I consider to be a classic shot. You've got Quest on the left-hand side. You've got different albums popping out. I mean, like, what's that? Tommy right there, I guess. Actually, I don't even know what that is. Omni? Maybe it's Omni sticking out in the bottom corner of this, but it was so much better without the flash. If you were to see the flash photos, you'd be like, yeah, these are amateurish, but being that I turned the flash off, you can now see that it's just a much better shot. So, I mean, it's the angle. It encapsulates his entire collection. It has him in it. He's climbing to pull something out. I'm pretty sure in some of the photos he pulled out Sesame Street music, Sesame Street records. But again, this is a classic shot. I honestly don't know where the negative is. I've looked for this negative time and time again, and I'm not sure where it ended up. I have all the negatives from this time period. I'm just not sure where this one ended up. I got to find it because I want to do a rescan of it, but that's it. That's the Questlove photo. Pages 30 and 31. On the left hand here, we have Franz Ferdinand. I love this photo because it encapsulated the lead singer jumping at the time, and you freeze the motion. This is early digital, and being able to do that right, and you have to do it at the peak action. Is it the most sharp image in the world? The answer to that is no. This was also at a Y100 festival, or feastival as they used to call it. They did some great shows back in Philly. If you Google Y100 Feastival and you look at the old lineups of people that they brought in, it was tremendous. They had great musicians. A little fun note about this is that I went ahead and after I got this image into the computer, I cut out the lead singer and I ended up turning this into the logo on a business card for a business that I did with someone else called You Guys Media. Not Use Guys. You Guys Media was an early attempt at doing social media before social media was even a thing. I was trying to be a social media manager before that even existed. And what we did with it is we would shoot video, we would shoot photos, we'd build a widget for your website. You'd put this widget on the website, and then you could have your audio, you could have your video, you could have your photos, and it was meant to be really easy for people finding things. I just think it was way early for its time, and I ended up shutting that down, breaking away with the person I was working with. What we found out was the bands that we wanted to work with that needed it couldn't afford it, and the bands that could afford it didn't want it at the time. But in essence, it was doing social media before social media was a thing, but the business card was kind of cool for you guys media. And I just thought it was good on the right-hand side to put my buddy Walt Lafty jumping off the double stack, or in this case, it's just a stack of amps that he brought in his car to my friend's studio. Good thing he didn't jump and hit his head on the, what do they call those things? The sprinkler system, because if he hit his head on that, that wouldn't have been a good thing. But I thought these were two good juxtaposing images. One's playing a guitar, one's making pretend he's playing the guitar in the air, and their legs are basically in the same position. So I thought that was cool. But you can start to see the progression as we go from film images to digital. We still have a few film images coming up as well. Pages 32 and 33, we've got Graham Colton. Remember at the beginning of the book when I talked about the first band that I shot, the Counting Crows, except for the fact that the actual first band I shot was Graham Colton, opening act? This is Graham Colton here. This was at a place called North by Northwest in Philly, a very small venue, but a cool bar up front, and they would get like 25 people to show up for this. So Graham told me he was coming to town. I packed up my strobe at the time because I would have an Ultra Zap 1600. That is a Paul C. Bluff White Lightning flash that I would take with me along with an umbrella. So I had a stand, an umbrella. I had a power cord and an extension cable so that I could plug into the wall and set up the strobe. It just gave you much better lighting than a basic flash. Did I know what I was doing at the time? I mean, I knew enough to be dangerous. And I like the way that the light, it's very Rembrandt lighting, meaning you have that triangle on his face. But what's interesting about the photo is how it's back focused. A lot of the Nikons and DSLRs back in the day had this problem called back focusing, where he didn't move. The focus says that it was on his face because that's where I put the point, except for the fact that when you take the picture, the focus either shifted or just wasn't right. And back focus means that it focused on the outside, because I think the street sign, the wrong way street sign, might be in focus back there, but it's so hard to tell with the 17 to 55, and especially looking in the book and not on the computer zooming in, whether it is in focus or not. But what I like about the image, the way that Graham's holding his guitar, I like the positioning of his feet. I like the lighting. You got that hair going, the early 2000s hair. You got the amps off to the left-hand side, and I thought it was cool. And on the right-hand page here, which is page number 33, we've got Donovan Frankenreiter. Now, a lot of people don't know Donovan Frankenreiter, but if you saw any Verizon commercials years ago where it's like, free, like literally the words of that song are free, and he just keeps doing it. He was good friends, or is good friends, with Jack Johnson in Hawaii. So he wrote with him, he sang with him, and he was a really nice dude. So same location, same strobe setup, different dates, different times. I actually like the softness of this in terms of the lighting. You can see that's a brighter, sunnier day back there versus the way that it was on the left-hand side with Graham Colton. Looks to be more overcast at the time. But it wasn't about bringing the ambient in. It was just portrait shooting, bringing in your own lights to get better results than what the natural light would do. I actually don't do this anymore. I try to stick with the natural light, or just do the candids, or to the best that I can do with the light that's around. But I do like studio lighting. It's great when you're in a studio, or you're in a situation, it doesn't have to be a studio, it could be out of a studio, where you've got continuous light set up for someone shooting video, because it just makes your photos look that much better. Pages 34 and 35. We got Tyler here from Theory of a Dead Man. If you know some butt rock, I mean, it's kind of like butt rock. Google butt rock. It's like rock that makes your butt, rock back and forth. That's really the origins of butt rock or radio rock. These guys, Theory of a Dead Man, are from, I believe, Vancouver. And who else is from Vancouver? You have the lead singer of Nickelback, Chad Kroeger. Chad Kroeger signed these guys to their label. That's why they sound very similar. Tyler here did play on that really big Spider-Man soundtrack song that had I think it was like Josie Scott of Click, 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 Boom, or whatever they were called at the time. And then you had Chad Kroeger and you had Tyler here. They all sang. But anyway, back to this image. I love the black and white image of Tyler coming onto the stage. Now, the reason I put this here, and I made a note for myself to talk about, is this was shot at, what was I at? I was at 5,000 ISO on the Nikon D3. Why is that important? Because prior to the Nikon D3, the D2H and the D2X would only, you could shoot at 1600 ISO or 1250 ISO, and the image would look like Swiss cheese. And when that D3 came out, it revolutionized low light photography and allowed me to get a shot like this that is usable. Is it grainy? Is it noisy? Yeah, but nothing compared to what the noise and grain looked like a matter of a couple of years prior. That D3 changed absolutely everything for me when it came to shooting music. Turning the page to 36 and 37, we've got Chris Chester, or Chris Sester, as I believe they pronounce it, from the band Jet. This is a film photo, so this would have been 800 ISO film, where I got to hang out with Jet backstage, I believe before one of the Y100 festivals, and these guys were absolute rock stars. Let me take you back in time. There is a story, it's very interesting, where I was walking in Philly. Rarely was I ever in Philly while I was in college with a friend of mine, Bob, who drove us through North Philly, scared the shit out of me because I was like a white kid from the suburbs and I was scared as hell from everything. Like, I was just scared. You hear North Philly and you're like, Jesus, we shouldn't be here. And we probably shouldn't have been driving through North Philly from our Antonelli Institute school to go down to South Street. But we happened upon this bar called the Khyber Pass. At the time, the Khyber Pass was this small venue. It was a bar, and then it had a venue on the side that bands would come through and play. Well, we get stopped by a band out front, just somebody setting up, and it was this guy, don't remember his name, but the band's name was LaGuardia, and they were opening. He's like, oh, you should come in and hear us play. So I don't know if we spent the money to come in. I don't know if it cost anything, but if it did, we went in. So as soon as I walk through the door, I see at the bar these 4 guys wearing black leather. I walk in and these guys are hanging out at the bar. I think you could smoke cigarettes still at the bar, so there was smoke all throughout. Chris here had one of those, I like to say, 4 non-blonde hats on, like the aviator glass type thing. These guys look like fucking rock stars. I saw these guys, I'm like, who the fuck are they? It turns out that they were the main headliner of this show. More on that in a second, but man, did they look like rock stars. So we watched LaGuardia play. They sound fine. They're good. Next up comes this band that no one knows in the United States. They start playing this music, and it is so loud because they're used to playing bigger shows back home in Australia. The band was Jet, and Are You Gonna Be My Girl had not dropped yet in the United States. Or if it did drop, it wasn't popular. And why wasn't it popular? Because Steve Jobs didn't pick it yet to go in that first Apple commercial for the AirPod, I almost said, for the iPod. That is what skyrocketed Jet back when the iPod came out. The iPod came out and they played Are You Gonna Be My Girl? And they were the silhouettes in that commercial. And that set them on a trajectory to be massive stadium playing band, a huge band. Well, that wasn't this yet. They had never played here. This was their first show ever in the United States, and I somehow accidentally ended up being there. We left within a song or two because it was too loud. My head felt like it was going to explode. But the next day, I made a phone call. I found out they were on, I believe, Atlantic Records. No, Elektra Records. They might have been on Elektra. I don't even remember. I made the phone call. I'm like, I was in Philly. Who the hell are these guys? It might have been Atlantic. I'm like, I want to work with them. And so from that point on, anytime Jet came to Philly, another band that I ended up being close with. Like, they would invite me out after to go hang out. And I was like, holy shit, this is great. They would play Atlantic City or they would play a different part of Philly. They would leave me a pass to come and photograph. I don't know why. Anyway, I love this photo backstage. You don't have yes, you have the backstage feel to it. Then you'll see wider shots when we get to the band section. There's a band shot of Jet backstage. I just love the feel of the black and white here. I just love the feel of this shot. The cigarette, the smoke billowing up ever so slightly. He needs to ash his cigarette because it's building up. The leather jacket, the overgrown beard that's starting to become a little much. The hair, the shirt. I don't even know what's on his shirt, but rock star. Fucking rock star. Page 38 and 39. We've got Brent Smith of Shinedown in front of an orange wall with red hair. It just so happened that at the Trocadero, they had an orange room. And I went up into the orange room. I set up my Ultra Zap 1600 once again. I got band shots with the strobe. And then I got Brent in there by himself. He's the lead singer of Shinedown. And I was like, Brent, do this. Hold your hands up or do something. I don't know why, but he did. And this is what you got. Just the way that the orange of the shot works, right? The orange of the wall, the red fading off to the side because it's a little darker, more shadow from where I had the light. You can see that I have one light. It's just popping off in his eye. The black fingernail polish, the, what's it say? Pain is a gift, or your pain is a gift. I don't even remember what it says at this point, but you've got the tattoo coming out of his shirt. This was the original iteration of Shinedown. They went on to only keep the drummer after this point. So the bass player and Jason Todd, the lead guitarist, they were out of the band. And then the band continued to skyrocket as they wrote more radio-friendly hits. And they had a really good career, and they still have a good career when they go. But I love the feel of this photo. The colors are spectacular. And even in your book that you're looking at right now, the printers out of Italy did a fantastic job of matching the colors that I wanted. Little side story. The way that they were able to do that is I sent them prints of every picture in the book. I printed, I think, 8x10s on the Red River Palo Duro soft gloss rag paper on the Canon Pro 1000 or Canon Pro 1100 at the time, and I mailed it to them. And the reason I did that is to do proofs. They wanted like $5,000 or $6,000 to do inkjet proofs. But why would I spend $5,000 or $6,000 for them to do inkjet proofs that don't even match the way that the final printing is going to look? I'm like, I'll print the whole book out. So I printed every print myself. I mailed it to Italy, and then they matched it. And then instead of spending money, $5,000, $6,000 on proofs like that, they had do something called a wet proof, which is off the actual printing press. They print it with the printing press, they send it to me, and then we're like, add more contrast or, make it slightly darker. We only did that twice, and the darker one looked fantastic. And when I saw the books, I was like, you guys did it, and you got the color spot on. That's exactly what I was looking for. And it's something that you don't see in everybody's photo book. A lot of printing that's done in China, it's just not right. Right? The colors, the density of the black isn't great. I mean, since I'm talking about the printing, this book is done. You have your CMYK, right? Your cyan, your magenta, your yellow, and your black. Well, we add in an extra gray into the mix. It's called duo printing. And that way, for black and whites, you're able to do a mix of black ink and gray ink to get even more tonal coverage for your black and whites. It also doesn't hurt for your color either. So the doing duo printing is super important. I'm very happy with the results that we have with the book. Page 40 and 41. Kanye West and some guy I never heard of. I found out that Kanye was going to be performing at a private show at the Electric Factory in Philadelphia. There was no one to call for a pass to get access, so I did what any sane person would do. I packed my bags, grabbed my studio strobe, and took a chance. I showed up 4 hours early to the venue, parked my car, and walked around the back to try and talk to someone. I should also mention it was pouring the whole time I was outside, but I did have an umbrella. What I was hoping to accomplish by standing in the back was simple. I needed to somehow get to the tour manager because they hold the keys to the artist. Since I spent a lot of time shooting at the electric factory, I was a familiar face to their security. This gave me an in to ask them if they ran into the tour manager, could they grab them for me? 3 hours later, the tour manager came out to talk, and I explained I was freelancing for Rolling Stone, and I'd like to take a few studio portraits with Kanye. It won't take long. He said, "You can have 2 minutes. Set up in here." I drop my bags, pull out my light stand, umbrella, and strobe, and start taking test shots. I knew I only had 2 minutes when he arrived, so I better get it right. The next thing I know, a double-collared shirt, Louis Vuitton backpack wearing Kanye West steps into the room and he asks, "Can my boy blank be in the photos?" Shit, who the hell is this random guy? I don't want him in my photos, but I wasn't about to say no to Kanye and blow the entire shoot. I fired off 12 photos in exactly 74 seconds, and they were gone. The shoot was over. The next day, I called someone at Kanye's label to ask who the hell is this guy in the photos. The answer, some guy named Johnny Legend. Never heard of him. Page 42 and 43. This is an iconic shot. At least I like to say it's an iconic shot. You have Kanye at the very height and peak of his success when his album came out, the first album. And he was just blowing up all over the world. I mean, the album was fantastic. Then we have this other guy that nobody knew because he didn't even have an album out. That's Johnny Legend. I had no idea why Kanye wanted this guy in his photo, but back then we knew that, well, we know now that John Legend was signed by Kanye West. And obviously they've had a falling out since then, but it's interesting how that works. I didn't want this guy to interrupt or be in my photo because I was like, well, he's a nobody. But you never know who's going to be a somebody. And if Kanye was giving me 2 minutes to get this done, I didn't want to ruin it. And I wasn't going to tell him no. I wasn't going to be like, no, I want just pictures of you. And it turns out that the picture lives on. I mean, it is a strong image in my opinion. Now, right above the American flag, you do see a little black spot. That is what's called oil on the sensor. Yeah, the sensor was dirty. That's a dirty sensor. I like to point that out that I actually didn't take it out. Stephen always asks me, why didn't you take it out? And I'm like, I don't know. It's a part of the image at this point. But this harkens back to the Brent Smith photo from a few images ago or a few pages ago where I had him hold his hands out. It creates dimension and depth in the frame. And that, it takes a 2D medium and makes it 3-dimensional. Is the lighting perfect? Not really. It's one light popping, off an umbrella. I don't even know if I was shooting through the umbrella or what I was doing, but back then I needed light, and having a strobe like that was much more powerful than using just a on-camera flash or putting an off-camera flash and triggering it. The American flag, that was there on the wall. I didn't set that up. I just put them into this room because this is where they told me I could shoot. It was an empty room that was super, super small. So this photo right here is what I consider to be one of my most iconic photos that I've ever captured. Pages 44 and 45. This is a contact sheet. Now, it would be more of a contact sheet if I was shooting film and then we went ahead and scanned the contact sheet here, but this was digital at the time, and I only got 12 pictures off in those 74 seconds. There's some verticals. You can see where the winning picture comes into play, and you can see the images around it, which is always interesting to see how that happens. The first couple of shots, nothing special. Moving on, nothing special. This one shot, that one became the special shot. I try high angle, I try straight on, I try low angle. There's some wide stuff. The verticals didn't work. I'm in a rush. They're pushing me to get this stuff done. And obviously I don't want to go over the time limit, but they were gracious enough to give me the time to do the photo. So all you need is that one shot. One shot, as Eminem says. You got one shot. I got it. I got the shot, and I just wanted to share with you the other 12 photos that I took so you can see they're not all perfect keepers. Pages 46 and 47. The evolution of a self-portrait. Page 48. The year was 2005. That kid with a shaved head wearing a Fuzz magazine shirt with a sport coat standing in front of a bright green wall? Yeah, that's me. I was always in search of a look that was memorable and the fro didn't start growing for another 2.5 years. Page 49, we have this photo of me in front of said green wall. Yeah, we painted that wall green in the Fuzz Magazine studio or Fuzz Magazine office. I got to tell you all about Fuzz Magazine real quick. Fuzz Magazine was this idea that I started with my friend at the time where we were doing You Guys Media. We're like, well, why don't we start a music magazine? And for whatever reason, my brain went to, we need it to be a print publication. This is 2005, I believe. And it's like, well, print publications are actually dying right now. And that didn't make much sense to try and come out with a local magazine that I was trying to make it national, but I didn't have any distribution. I didn't have anything, right? I just had an idea, and I thought that someone else would help me be successful at that idea. Now, Fuzz Magazine, the idea was we would get access to artists for interviews. We would be able to get photo passes for shows because it's an established thing. It had a nice website. We had some nice write-ups. We had some nice photos. And then all of the labels would send us their CDs. So we would get all of these albums. Like, I remember being sent the Sia CD that was clear except for where there was the single on it. And this is 2005, before that stuff, before she even blew up. So Fuzz Magazine was an idea that kind of helped me understand that I shouldn't have been doing or attempting to do a magazine physically. In 2005, I should have been starting an online publication. That would have been the right thing to do. Obviously, I do that 5 years later in 2010, start fronosphoto.com, which was taking a lot of the ideas that I learned through this time and actually executed them properly by going online. Because Fuzz Magazine in 2005 should have been online only. It never published anything. I mean, we had a sample magazine, but it was more like a project where it just was a layout and it looked cool and it was a graphic design thing and the graphic designer did an awesome job with it, but it made no sense to try and do a actual publication when digital and online made absolutely all the sense in the world, and I would have been pretty early to it, like the Pitchforks of the time. I think Pitchfork was after this, right? So it would have been an opportunity to do it, but sometimes you're ready when you're ready, and sometimes you're just not ready. And in this case, I wasn't ready, but this photo I absolutely love. Again, with the hands being held out. It was just a thing to create dimension. I popped off my strobe. I'm wearing Fuzz Magazine shirt. I'm wearing a sport coat. My hair is shaved. I have the Eddie Munster going. Yeah, that's what I look like without hair. Eddie Munster. And I take it and I like it. And one time I was getting a haircut and the woman cut off my Eddie Munster. And I was like, what are you doing? Well, other people, I'm like, I don't give a fuck what other people say or do. I like my Eddie Munster. So whatever. So yeah, this is the section for evolution of a self-portrait because it evolves as we turn the page. Now, speaking of turning the page, let's go to page 50 and 51. My birthday, January 21st, 2007. Walt from Silvertide was looking for some new photos, and I had an idea that I wanted to try and capture. We took a ride to my friend Greg's studio where we set up the scene. The idea was to capture Walt jumping off a stack of amps, capture myself taking the photo, and tell a story around the image. I had to shoot the image while being in the image. I held a camera as a prop, and in my right hand, I held a wireless remote that triggered the camera I'd set up off to the side. This fired the strobes, which froze Walt in midair for all time. Take a look around the image on the next page. Items are intentionally placed. Everything from the laptop on the right side to the edge of the strobe poking into the frame to my Jack Daniels neon sign, Fuzz Magazine sticker on a box, and even the writing on the whiteboard. Everything was intentionally placed. The bird shirt I'm wearing is the same shirt my dad wore to my parents' engagement party in 1976. Scan the QR code to see a photo of my dad in that shirt. Pages 52 and 53. This is the result. I only did a handful of attempts to get this right. We got it. We nailed it. Walt jumping off the stack. I have that other photo that you saw earlier in the book across from Franz Ferdinand that shows Walt jumping off the stack. I didn't take it at the same time. I lit that a little different, but I thought that would be good to see the photo of him jumping out and also get the shot from the side. Now, I talk about hiding things around the frame. I love that below Walt's knee is the strobe firing, and you can see the flare coming out from the image. I love the way that the stacks line up on the left-hand side, and at the bottom of the frame, you have something sticking out to create more of a frame that draws you in. You've got the Fuzz magazine sticker on the box on the bottom, a bunch of cables just running throughout the frame because that creates some more dimension. You've got Ari in the back, exactly in the middle right here. You've got the rolling case for the road case that Walt brought with us. And then there's the computer screens. Now, when I first edited this image, I actually took it into Photoshop and cut in the picture of Walt jumping. Now, I didn't include that here because I felt that was digital manipulation and I didn't want to have that in the book. So in the future, or just when you're thinking about doing something like this, maybe I would have done the one photo first, loaded it onto that computer, and then it would have been on the screen. But I ended up doing it digitally after the fact for many years because I thought that it just worked. Now, to the right of the frame, you can see something written on the board, and it says, "What are you made of?" Walt was working on some new music, and I believe that was one of the songs he was working on, so we wrote it on the whiteboard right there. This is one of my favorite shots. I mean, I guess I should talk about what I'm wearing. I mean, yeah, those are lugs. Yeah, I'm wearing some lugs. They were my brother's, and a big pair of jeans, and the bird shirt that my dad wore to his engagement party to my mom. And I still have that shirt and still hanging in the closet, and I break it out every once in a while. But I didn't really have a look, right? I would slick my hair back because if I didn't, it would curl right up. But I was always looking for something. I still hadn't found it. I tried the long sideburns in the past. I tried the Fuzz magazine style in the past, right? That specific look with the buzzed hair, and this was growing a little more at the time. But yeah, I didn't come into my own yet, but one of my all-time favorite photos. Page 54, November 28th, 2007. 10 months after the last self-portrait, I was back at Greg's studio. This time, I was fresh off of 6 weeks on the road with Perry Farrell. At the time, I was thinking back on the prior self-portrait and how I liked the hidden gems placed throughout the frame. This time around, I took that to the extreme. The goal was to capture a self-portrait of me surrounded by the artist I've captured. I always wanted to place meaningful items throughout the frame. You can find many of the images from this photo spread throughout the book. Take a look at the bottom right of the image next to the laptop. That's the 15-inch MacBook Pro I bought prior to going on the road with Perry. In the DVD slot is the movie Almost Famous, the movie that changed my direction from shooting sports to wanting to work with bands. There's my passport with boarding passes. It was before digital ones and an original 2007 iPhone near the DVD drive. You've got Do Not Disturb signs, photo passes, concert tickets, and my Canon clubbing wallet that Alan from Alan's Camera gave me. I spy the car keys to my mint green Nissan Altima, a memory card case, glasses, business cards, headphones with the wire plugged into the computer, a Wanker t-shirt, camera gear, and so much more. You can stare at this image forever and continue to find little Easter eggs. Many of the images in this book, including the 2 prior self-portraits, can be found in this one image. One of the most meaningful things in this image is near the top, right below the photo with the orange background. It's a camera bag that my mom secretly saved up for. She paid it off little by little at Mid-City Camera until one day I walked into the store and they handed me this beautiful brand new camera bag. At first, I thought they were just giving it to me because they liked me. The truth is, my mom bought it for me. What an amazing and thoughtful gift. My first real camera bag. Though I don't use that bag anymore, I will never part with it. As I sit here writing this, so many memories are being unlocked. memories that have been suppressed for a very long time. While I was on tour with Perry in 2007, my mom wasn't feeling well. No one knew why. 3 weeks after this image was taken, we found out why. She had cancer. And almost to the day this photo was taken a year later, she was gone. Page 55. This is the image. Look at how many photos are strewn throughout this. The funny thing is, I do have a time lapse of us setting this up. Greg and I rigged up a camera off to the side that was set to capture I don't know if it was every second or every 10 seconds. I have all the files. I'll put it together and put the time lapse up at the QR code so we can watch the entire process. I mean, this thing takes hours to set up and minutes to shoot. Once you shoot it, you don't need to take 700 photos. You get the exposure right, you get your focus right, and the image is done. So you just spent hours upon hours setting this up, only to spend more hours to break it down and reorganize everything. But this image hangs in my house. It's 4 feet by 6 feet, and it hangs right inside the door. And there are so many hidden memories and gems in this. I mean, right below the photo of Adam Duritz on the left-hand side is another photo of Chris from Jet smoking a cigarette, right? That one I didn't put in the book. I put a different one in the book. There's so many other photos throughout this image. I mean, just look at the 302.8 that's laying near the left-hand side of the frame. There's photos of me in a photo book, right? Those are pictures of me that a friend took. There's a Fergie Ferg picture, my tripod, and then Avril Lavigne, and you have the Questlove photo, and my mom's bag that she bought me is there. And the number 33 on the bag was my number on the road with Perry Farrell. Everybody had these tags that you put on your bag so they knew whose bag it was whenever you were traveling. So mine was 33. I think Ari was 44 when he was out on the road, but there is so much here. This is the one that I wish you could just pinch and zoom on the book to enlarge it. I mean, going down and seeing what tickets there are at the bottom. There's the do not disturb signs. There's pics that were given to me by artists. You've got my lanyard that has the Perry Farrell Satellite Party laminate right there. There's a little bottle of Jack Daniels next to the laptop. I don't drink, but that was sent from first class to the back of the plane where we were all sitting by Perry on one of the flights. And I just kept it and I put it in my bag. I mean, having Almost Famous in the doc, the DVD doc, it just, that helps tell the story. The original iPhone. I mean, this is 2007. This is the original iPhone that I had. We bought it. Ari bought one. I bought one through the business we had. We thought it was going to help us do our business better. I mean, honestly, it was just to be cool, but did it help with business? I don't think so. I think it was just to be cool, but we had it. We had the original phone. I still have that phone today. But so many stories and memories throughout this. That's why I have this massively printed in my house, because I can just look at it and see something new every time that I go through it. So I hope you take the time to stare at this image, try to see different things in there that I personally may have. I mean, there's a Rocket Air in there, for God's sakes. I don't remember the Rocket Air. There's a bunch of lenses floating around the top near myself. Oh, the jacket. So I'm wearing a Silvertide shirt. I'm wearing K-Swisses, as you can see. Shitty pair of jeans, because I didn't really have any of that. The Wanker t-shirt I got on the road with some British bands. And the jacket that I'm wearing was this awesome leather jacket. I absolutely loved that leather jacket. Now, it wasn't great quality, but I bought it while on tour with Perry in Pomona, California, I think. And it was at a vintage store, and it was like $40, and I had to have it, and I bought it. And then I tore the arms off because, it just wore out. It honestly just wore out, but I loved it. I think I looked pretty good in that shot. What am I, 26 at the time? Because if it's 2007, yeah, I'm 26 years old. I think I look really sweet there. I mean, look at that nice beard. I'm small. I'm probably about 130 pounds, which is a big difference from where I'm at now because I was still a little kid and I hadn't really worked out yet. But I love this photo. Page 57. September 26th, 2012. My first apartment was a 2,600 square foot loft in Philadelphia with high ceilings, wood floors, and a kitchen on a stage. In the 1940s, the Loft had been a Polish club, and the stage had remained all these years later, along with the fresco paintings of nude women surrounded by clouds. The Loft was my home, but it also doubled as my YouTube studio and gallery. I had a portfolio of my photographs enlarged and hung throughout the space. Taking inspiration from the prior two self-portraits, I set out to create an image that once again put me amongst my photographic subjects. Each item in the photograph was included because it had meaning to me at the time. The bunt pan on the sofa sticks out to me because it was my grandmother's pan, and I liked baking devil's food cake. The hockey skates, stick, and puck on the right-hand side are sitting by synthetic ice panels. I would set up all of the panels, and I was able to skate and play hockey in the loft. Take a look at the purple cable running through the middle of the image and ending at my laptop. I was able to control the Nikon D4 via an Ethernet cable plugged into the camera that was clamped to the top of the bedroom wall. I also used the same camera to film a time-lapse of the setup. The photograph is full of hidden gems. There's the N64 with GoldenEye plugged in, the neon Jack Daniels sign that I got at a Silvertide event. There's the prior two self-portraits, my podcasting poker table, Fuji Instax prints, cameras and bags, I Shoot Raw shirts, funky sofas, and of course, all of my favorite images. It's a photographic time capsule. Pages 58 and 59. This is the 2-page spread of my first loft. Yeah, it was a big loft. I tried to buy it, but at the time, they weren't selling, and they still didn't sell it to this point. But I love the fact that it harkens back to the first two self-portraits, which are on the left side of the frame on the wall. You've got the one where Walt's jumping off the stack. You've got the one with all of my work at the studio, which was 10 months later. And now you have this image mixed in with some of my favorite images, all of which I think are in this book. When you take a close look, you're like, oh yeah, that's in the book. That's in the book. You're all in the book. It's like Oprah. But yeah, there's so many cool things. I used to sit there on this sofa, this funky sofa, funkysofa.com. I don't even know if they're still in business. I haven't checked in a while. But I would plug in the N64 into the projector, project on the wall, and play games or just watch Netflix that way. It was my apartment, but it also was the YouTube studio. I made so many videos in that location. I love the fact that it was such high ceilings and I had huge walls to put all of my work up, and it was a great place to be. And this was filmed, or I photographed this only a couple days before it was time to move out. It was actually a blessing in disguise that they decided not to renew my lease, and it wasn't anything that I did wrong. It's just that they wanted to rent it out to there was a preschool downstairs, a daycare. So yeah, they wanted to rent the whole building to them. Oh, actually, this Esperanza Spalding photo, which is on the sofa, that one is not in the book because honestly, no one knows who Esperanza Spalding is at this point. But I really do like that photo. There are so many photos that I could have put in the book, but there's only room for so many. It's already a massive and heavy book. I love the fact that I've got the mannequin in the back with a black rapid strap on. I've got the bear holding two lightsabers. We used to have lightsaber duels at the time. I mean, there is so much going on. The popcorn machine. I still have the popcorn machine at my house. This is one of my all-time favorite images. Oh, and I got those little those car paintings there in the left-hand side that were done by Kilkenny Cat. That's what she went by on Instagram. She's a follower of the channel for a long time, and she does awesome kitty cat art. So I got a bunch of stuff from her way back in the day. So that is one of my favorite all-time self-portrait photos right here. I mean, it wasn't easy to do. I had to plug into the laptop, run that Ethernet cable, and then trigger the camera from that position. But it worked out. I mean, the amount of time it takes to set up is tremendous, and you just take one photo and you're like, nailed it. Except I took more than one. But I love this picture. Page 61, Silvertide. I was always on a search for a band to latch onto. I thought in my mind, if I find a band that gets big, that would somehow translate into me getting big by association. In the early 2000s, there weren't a lot of bands coming out of Philly. But then there was Silvertide, a ragtag group of Philly boys partying their way around the world with their brand of rock. I remember the first time I saw Silvertide perform live. It was December 2nd, 2004. All I could think of is, who is this crazy guy running around the stage like a chicken with his head cut off? I didn't know how I was supposed to get a sharp image if the guy never stops moving. I don't recall the first time I met Walt Lafty, the lead singer of Silvertide. What I do remember from the early days is how welcoming he was of me into his world. I didn't have much going on for me quite yet as a photographer, but I did have a nice start to a portfolio that showed I belonged. It's a good thing I had some work and was local because I certainly didn't look the part. Maybe that's why Walt ended up liking me, or maybe it's because I was local. One of the first opportunities Walt gave me to photograph behind the scenes was when he and the band were heading into Studio 4 for a recording session. I remember being super nervous as I'd never shot in a recording studio and I didn't want to mess up. This was just the beginning of a decade plus of working together, whether it was at home, on the road, in a hotel, studio, car, van, or just a random night hanging out. I was there to capture it. At the beginning of this section, I talked about looking to latch on to someone else's success to find my own. I know now that that was the wrong mentality to have. I don't want to be successful on the back of someone else. I want to be successful on my own terms, doing it my way. Silvertide never blew up like we all hoped, but I am thankful I was given the access to hone my skills backstage, on stage, and off stage. Without that access, I'm not sure where the road would have taken me. So let's dive a little deeper into the whole Silvertide story. Really a ragtag group of young Philadelphia kids from the northeast of Philly, Bensalem, all over the place. Not actually downtown Philly, because when you say you're from Philly, you really mean the suburbs for the most part, unless you actually grew up down here in the city, which some of them may have. But they really put on a great show. They were about having a good time. They weren't perfect on stage, but you felt the energy. They weren't shoegazers. I learned that term from Walt, where people that just look at their shoes on stage and play their guitar and sing their songs. That's not them. They were great. And Walt was such a powerful lead singer, and he still sings today, and he still is powerful. But the point that I want to come back to is this idea of latching on to someone else to then help you become successful. I had the wrong mentality for years. I felt like, you know what? I need to let other people who are good at what they do, become successful. And I'm going to be close, which means in turn, I'm going to be successful. So I thought, if they get big and they travel the world, I'll be able to travel the world with them by being their photographer. But you have to go bigger than that, right? And you have to be in control, in my opinion, of your own destiny. So instead of looking to latch on to someone else, I went my own way. I was like, this is what I want to do. I want to be in control of my own destiny. I'm either going to fail or succeed by doing this, but I'm doing it. I don't want to fail without ever having tried, right? That is something that so many people do is they're like, well, I don't know. It's risky. Well, it is, but what's the alternative? That you hate doing what you're doing every single day? I'm not telling you to run out there and quit your job right now. I'm telling you that if there is an opportunity to believe in yourself, to trust in yourself, take the opportunity. It also doesn't mean that there aren't partners out there for you that are tremendous in one aspect of the world where you're not tremendous in that aspect, but you're tremendous at something that they're not. And together you can create something amazing. So that's the point of this section, or what I just wanted to say was, don't try to latch on to someone else's success in order to be successful. Create your own success. I think you will appreciate it a lot more. Page 62 and 63. Now, this 2-page spread is the first time that I believe I photographed behind the scenes with Walt before a show. I believe it was at the Grape Street Pub in Manayunk in Philly. Anybody that knows Manayunk, one of the famous things is the Manayunk Wall. That's where you traverse up this big thing. You race up it. It's a wall. I've done it on my bike. It's not great. But Walt gave us the access. The live shots from that night are garbage. But being able to be backstage, and by backstage, I mean it wasn't exactly a big venue, but this is a hometown show in a small venue for a popular band in the area. It was bound to be big and powerful. But Walt has that rock star look. He smoked his cigarettes. He has that hat on. He's got the sideburns, the leather jacket, the swagger, the Silvertide logo on his hand, and he exudes rock star energy tremendously. I mean, he puts on such a great show. But this was the first time that I got to be behind the scenes to capture them, or Walt, at Grape Street. So that's a solid shot. Page 64. Walt is smoking a cigarette at the TLA on stage during sound check. I kept this composition, I would think, because I wanted those lights up above his head to actually shine into the image. Not shine down, which they did tour with Shine Down, but I wanted it to have the feel of those lights shining, and I didn't want his head at the top of the composition. You'll see a lot of black and whites throughout my candid work. I just felt like black and white worked tremendously well for a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff. This is very reminiscent of a Jim Marshall photo that he did of Jim Morrison, even though the Jim Morrison one was done outside. There's this ongoing theme in music photography with cigarettes. I don't know how much today because I'm not around it as much, but there were always people smoking. And that smoke led to better images inside because the way that light would refract off of it on stage would create, I mean, that's why they pump in their own smoke, because it just looks good. But back in the day when you could smoke in the venues, it just created this nice haze, and the way that the light hit it caused nice images. Page 65. Funny thing about this shot is it takes place in Fishtown in Philly way before I ever moved into the city. I was afraid to come down here to the city, but this was between the houses where Nick Perry was living. Nick is the guitar player in Silvertide. And Walt was working on new music for a solo project, and I took him in between the buildings and just worked with the natural light that was coming through to try and get cool shots. Walt just looks cool to me, and the composition I thought worked out well, so that's why this one is popped right there. Page 67. This is another photo of Walt up in Nick's room. I will tell you it's not the cleanest of rooms back in the day. What's interesting is Nick Perry's sister is Christina Perry. She did 1,000 Years. She did Jar of Hearts. She wrote Jar of Hearts in the Fishtown area about another band member from another band in Philly, basically toying with her jar of hearts or collecting her heart for a jar of hearts. The way that Walt was sitting here looked great. The way that the smoke was billowing up outside or from his cigarette was awesome. You've got the Silvertide promotional stuff on the wall. You've got the CDs up there as well. And Walt was slightly moving, so it's not the most perfectly sharp image in the world, but I liked it. There was just a feel to it that felt good, and that's why I included it as one of my favorite images. Page 68 and 69. We are now in Studio 4. Studio 4 was a famous studio in the area. It's still actually there. I know the guy that, Will Yip, it's now his studio, but this was the first time they let me behind the scenes. And so I'm in there using a DSLR, so I'm afraid to make noise, so I don't know when I'm supposed to shoot or not. But then again, when the bands are playing loud music and they're drumming, I can kind of shoot. Oh, I also noticed that I tend to shoot on the beat. I catch myself sometimes pressing the shutter button on the downbeat. So when the drummer goes ahead and hits the snare or whatever they hit, or the kick drum, I'm like snapping the shutter. So it's something I need to be aware of when I'm shooting. Page 69. This is just a nice picture of Nick between takes. I love you have the lightning bolt on his finger. He has so many more tattoos now. You'll see in one of the upcoming images how many tattoos. Well, he had a lot of space open, and I don't have any new pictures of him, but he's fully covered at this point. But I liked the feel of this. It's reminiscent of what you would see Paul McCartney look like in the studio, which is honestly what most bands end up looking like in the studio. I think I got lucky because in this studio, they had daylight. And it's not often that you find studios that have daylight. Page 70. Walt laying down some vocals in Studio 4. It's not often that you break out a fisheye, but when you break out a fisheye, a studio is a great place to do it. So we've got his manager on the left, on the right, we've got someone else on the left, we've got a couple of other crew people there, you got Phil Nicolo sitting at the console at the computer, and Walt is nicely centered in the frame. This is where a fisheye comes in handy. And the same thing on the next page, page 71, Walt at the console at a different venue or at a different recording studio. I went behind the console, like literally behind it. Walt, look at me, boom, get the shot. The symmetry of fisheyes is important. So when you're shooting with a fisheye, you want that symmetry and you want to get close to your subject or compose it a proper way. A lot of people make the mistake with fisheyes where they just willy-nilly shoot because it's so easy because it sees everything. You got to have some context in there. You got to think about your composition or a fisheye just becomes a snapshot. Page 72. I actually popped off the flash for this shot. It was a Jack Daniels sponsored event. The Jack Daniels brought in a couple of bands, and I remember Silvertide being like, you probably don't want us to go first because if we go first, everybody is going to leave. Well, they didn't listen to them. And so whoever the band was that was the quote unquote headliner was in trouble because they were left with 4 people watching them perform because everybody there was for Silvertide because it was Philly. They were there to watch Silvertide. And honestly, a lot of times that Walt played or Silvertide played, they liked being the opener because they would put on such a powerful show that they would outshine the headliner act. And that's why some headliners weren't very happy about that. But Walt's job was to basically do such an amazing job and do a great performance before the headliner that people are like, wow, who the hell are they? They should be headlining. It sucks that not more people they toured the world. They sold 500,000 records in 2003, 2004, that type of era, which wasn't enough at the time because they ended up getting dropped and there was a whole bunch of stuff that happened. But the brand of rock that they were doing then around this time today, like in 2025 time period, with bands like Greta Van Fleet blowing up, Silvertide would have been freaking huge. It just was probably 20 years too early, 20 years too late, and about 20 years too early, which is kind of sad when you think about it. Page 73, nice behind the scenes, upstairs at the Jack Daniels event. You can see there's probably Jack throughout the frame or some of the cups that the people are drinking from say Jack Daniels, and I was popping the flash off. Not a lot of ISO to work with at the time, but that flash look popped up off the ceiling kind of works because it was dark, but then obviously with a flash, you're lighting it up. And to me, the harsh lighting here tends to work out. That's Nick right in the middle. I did chop his head off and I chopped everybody else's head off basically, which I guess kind of draws you into the image a little bit more. Pages 74 and 75. This is Nick Perry. Now, this is before he has all of his tattoos. He's got a lot of tattoos here, but he kept adding and adding and adding. Funny thing about that Les Paul tattoo is he had Les Paul sign him, and then he got the signature tattooed to his body. But Nick is a tremendous, tremendous guitar player, amazing rock guitarist. You've got your Jack Daniels here. The reflection is spot on. I'm not in the reflection, though I do like myself to be found in reflections. I was not in this one. The composition just works. You've got Nick on the left-hand side. You've got his reflection on the right-hand side, the Jack Daniels cups, the Jack Daniels bottle. That is just what adds to all of these images. Fan-freaking-tastic. I just love the way this 2-page spread works. Pages 76 and 77. This is Walt at the Hammerstein Ballroom on the stage there. Now, I was hired to photograph this venue for the owners of the venue to try and update their website at the time to get more information out there about what they do. And I thought it would be cool to have Walt come up to New York City, because this is Hammerstein Ballroom in New York City, to be the subject on the stage. Because I thought that if no one is on stage, it just looks like a venue. There's no depth. it doesn't sell very well. So we had Walt come up. I believe I was using the 12-24 f4 lens. It was the very first Nikon DX lens that was made, and I don't know if it was the D2XS at the time, but it allowed me to go wide. And the lines are not perfectly straight here. You can see some of the warping of the lens at the bottom, not perfectly straight, but it's also possible that the stage isn't perfectly straight, and which I think is more than likely than me being off, because everything looks even left to right, top to bottom for the Hammerstein Ballroom itself, all the boxes and all of the lights. And it's one of my favorite photos. If you look at the spotlights up at the top, the two spotlights, the left one and the middle one, you can see the reflectors. So there's some highlights there. The one on the right didn't have a highlight. And when the early Photoshop was around, I would put the highlight there. I would cut a circle out so no one would know. But again, I don't want to over edit my images or do things that change up what the image was like. And now would be a good time for me to tell you that no photos in this book are cropped. The reason that the book is sized the way that it's sized is so that a 2-page spread is a full frame image. It's exactly how I captured it in terms of the composition. There's no cropping being done. And I know that's not for everybody. But for me personally, I take great pride in the fact of knowing that I didn't have to crop it to get the composition. That doesn't mean every picture couldn't be improved with a slight crop. But my reasoning for not cropping nowadays, because back in the old days, in the film days, you didn't crop because you enlarged all the pixels, or sorry, the grain when you went to enlarge something. And that meant that you were losing quality. So today you have a lot more quality with megapixels, and you do have the ability to crop, but I don't like that. I want all of the raw data. I want every pixel to count and not crop anything out. The main reason that I don't want to crop is I don't want to second guess every single photo that I take, where I don't want to sit there and be like, this would be better, that would be better. That is my personal choice. It's not everybody's choice and not everybody agrees with it. But for me, I like to know that every photo in this book, as well as the Bernie book, are not cropped. I take that as a personal win. You can take it however you would like. Page 79. This is what you get when you have all access. You're able to get on stage. You're able to be in a place where other people aren't able to be, because the regular photographers you can see off to the side, right to the right-hand side. This is a photographer. I honestly forget his name at this point, but he was in the pit for so many of the shows that I used to shoot. I used to bother the piss out of this guy because he would get so angry, and I was just having fun, and other people were having fun, and he would get so upset. I remember stuff like that. But then to the left of him, you have the guy who looks like a 1960s, 1970s guy with his beard and his long hair and his bandana. He was always at Silvertide shows. He was one of their biggest fans. He was a big fan of WMMR in Philadelphia with Pierre Robert, right? But it is so interesting to see what you see in the crowd. There's been times I've gone back through photos of crowds and seen people. I was like, oh snap, that person was there. And it's just so cool that you go back and you see they were at this show, they were at this show, they were at that show. But I love looking at the photos and seeing the photographers in the pit. In this case, that guy, I unfortunately don't remember his name right now, but he was always at all of those early shows that I did. And other photographers start to see you up on stage and you're like, well, how did you do that? How did you get access, but I don't have access? So that's one of the things that I personally take pride in. Not the fact that they were questioning how I did it, but the fact that I was actually able to do it. Page 80, Walt Lafty, lead singer of Silvertide. So when I came up to this section, I thought it would be great to have Walt, in his own words, share what it was like to know me or work with me or meet me or all of those different things. So the words I'm about to read are from Walt Lafty, who is the lead singer of Silvertide. When I first met Jared, I wasn't sure what to think. He was simultaneously outgoing and introverted. Still, we got along easy enough, which led to a relaxed relationship where Jared began to frequently hang around before, during, and after Silvertide performances. He joined us in the dressing rooms, for meals on South Street in Philly, after shows at various bars, and eventually at my place in Philly. Back then, Jared seemed to seamlessly document all aspects of life. He became the shadow I always expected to see, and I relied on him a great deal. He'd find ways around every area of every venue, like Peter Parker burning the midnight oil as Spider-Man. Jared would sometimes even find ways to capture himself within these moments. Most photographers would politely stand in the pit area and snap as many shots as they could. Not Jared. He'd simply say, "I can really get something great if you just let me go everywhere." And something told me to trust his instincts. Eventually, he stopped asking, and I trusted his vision and skill to get what he needed to get. After this time period, Jared went on to photograph nearly every band or project I belonged to. And then he took his mastery to a whole new level. He began sharing his skills and wisdom with other budding photographers. He shared his knowledge on how to capture images like the very ones in this book, which tools to use, and what steps to take from there. Jared's passion, dedication, experience, wisdom, skills, and attitude towards getting the right shot can be witnessed in every one of these photographs. Jared's talent is clear to anyone who comes across his work, and after all of the incredible Silvertide images that he captured for the band and all of my side projects, I was honored to return a small favor when he asked me to write this introduction. Thank you, my friend, for the years of images and memories. Pages 81 through 89, which take us through the rest of the Silvertide section. On 81, we have Walt behind the TLA on South Street. This is the alley behind the venue that you go through the back exit, which most people don't go to, but you could actually access this right from the street. So I had Walt take a walk down the street. He was kicking snow. He was petting dogs. And I just loved the feel of the behind the scenes. It's not New York, but it's Philly. And it's outside, and it's not the same old shit over and over again. But as we progress and turn the page to 82, we've got Walt standing there on the stage. He's got the cigarette in his hand. You can see the way that his jeans are cut and have holes in them. His guitar tells a story because of all the stickers on it. And Walt has his hair the way he has it. It's shorter than it is in some of the other earlier photographs. But on the next page, it's a tighter shot of the cigarette with the smoke. You have the Silvertide logo coming out of the cuff of his shirt. I like the different color. It's not my normal boomy, explosive, contrasty color. It's more of a muted feel that I used one of our presets on, but it just felt right. And trying to figure out the juxtaposition of a left page and a right page isn't always easy, but this one felt kind of simple. It's the cigarette in his left hand in the one photo, it's the cigarette in his right hand in the other photo, but it's from the same show, the same sound check, and that's why I decided to put that here. Pages 84 and 85. Now, this picture on 84 might seem a little familiar to you if you have my Fronos Photo Guide to Capturing Motion in Low-Light Situations. If you don't have it, go over to fronosphoto.com, put your name and email address in the orange box, hit send it. I'm going to send you that guide for free. This is the cover that I used. Now, that information is a little older at this point. It was done in a DSLR era, but the information still holds true today. Everything needs to be updated, but the fundamentals and basics are still the same. I have so many great photos of Nick, a ton of awesome photos throughout the years of him, and you could see whether it's the long hair or less tattoos or more tattoos. It's a story and an evolution of his career and, of course, my career as well. Page 85 captures Nick in an awesome, he's playing behind his head, he's jumping at the same time. I get into the pit, I get down low. You can see that's a Silvertide show because Silvertide is on the drum kit back there, and it just works. It's just one of those things where he pops up, and I'm in the right place at the right time to capture that shot. As we turn the page to 86 and 87, when you can get up close and personal in the pit, and you just have time to photograph. This is why I like having all access, because it allows me to shoot more than just 3 songs and out. I guess we talked about that earlier, how the first Counting Crows concert was you shoot 3 songs and you have to leave. But the more you know the artist, and when you have the access, you can stay longer. You can go to different positions. I can be in the pit. I can be backstage. I can be on stage. I can be wherever I need to be because I have the trust of the artists, the photographers, or the trust of the musicians to allow me to go where I need to go because they know that I'm going to get the shot. And I also don't worry about being seen on stage. There's this idea that, you need to wear black and blend in and not be seen. No one in the crowd is going to sit there and be like, remember when that photographer's head popped up behind that amp and you took that picture? No, they're going to remember the picture that I got. So I don't worry about being seen on stage. I actually like being seen on stage because I like when people take pictures of me on stage doing what I do and then share it. It's a moment. It's a memory. And I'm not trying to say that I'm bigger than some of the artists, but I'm bigger than some of the artists at this point. But I just think people get a little too bent out of shape about being seen on stage. It's not a big deal. As long as you're not in the way, as long as you're not someone who's becoming the show and you're not trying to, hide behind an amp. I try to hide behind the amp. And then sometimes I'll stand up on the riser, take 3, 4, 5, 6 pictures real quick, and then get down off the riser because I know that shot is going to be memorable and people aren't going to be like, the people in attendance aren't going to be like, oh, I saw that guy pop up behind you. That ruined the whole show. It didn't. Anyway, the back bend photo and the straight up photo, these to me are just classic. They just have a feel to them, a tight contrast that just works. And there's so many, you get used to certain artists that you photograph. In this case, Nick always does a certain back bend. He does a certain jump, and I'm prepared for it. And that's why when you know what an artist is going to do because you photographed them for a while, you start to anticipate what's going to happen when and where. But also, I like the challenge of photographing someone new because you don't know what they're going to do, and it's kind of cool when you just go ahead and capture it. And to round out the Silvertide section, we've got page 88 and 89. I popped off a flash in this case. I went out onto the stage. Nick was in this back bend. Walt was head tilted up in the air. Bam, popped off the flash, and I locked this for all of eternity. The thickness of the black and white is fantastic. The feel down to the chucks that I'm pretty sure those are chucks that Nick is wearing, to the crowd going nuts. You can go through, again, like I said, all the Silvertide photos throughout the years and start to see the same people in Philly coming to see them time and time again. Oh, I didn't even really notice there's a photographer on the right-hand side, or a videographer. I don't know if that was Ari at the time getting close to me. It might have been Ari in the side of my photos. Funny thing is, for a while when Ari and I were working together, there are so many pictures of Ari in my photos in the background. I always thought that was cool. I like seeing recurring things and themes in my images. Some people don't like it. They're like, oh, you don't want to be seen. Very similar to what I just said, where they don't want to see you on stage. But you look back at this photo, and I don't sit here and go, I wonder what people were thinking about me being on stage. I think, I got this shot. I love this 2-page spread, and it's one of those moments that's just frozen in time. So though Silvertide never took off to be the biggest band in the world, they had a nice run. I had an opportunity to get in with them. I think I did a fantastic job, and I was there every step. I mean, we're talking almost 20 years of being around these guys. And of course, it tapers off over time. You have to continue to move on, continue to evolve, continue to grow. The hope was that they would have become the biggest musicians in the world. But on the flip side, if that had happened, what does that change for me? Would I have been too reliant on someone else's success? And then at some point, if they broke up or they stopped touring or they weren't popular, that I would just be left to my own devices and not have really taken control and taken the bull by the balls, as I like to say, and made my own way. I love the fact that I was able to make my own way, and that gives me the freedom to do what I want to do. Would I like to have seen them travel the world, and would I have liked to join them to travel the world? The answer to that is absolutely 100% yes, but I'm happy with the collection of images that I got of this band. They mean a lot to me. They're my long-term friends. The images mean a lot to me, and I'm happy that they gave me the access early on, because without that access, I don't end up with a portfolio of images that I can show other people to say, look, this is what I do. I do the live, I do behind the scenes, I do the candids, I get whatever I need to get because they gave me the access. Everything from being to Walt's house, to multiple studio situations, to live shows, on stage, backstage, everywhere. I'm very thankful that I met the guys in Silvertide. Pages 90 and 91. Band photo stories. I've never been the type of photographer to set up my shots. I prefer capturing candid moments as they present themselves as opposed to setting something up. But band shots are a totally different animal. They take a little bit of direction, timing, and some luck. When it all comes together, you're rewarded with a band locked in a moment for all of time. Wow, Jared, you're such a profound writer. Oh my God, it's so epic for all of time, he says. Continuing on, this section kicks off with Maroon 5, a very young Maroon 5. The date was November 27th, 2002, and Maroon 5 was opening for John Mayer at the Liacouras Center in Philadelphia on Temple University's campus. Just like at the Counting Crows show, I walked backstage without being stopped. There was Maroon 5 folding their laundry and hanging out. I don't remember what I said to convince them to let me take some photos, but whatever I said, it worked. I wish that worked more often. But hey, what's the worst that they can say? No. But what happens if they say yes? Well, you end up on page 92 and 93 with Maroon 5 folding their laundry. This is back in the film days. So I had the flash, but I don't know. Oh, I absolutely popped the flash off here. I can't say that I didn't, because look at Adam's arm. This would have been one of those slow sync flashes where you pop the flash, but then the ambient light allows the slower shutter speed to capture any movement that you have. That can both bone you and benefit you if it's done right. But you've got the entire band just sitting here on a little sofa with Adam folding his clothes. This is the original lineup of Maroon 5. I love the color and I love the feel. Part of that is how it was scanned. The other part of that is the lighting that was in the room. It's obviously going to be mixed lighting. We've got my strobe, my flash, my regular flash on camera popping off a white light. Then you've got the tungsten balanced light or something that's a little warmer coming from the ceiling or from the lamp. And it just works out. It just feels right. And then when you add some of the motion in there, it gives it a realness, that it's not just popping off a flash straight and the photo is straight white and just over the top. It just has a really cool feeling of I'm just hanging out backstage. These guys are just doing what they're doing. But this was definitely a super young Maroon 5. Pages 94 and 95. Now we have Jet backstage. This was at one of those Y100 festivals. This is where I got that photo of the drummer, who's the second one in on the left here, smoking the cigarette. You also saw some of those behind the scene photos of him smoking a cigarette in that self-portrait where that photo is laying on the ground. They were smoking backstage. I mean, this was just how it was. I mean, obviously, it wasn't until the 2000s at some point that they stopped smoking indoors, but bands still tend to smoke indoors. But here you have one of the biggest bands in the world on the come up. They were up and coming. They were going to start selling out arenas and massive venues any day now. That Are You Gonna Be My Girl just absolutely blew up and became the song of whoever knows how long it was. That iTunes commercial just catapulted them. But being able to be in this small room, and what's interesting about this small room is you're going to see an ongoing theme in this venue of this backstage area. It may not be the same same room, but it's in the same venue. So time and time again, I find myself in very similar places, if not the same exact place, capturing a different band years and years apart. So pop the flash off again back here because we needed to pop off some lighting. Is the composition perfect on this one? Not exactly now that I look at it a little closer, but it just captures them. They were tired. They looked like rock stars. They were partiers. I would go out and hang out with them later this night at a bar. Nothing too extreme, but it ended up being a lot of fun. And like I've said before, every time they came to town, there was always a photo pass waiting for me because they just liked having me around. Or they just liked free photos. I'm not really sure. Page 96 and 97. Jet. Talk about a rock and roll band. Jet personified rock and fucking roll. The first time I saw Jet was by pure accident. I was in college and a friend decided to drive us through North Philly. While walking around downtown, we were stopped by a band loading into the Khyber Pass. They asked if we were coming to the show tonight. Now, I'm not sure why we said yes, but I'm sure glad we did. In case anyone was wondering, the band that stopped us was a Philly band named LaGuardia. The Khyber Pass was a tiny hole in the wall that saw some huge bands stop by in the 90s. As soon as I walked in the door, I saw 4 guys dressed in black leather bomber jackets, one of them wearing an aviator hat with some of those 4 non-blonde goggles on top. They were all smoking and drinking. I had no idea who these guys were, but they looked like fucking rock stars. Mind you, I was there to see the opening act, but decided to stick around to see who this band named Jet was. We didn't last more than a song or two of Jet. It wasn't because the music was bad. It was because it was so damn loud. I couldn't hear myself think. This unknown band from Australia was playing their first ever show in the United States. This band was used to playing huge shows back home, but here they were playing to 20 or 30 people. And all I could think of was leaving because it was so freaking loud. It might sound strange that Jet was playing to so few people since they would go on to play stadiums and major festivals. The answer is simple. The iPod commercial hadn't dropped yet. Steve Jobs personally picked Are You Gonna Be My Girl to be the soundtrack to the now iconic first iPod commercial. After that commercial dropped, Jet became one of the biggest bands in the world. Even though I didn't stay for the show, the next day I phoned up their label, Elektra Records, to find out when they would be back and how I could photograph them. From that point on, anytime Jet was near Philly, I was there with my camera. The photo of Jet on the previous page was taken on November 29th, 2003, backstage in Camden, New Jersey. Page 98 and 99. Graham Colton and the Graham Colton Band sit outside a small venue called North by Northwest. I have no idea how bands made enough money to stay on the road when they were playing venues of 40 or fewer people. But like most bands I met early on, every time they came through Philly, I made it a point to be there just in case they ended up wanting to take me on the road. Page 100 and 101. Here we have Silvertide backstage. You can see all of the noise and the grain from the early camera, the early DSLRs. We couldn't pump that ISO up super high. And once again, that fisheye to capture the scene. What I love is that pretty much Walt is the only one looking at me. The drummer, Kevin might be looking at me, but it's sometimes hard to tell. But I love that you get just the people hanging out backstage, the open beers, the cigarettes, the ashtrays, the reflections in the mirror. Amy, I believe, who's Walt's wife, is moving, and because it's a slow shutter speed, she is blurring slightly. You have basically all of Silvertide. Oh shit, there I am. I've really never noticed myself right in the middle of the frame. Look at the mirror. That's me. You see me taking the photo. After all these years, I never realized, I probably did realize it at some point, but maybe forgot about it. But that's me taking the picture. That makes it even cooler. That honestly, I love, as you'll see throughout this book, I love pictures of me in mirrors. Wow. Another one that just popped out where I'm in the photo. I wish you could pinch and zoom. Maybe that's the thing, is on a smaller screen, I never really noticed it in the raw file, but here it popped out to me and now I can't unsee it because there I am. There was no way if I was looking through the camera that I would be able to see myself in the mirror because I just don't see that well, especially on a smaller screen. Well, it wouldn't be a screen. It would have been an optical viewfinder of the DSLR. But yeah, oh, that's cool. Walt's holding his jacket. So cool. But anyway, let's get to the next 2 pages where I've got some write-up to talk about these images. Page 102, Silvertide. I love this photo. This was post-show in Atlantic City. At this point, I was not close with the band. This was one of the first times meeting with Walt and the band. I'm pretty sure I went through a publicist to get access, but after this day, Walt gave me his number and everything went through him from that point on. My favorite thing about this photo is not actually in the photo. It's a mirror selfie I took while waiting for the band, which is also on page 257. In the photo, you get to see 2005 Jared with his black dress pants, black shoes, purple dress shirt, slick back hair, camera bag, and trustworthy Nikon in my hands. Did I look the part? Not even close. My thought was, if I dress well, people will remember me. It's certainly an interesting look for someone trying to work with bands, but I guess it worked out in the end. Page 103, Gyrojets, New York City. One of my all-time favorite band photos is this one of the Gyrojets. These 5 Scottish lads were on tour of the United States in a red double-decker British bus. This tour stop took us to New York City, where they were playing the Knitting Factory. This image yells classic rock and roll to me. I love the thick, grainy look, black and white, with only one of the band members actually making eye contact with the lens. It's gritty, it's dirty, it's rock and roll. With all of that said, they never took off as a band, but they put on an amazing, energy-filled show. If you don't remember, I do have a playlist of all the music from the bands, not all of it, but a selection of my favorite tracks from these bands, including the Gyrojets. So put that music on at some point, take a listen to it, because they were doing some really cool music all the way back then. It definitely fit the style that I liked. Page 104 and 105. This is that Gyrojets photo. New York has a gritty feel to it. The black and white has a gritty feel to it. Only the drummer right there, the second person in from the left, is looking at me. Are my lines perfectly straight? No. Does the image work? 100% yes. Not every photo is going to be technically perfect or sound, and when you're moving quick and trying to find the image and try to capture something, you might not get it all perfect, but that's what makes the candids work. Again, one of my all-time favorite photos. Pages 106 and 107. We got the Black Eyed Peas and Fergie Ferg and Will.i.am. This happened before one of their shows, obviously. This is at the Electric Factory. We're in the hangout room where post-show people would hang out with all access passes, and then the band would come rolling through, and then they would just hang out. Of course, it's people that they know, or maybe they were doing meet and greets, but most of this was before meet and greets. I broke out again my strobe. This was around the time that I was carrying that Ultra Zap 1600, sat them in the seat, had the one light set up, and again, it might be back focused on the wall behind. It's just so weird with that 17 to 55, what would happen. You know you're focused right on one of the artists, but then for some reason, it feels like it's back focused. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with the higher aperture because of using the flash. But at the time, the Black Eyed Peas this was a, 3,000 people venue, maybe a little less, a little more. It wasn't the biggest venue in the world, but this is the Black Eyed freaking Peas, and I'm there. Pages 108 and 109. This is Perry Farrell and Satellite Party. You can see Nick, he has his eyes slightly closed right there, but he's gotten some nice eyeshadow on. We've got Perry Farrell, we've got Carl Restivo, we've got Jordan Plotsky, and we have Etty Lou Farrell right here. She's married to Perry. So this is reminiscent of a photo that you would see Jim Marshall take in the 1960s or 70s, where he would lay on the ground. And he isn't the only one who did this, and I'm not the only one who did this. And you lay on the ground, you have the band look down at you, you have a fisheye or something wide angle, and I popped the flash off so that you would have some light in their faces. I love the fact that behind Etty's leg, behind her knee, you have the starburst happening from the sun. So it doesn't feel like I'm completely flat on my back here, but the shot absolutely works out. It gives you that intimate feel that you're up close and personal with that band. Page 110 and 111. very similar. Down low, this is Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros. What an album they had. I mean, they had like 20 people on stage playing music, and I was able to get most of them, or a ton of people, down in this shot. And it's cool because Jade, who's right here, I believe her head is blocking the sun, or I have those people blocking the sun. So you have to find the angle, and you have to be careful because you're popping a flash off and you don't want to really bother these people. But when you can get buy-in for a shot like this, it separates you from the rest of the world because it shows that you are close. You're able to speak with the artists. They're able to trust in what you do. You're like, let's try this out. You lay on the ground, you get creative, and you get rewarded. Page 112 and 113. A couple of jumping bands here. We've got a band that never really took off here. They were part of the Brit Bus tour with the Gyro Jets. They were around, and we were in Boston, and we did a play on the Beatles walking across the street because in a crosswalk, and we just had everybody jump. So that's why you just have that jumping photo. But that also works well with the Mr. Wives here on the right-hand side on page 113. They're in front of the Fillmore, which so happened to be like 2 blocks from my house. So it's not that hard to do candids of big bands coming through. I mean, that's what's awesome about Philly. There are so many good venues. You've got venues that have 400 seats, 500 seats, 800 seats, 1,000. You get to TLA and you have about 1,000 people that come through. The Fillmore, you're getting over 3,000. You start to get into some big bands coming through, or bands that are on the come up, or honestly bands that are on the come down because they used to play arenas, but now they're only playing to 3,500 to 4,000 people. But having access to these venues is so helpful when these bands come through town. So I just line them up. I'm like, jump in front of this thing, and boom, they're frozen. Pages 114 and 115. This is another iteration of a band. I believe we called them Automatic Fire at the time, and they had an automatic weapon in their logo, which I may have designed or Ari may have designed at the time. But New York City, gritty look, very similar to what you saw with the Gyro Jets, but this is a few years later. It's just, there's something about New York, right? There are so many cool scenes that lend well to musicians. I mean, look at Walt's hair. It looks like it's blowing in the wind a little bit. It's a little frizzy, but then you have this light right behind him that's making him glow. Well, I don't want to say Jesus-like, but it's kind of glowing Jesus-like. I just love the thickness of the black and white. Page 116 and 117. Another group shot of a Walt band. I did this in Fishtown/Kensington area before I lived here, right? So I was afraid to be there. This was a rundown building, and they were standing in a rundown elevator shaft, an old freight elevator. I have some color photos of this as well, where you could see the wider shot where you see the actual elevator and all the rubble that is around us. We had them stand there, or I had them stand there, focused on Walt here. You get the slightly out of focus guys in the background, but this just really worked out as a band photo. I mean, with band photos, you can't always do candids. You have to do some sort of direction. And in this case, don't put Walt directly in the middle. Focus right on Walt. Probably not super wide open, or maybe I was at f1.4, maybe I was at 2.8. I have to check which metadata and what I was shooting it at, but this isn't about how it was shot. It's just that the composition works, the black and white works, the tones work. The only thing that didn't work is they didn't take off as a band. Pages 118 and 119. Once again, we're working with Automatic Fire here. We've got Walt right in the middle. He was spitting the beer at me because it just felt like it added dimension. Why do they have umbrellas? I don't know why they have umbrellas. It's just stupid. You do these band shots and you're like, I don't know, let's try something different. This was behind a rehearsal studio that was being built in Northeast Philadelphia off of the Boulevard, for anybody that knows the Boulevard. And we set it up. Greg helped me set up different lighting, and obviously you need a strobe here to freeze the beer in the air. The people have the umbrellas. They're sitting cross-legged. It's just a lot of stuff going on. When it comes to band photos, you never know what's going to work. In this case, I think it works. If it didn't have the spitting of beer, it probably wouldn't have been as strong of an image. Pages 120 and 121. Waffle House. I'm sure a lot of thoughts come to mind when you hear Waffle House. For me, Waffle House meant we'd hit the South on our long drive to Disney in the old station wagon. As a family, we'd stop there at least once a trip. I would get a grilled cheese and double hash browns. So what does this have to do with my love of taking photos with bands in Waffle Houses? Not much, other than Waffle Houses hold a special place in my heart. Symmetry, lines, and repeating elements can help make candid images come to life. Waffle Houses have symmetry, tons of lines with the tiles, counter, chairs, and roof line, and repeating elements like the light globes, tables, and plaques on the wall. Toss a ragtag group of rock star looking people into the mix, make it black and white, and you have the making of a solid storytelling image. What makes these two indoor Waffle House images so great, in my opinion, is they are shot wide, but close. When you shoot wide, you capture the environment you're in. You capture the table settings, the waffle machines, the kitchen, the ceiling tiles, to the floor tiles, and of course, people. It's like I'm not even there. They don't look at me. They don't worry that I'm taking photos. They just go about the business of messing around before the food is dropped at the table. On the flip side, if you shoot too wide or too far away from your subjects, it can end up looking like a snapshot. That's why when I used the fisheye lens, I went on the other side of the counter so I could lean in and fill the frame with the band. Pages 122 and 123. This time we have another iteration of a band that Walt was in. This time we've got Nick, who was in Silvertide, back in it, as well as the drummer in the middle. It was a three-piece band. They were called Cyanide. That's what they were called. Now, I love the repeating elements. I've already talked about the tiles, the globes, and everything on the wall. You see all of those elements come together here. This was done with a 14mm to 24mm 2.8 Nikon. So it's not a fisheye. This is what they call rectal linear. You've got Greg on the right-hand side who was driving with us to South by Southwest at the time, and he's taking video with the camera that he's holding. Nick is making some sort of gesture towards Walt, who's making a face, and you got Ari, you got Ed, I don't remember the other guy's name who was on the tour with us at the time. It wasn't really a tour. It was, we were driving to South by Southwest. They were going to play a showcase, and it's a long drive, so you stop at Waffle Houses along the way. The lines are pretty good in this shot. The globes are great. I love the fact that we have the clock on the wall so you can see what time it is if, you know, the time was right. But man, do I love Waffle Houses. Pages 124 and 125. This is the fisheye Waffle House photo that I'm alluding to when I talk about getting on the other side of the counter and getting close. And by the way, I don't think I can really eat Waffle House anymore. It doesn't bode well for my body, so I try to stay away from Waffle House at this point. But going to the other side of the counter, you know, Walt is squeezing the ketchup bottle. He's wearing a hat that says the Brit Bus Tour. A little background into that, that was the double-decker bus that we drove around on with the band, the Gyro Jets, and a couple of other acts that was paid for by a British company, and it was called the Brit Bus Tour. It was a failure. It was a flop. No one showed up. I guess it was just a way for somebody to have a tax write-off. But no one's looking at me in this shot. You've got Greg in the background. He's part of the story because he drove with us, or he drove us to South by Southwest in his vehicle with a tow hitch and everything. And the band is just eating. I love that the ketchup is captured falling out of the, being squeezed out of the bottle. You got all their sodas. You've got the checks written for each of them on the table. The Tabasco sauce, the crumpled up napkins, the salt and pepper shakers, the menu. It just works. Symmetry works so well when you get it right. If you're off by a little bit with the fisheye, it just doesn't work. It looks like a snapshot. But in this case, I love the way that this image feels. Pages 126 and 127. We got Sinai outside at the Waffle House this time for another jumping photo. Are jumping photos always good? The answer to that is no, but sometimes they create interest. I was like, guys, let's get a jumping photo in front of Waffle House to round out my multiple Waffle Houses. But what I like is that you've got the address, 2609. I don't exactly know where it was taken, but I'm sure I could probably find it. Oh, look, in the reflection, you got a McDonald's across the way. And if you look even closer, you can see Greg in the reflection taking video, other people in the shot. I don't mind stuff like that. And you can see people behind the counter as well. I like that you can see into the restaurant because we were just there. We just had a great photo in there, but I love reflections, right? I don't mind that people show up in the background of images. Those are hidden gems. The McDonald's across the street, never eat it. I would never eat a McDonald's. Just never going to happen. But these are all the hidden things that show up in images. Some people like those distractions. I mean, it's not really a distraction. Some people like having things like that, like me. And then other people are like, no, it's too much of a distraction. Greg is in it. Like, I don't care that Greg's in it. I think that's part of the story. And that's why I am happy with images that have people in the background that mean something, or recurring themes that mean something. So now when I go to a Waffle House or stop at a Waffle House, I get some great photos there just because the lines and everything about it, the colors, the tones, the grittiness of it, it's a great place to take photos. You just got to be careful when you're taking photos there because you don't want to upset someone at 4 a.m. when they are, drinking their coffee, because Waffle Houses are usually 24 hours. Man, double hash browns taste so good. Not smothered or covered, just with ketchup. And then get a bathroom ready, because it's Waffle House. Pages 128 and 129. Perry Farrell Tour. Hey, Jared, what are you doing for the next 6 weeks? We started in Philly and headed south playing shows all the way to Florida. Then we hopped on a flight to the Northwest and drove up into Canada for a show before heading back down the West Coast through San Francisco, LA, and San Diego, and one more fly date to end the tour in Dallas. But how did I end up on tour with one of the originators of alternative music? I was on my way to the Theater of Living Arts in Philly to meet up with Nick Perry, formerly of Silvertide, who was on tour with Perry Farrell. Over the prior week or so, Nick and I had been talking because it looked like Perry was looking for some creative people to join them on the road to make content. Now keep in mind, this was the MySpace era, and Facebook had just opened up to everyone. The term content creator hadn't been coined yet, but Nick said they would be stopping in Philly and I should come down with some of my work. Here I was driving down I-95 when the phone rings. It's Perry. Hey, Jared, what are you doing for the next 6 weeks? I said, I don't know, Perry, touring with you? As soon as I got to the venue, I met with Perry on his tour bus and showed him my photo books. He said, we can pay you $750 a week plus $40 a day per diem. Can you leave tonight? I hopped right in the car, drove home, got packed, and got dropped back off right before Perry went on. This was the start of 6 weeks on the road. Now, if anybody tells you that the road is glamorous and backstage is amazing, they've never been there, because 6 weeks on the road is a lot of time. You're living with 12 or so other people on a bus that's, 52 feet long? You've got 12 bunks. You've got a driver driving overnight who's probably coked out of his mind and swerving all over the road, and you never know if you're going to make it from one place to the other. It's not a glamorous life. I mean, you wake up at noon, you prepare for the show, you do a sound check, you don't go on till 9, and then you roll out at 2, 3, or 4 in the morning, and you go to bed and start all over again, but in a new city. It's not glamorous. But let me take you back to that time where I sat there with Perry on the bus, and he ended up hiring me to go on the road to basically make content, to be a content creator before it was even a thing. I'm not one of these people who grew up with music, popular music. I grew up with Billy Joel or the Beatles, and whatever my parents had is what I listened to. But I didn't listen to the radio in the 80s and 90s, and I'm like, oh man, I love Nirvana. Oh, Jane's Addiction. Roof, roof, roof. Like, none of that stuff ever resonated with me because I just wasn't into the music. So when I encounter someone who's like the godfather of alternative music, I don't feel anything, right? I don't feel in awe. Now, I know that he was super popular, and I know that he's written some amazing hits, and Jane's Addiction was obviously huge, but for me, it's something to accomplish, right? I'm out on the road to do a job, and Perry just so happens to be another person who is famous. So it never really affected me. Pages 130 and 131. I remember waking up this morning, rolling out of my bunk, walking out of the tour bus and looking out in Aspen, Colorado and being like, holy shit. I mean, it was clear, it was crisp, it was clean, it was beautiful. And like I said about being on the road, it's not glamorous. There's no window in your bunk. You can't look outside. I mean, if you look at the middle of this bus where there is a window and then next to it, yeah, that's basically where my bunk was. I was a top back bunk. There's 3 rows of bunks. So you've got 3, 6, 9, 12 bunks. And the back left where I ended up being is probably not the best place because you sway around more. The better bunk is the one on the ground, basically, on the floor of the bus, because your center of gravity is lower. You're not going to shake around as much. But this was just Perry walking back from wherever we were at the time, getting ready to play in Aspen. And I just love the way the everything reflects in it. You've got Perry reflecting, you've got the mountains in the background, so you can actually figure out the location based off of the image. And that's one of the things as a photographer I try to do is not geolocate, but make sure that people are aware of where it is. It's not just a tight picture. If it was a tight picture of just Perry anywhere in the world, and you would never know, like it wouldn't matter, right? It wouldn't matter where you are in the world, and that's what it's about to have access. And also, I didn't think about this till later, but basically taking the same type of tour picture bus photo in every location, I didn't think about it until much later. Page 132 and 133. Now, this image on the left is the second day of the tour. These aren't all in chronological order because for the book, you got to move some things around in the story to make it work the best. But I believe this was the second day of the tour. So I'm still feeling things out. We just left Philly. It's my first time touring somewhere. We get down to like Baltimore, I believe, is where we're playing. And I believe it was Ram's Head Live. The back of the book will have all the information. But Perry is always doing his makeup. He does a bunch of things. He's all about fitness, right? At least at the time when we were out there in 2007. He would do his yoga. He would drink his tea. He would get ready to do his makeup, and there's always a mirror. So a big thing was, I'm sure in his writer, it's like, we need mirrors. We need to make sure that we have mirrors so we can do our makeup. There's the lip liner, the eyeliner, just whatever he wants to put on. It's all about putting on a show. And so being able to do the reflection in the mirror, but still have his head out of focus on the left-hand side is what it's all about. If what I did was take a picture of just a reflection and it didn't have any other information in it, you would think I was just shooting a portrait. But being able to tell that it's a mirror and that he's doing his makeup is what makes it much better. Now, on the right side of the page, this is back in Aspen, Colorado. Perry had to do an interview, and he was sitting on the bus doing the interview or about to do the interview. And I was like, Perry, can we go sit in that little park over there? Like, let's get outside and do it. So we ended up going outside, sitting in the park. He did his interview there. I did some candids while he was doing his interview. And then I got this one portrait. I'm like, look over here, Perry. Boom. Portrait photo. Boom. Pages 134 and 135. Did I mention mirrors? Yeah. Mirrors all over the place. On the left-hand side, Perry doing his tie. You have the reflection. You see some other things that are going on in the dressing room. You've got Jordan in the background in the mirror into another mirror, right? That's behind the scenes. When you have this access, you got to get the good shots when you have the access. So mirrors are a big thing. On the right-hand side, we've got Perry in the mirror, and you might think that he looks a lot like Marilyn Manson, but not like physically looking like Marilyn Manson, but the type of clothes that he's wearing. Well, a guy like Marilyn Manson would have taken inspiration from Perry Farrell for how to dress, right? He would have taken inspiration from him in the late 80s and the early 90s as Jane's Addiction was blowing up. That's the type of feeling that I get from it, but it's also, I'm sure, pretty true. When you look at the image in the reflection in the mirror, you have the satellite party set list or times and wherever they're going to go on, the day sheet. And that's also important because when you zoom in on it, you can read what it says. You guys can't pinch and zoom, but I can pinch and zoom. I can't read it on the computer. Come on, Jared. But yeah, you can read the times and the set list, and just the composition of this is what I like. The fact that the lamp is in there. It's not cut off. It's creating that glow. I didn't take all of the warmth out of it when I edited it because that would have been unnatural. But the moral of the story here is Perry's getting ready in the mirror all times, whether it's checking his outfit. Does he like this? Does he not like this? Should it have these arm sleeves? Shouldn't have the arm sleeve. Should it have a scarf? Should it not have a scarf? This is every single day that we had a show. There was always mirrors and there was always makeup or the wardrobe being done. Pages 136 and 137. Now, I remember this vividly. This is the Norva in Norfolk, Virginia. Perry was doing his own ironing. Broke out the ironing board. You can see all of his wardrobe and the other members' wardrobes were hanging here, getting ready to go backstage, and he's ironing. And what I did is I went with a slower shutter speed because I wanted to convey the motion of the ironing that's happening, not just freeze it. Yeah, we can all freeze action. Action's easy to freeze. Fast shutter speed, boom, you freeze the action. But when there's slight motion, and we're not talking about like making it out of focus on purpose, but when there's slight motion, you get a feeling of actual motion. So he is ironing and you can see that his arm's moving, but he's still nice and sharp. I love this black and white. This is one of my all-time favorites that I captured on the tour. I'm pretty sure I'm back there in the reflection as well in the mirror. I'm trying to zoom in and see it at this point. I don't have the full reses on this computer, but yeah, I'm pretty sure you can see me in the background. And you'll see later on in this book, I think, when I get to my photos of what I was wearing, but I was literally wearing all denim. I had jeans, I had a denim jacket, I had some stupid t-shirts at the time, and this was before I Shoot Raw ever became a thing. Pages 138 and 139. Perry was making his hat. He was hot gluing some feathers to his hat. When he turned around, he's like, "Look at me, Jared," right? And so, of course, he turns around. I have the fisheye on. I'm taking photos. I always have a bunch of different lenses. Back at that time, I had like a 17 to 55 2.8. Remember, this is a crop sensor Nikon camera. And I guess since I mentioned Nikon, everything in this book so far, up to this point, has been taken with a Nikon. I think 99.9% of this book, sans a couple of images, are all taken with the Nikons because I shot Nikon from 15 years on till 38. There's a couple of pictures. There's one taken with a Canon R3 in this book, and there's another one taken with a A1. It was just an A1. I'm pretty sure there's a Jane's Addiction photo that comes up later in the book that was taken with an A1. So mostly everything was taken with the Nikon. But off to the right-hand side of this image, you can see the wardrobe. You can see the ironing board. So just the look that he gave me, and not being able to bump that ISO super high back then wasn't easy. This was a 10.5 millimeter fisheye, right? So I didn't go over the lenses when I just mentioned that, but I would have a 17 to 55, a 70 to 200, an 85 1.4. That was cool to break out back in the day, and a 10.5 millimeter DX fisheye. Did I have the 12 to 24 at the time? I don't know if I had the 12 to 24 or if I got rid of it. Pages 140 and 141. More Perry in the mirror. I mean, we have reflections everywhere. And this is him just trying to figure out what looks best on the hat. He put together so many different wardrobes, and he is really a visionary when it comes to performance. You know, the guy was the originator of Lollapalooza. He has influenced so many artists throughout his time as an artist. So many people that came after him tried to emulate or learn from what Jane's Addiction and what Porno for Pyros and all the different bands that he was in. I so happened to be out when it was Satellite Party. Now, you might not have heard of Satellite Party. I did put whatever songs were available on Spotify from Satellite Party into the playlist that's at the QR code, and it's on Spotify. There was some really good music. The thing about this tour was it was not Jane's Addiction. So we weren't playing the biggest venues. We were playing places like the TLA. And I say we because I was out on the road, but that's 850 to 1,000 seats. So we were playing 850 to 1,000 seat venues. It wasn't exactly the biggest tour in the world because most people know Perry Farrell as Jane's Addiction. And so being that it was Satellite Party, it was not easy to move a lot of tickets. There were times where we would call radio stations and do like a ticket giveaway. We had to try and get more people there, and that was one of the things that I was tasked with trying to help with. Pages 142 and 143. I always stop and look at this image. I stare at this one because this is legitimately one of my top 3 pictures in the book. It is just symmetrically almost perfect. I don't want to say perfect because I'm sure it's not perfectly straight, but we were in, I believe, Pomona, California. This is where I bought my leather jacket across the street, and they had this loft area above where Perry was set up in the green room. And I went up there, and this is very reminiscent of a Neil Leifer style of photo. Neil would put, if you don't know Neil, we did a great interview with him years ago. He's one of the greatest sports photographers of all time, but he used to mount Hasselblads with fisheye lenses directly in the center of a boxing ring, but above, so that he could get these awesome photos down below. One of them is Muhammad Ali knocking out one of the guys who's laid flat out on the mat and his arms are up in the air. I mean, Neil was doing this in the 1960s. Neil was getting incredible stuff, and he continued to get incredible stuff. But he also did something in a prison cell where he did something similar up above, the symmetry, the fisheye, someone laying in their bed. And so when I saw this, I knew I had to go up there with a fisheye lens. And I did a couple of tighter shots, but I thought it was the best with the fisheye because this encapsulates the backstage and the green room area. Perry doing his yoga before a show. You've got different tea on the coffee table, or in this case, a tea table. You have Perry's shoes and pants and shirt and other things laid out directly in the middle where on that little sofa. You have the wardrobe rack right there with all the different options for everybody in the band. You've got different suitcases off to the left-hand side. You've got Nick Perry's bag to the right with his guitar case with the green sticker on it. It is just, in my opinion, one of the more perfect images that I've captured. This is where a fisheye absolutely works, and it crushed for this image. So again, this is one of my all-time favorite images that I've captured, not just in the book, but in all of time. Now would be a good time to tell you what I was doing on the road. The idea when we sat with Perry was he wanted to get more MySpace spins. Yep, MySpace spins. Back then, MySpace would track how many listens you ended up getting on your page, your profile, for music that you put up. And so Perry was doing like 300 spins a day. The goal was to get that up. My idea, before content creators and social media managers were even a thing, was to put out content. I mean, if we put up content every day on a schedule, that gives people a reason to come back every day to check to see what you're doing. It just was common sense. There was no reinventing the wheel. It just made sense. It was actually inventing the wheel. Like, if we give people content and a reason to come back, they're going to come back every day. Spins went from 300 to 3,000. Side note, I did notice that when you hit the refresh button on the internet and on the MySpace page, that the counter went up. Now, I didn't sit there and every day make it go to 3,000. It legitimately went to 3,000. I'm not a cheater. I don't crop. You can I don't crop. I don't cheat. I don't like cheaters. But it did go from 300 to 3,000 while I was on the road, which showed the value of putting out content. Perry is way ahead of the game. Right? He understands things or understood things a lot different than many people. I mean, the originator of Lollapalooza, so many things that he did turned into successes. And he was an originator of so many of those things. And he continues to do it today. I mean, he did get in a fight on stage with Dave and ended the tour, and who knows if they'll ever get back together again. But that was really, nothing I can do about that. But I was able to do what I was brought out there to do, create content and put it out into the world. Whether it was MySpace or on Facebook, I was utilizing the tech at the time that was available. I was working on a thing called a JetBook, right? It was like a white label computer. So at the time, I guess you could have Dells, you could have, what was the Cal brand? What was the Cal brand called again? Gateway. And you had gateways. But I knew this company that made computers or could order a special computer, and I ordered it. And I mean, it was a nice computer. It was a nice laptop. And I would sit there and I would transfer my files and back them up to some 8 gigabyte hard drive. I have no idea how small the hard drives were that we had back then, but I needed multiple hard drives because I had to save all my RAW files. Everything was a slow process. I mean, opening RAW files, I don't know when Lightroom came out or if I was even using Lightroom back then or I was just using Bridge at the time, but it was a process out on the road to back everything up and just to make sure I didn't lose any of the images. Page 145. What a pose. I believe this was in Orlando at one of the House of Blues, and I was on the stage on the side, and I used like a 51.4 and got Perry in this pose, and it's just one of those, just the way the light is hitting, the way the light is falling from the smoke, the way that he's pointing, the way that he looks, he is such a performer, and to be able to capture this, we're talking old school style. Old school, 2007, the way that we shot was not the same. Couldn't bump the ISO over 1250 ISO, and I'm limited, but that's why I got a 51.2 with a 51.4 at the time. So yeah, I had my 85.1.4, and I also had a 51.4, and obviously I broke the 51.4 out for this to get this nice pose. Page 147. Yeah, I kind of walked in on Perry and his wife canoodling. That's what was happening. Actually, I walked in on them, and then I was like, oh shit, sorry, and I ran out. And I didn't run out because I was like, oh shit, they're making out. It was, shit, I got to get my fisheye. I need to get the right lens on. And so I ran, got my lens in the other room, went back in, laid down on the ground, and did a little photo shoot with them. They loved it. I mean, they love showing how much they love each other, and they absolutely do, and they still do to this day because, I mean, they are 120,000 billion% in love, and they always showed it on tour. And so to have me there to capture it and to, get down low and get the shot, that's what happened here. I mean, again, high ISO, pushing the camera to its limits, but at the end of the day, I got the shot. And you're not sitting there going, well, I don't like what you did with the noise. This is 2007, guys. Right? No one's looking at it and be like, damn, the noise, the grain. Nah, the shot is what matters. It's captured. It's a fleeting moment that nobody else had. The two of these guys laying in there, I get in there, I lay down on the ground with them, and I get the photo. Awesome shot. Pages 148 and 149. Now, we were marooned in Reno, Nevada. And by marooned, we had like a 3 or 4 day break on the tour. So they just put us up at a hotel. The bus sits outside. Perry and Etty needed a photo for, I believe, Spin magazine at the time requested something. And so we did a photo shoot in the back of the bus. Remember, there's not a lot of room in the back of the bus. And put a pin in that because the back of the bus, I got a story to tell you about sitting in the back of the bus. But I had a flash that would pop up. I popped the flash off to the side, and I had like an accordion style plug that went into the hot shoe that went over to the flash, and you could extend it a little bit because we weren't doing wireless stuff just yet. I wasn't triggering it with another light. I had to trigger it wired. So the back of the bus was just this, right? You could turn the back of the bus into a bedroom. You could turn it into a hangout. You could have it be whatever. Well, it was more of a hangout room when we were driving. And so you have different clothes just drying. You have the suitcases and the two of them drinking, having fun in the back of the bus. And I was tasked with doing the photo shoot. And it turns out that Spin never actually ran the photo, but we had fun capturing this. I mean, that's what you do when you're on the road. You're there to do a job. They need a photo taken, you go and take it. But here, let's unpin the back of the bus. I remember sitting in the back of the bus with Perry quite often, and he had medical marijuana, and I don't smoke. And this is a small area, and the door closes. And I'm just sitting there while he's telling us stories about Jane. And he's telling us stories about other songs or other things that happened, things that we may have heard of or may never have heard of, but he's giving us the stories straight. I mean, the story about Jane is incredible. It's literally the song. He sat there and told us about Jane and the art house that they had, and people would come and go, and she'd try to sell the TVs, and she wanted to kick her habit, and she wanted to go to Spain, and all of these things. And you're sitting there and you're like, wow, that's the story of the song. All while getting really high. You know, I'm not a smoker. I don't do drugs. But I got so high in the back of the bus, it wasn't even funny that when we were driving over the mountains in Northern California, I woke up in the middle of the night thinking my head was going to explode. I don't know if it was the pressure. I don't know if it was the weed. I don't know what it was, but I got super paranoid that night that I got hotboxed in the back of the bus with Perry. Pages 150 and 151. Perry smoking a joint. I woke up, looked out the tour bus window, and all I saw were hookers and addicts. Welcome to Vancouver, British Columbia. What are you talking about, buddy? Hey, who are you talking about? Yeah, no, really, I this is what I saw when I opened the window. There were hookers and addicts. Don't yell at me if you're from British Columbia, because if you know the venue, you probably would say the same thing. Now, it's probably changed since 2007, but that is exactly what I saw. Anyway, is this a studio portrait? Or did it just happen that way? It just happened that way. This took place right outside our green room backstage. There was a floodlight right outside the door where the crew and Perry were hanging out. I must have noticed the potential for a portrait because I took a bunch of images trying to find the best angle for the light. As you will see on page 152 and 153, most of the shots weren't keepers. They either had too much motion blur or simply weren't good compositions. The slight smile, the head tilted up, the shadows on the face, the position of the fingers, joint, and smoke. This image could have been the cover of Rolling Stone. It wasn't, but it's the cover of this book. I remember standing outside of this green room. Perry's like, it's okay, we're in British Columbia, it's legal here, right? And there was that floodlight and the isolation and the separation from the darker background. I believe if I was to raise the exposure of the RAW file, you could probably see the doorway that I was standing in, but I grabbed the 51.4. He went through the motion of taking a puff and then swinging his hand out, as you'll see on the next couple pages, where I did the contact sheet so you could see the progression of the images. But this is where he rested, and thankfully he did because it was a slow shutter speed. I have to shoot at whatever aperture I was at, and it's a 51.4 lens. You don't have a lot to work with. And the lighting it was up above. That's why I had him tilt his head up. Because if I didn't, his eyes would have been recessed totally. So there is a little bit of direction that goes into working with the subjects. But this ended up being the cover. There were a couple of ideas for the cover. You had Perry smoking the joint. There's a Modest Yahoo photo on stage. There is a Ben Folds photo that is the back cover of this book that I like. But I felt that this worked the best for book 2. I felt that it just made sense for this to be the cover. I like it. I just like the way it feels, and that's why I went with it. I mean, I have this blown up in my house 4 feet by 6 feet as well, and that proves to you that a 12 megapixel crop sensor camera is fully capable of allowing you to blow up a picture the size of a wall. I mean, we're talking 4 feet by 6 feet. That's the size of a hockey net for those who are playing at home and understand hockey. That's big, and it is big, and it is impressive. What's interesting is early on, where his chin is, there's absolutely no detail there. It lost the detail. It got too burned in by the extra floodlight that was flooding in. But hey, this is why we shoot RAW. We have the RAW file. We can bring back as much as we possibly can. Now, if something is devoid of detail, those are usually delineated by the blinkies on the back screen when you're looking, if you can see the highlights. If it's blinking, it means there's no data there. There's no detail there. So it's going to be completely void and white. I might have dodged or burned, I would have burned it a little bit in the past, but I didn't like how it looked, so I kind of pulled back on it. And when you're editing this, you got to find the right happy medium between the smoke billowing, Is it too much? Is it too little? Do I go brighter on the face? Do I go darker? Like, how do I make it work? And I think we nailed it with this edit. Pages 152 and 153. These are the photos that I took that led to the cover of this book. You can see, I mean, I like the first horizontal one. It's a cool black and white of him taking the puff. And then the other one, the one right to the right of it, he's just, just smoked it and is just looking kind of like a classic 1980s album cover. And then we go vertical. And all of this smoking and all the different movements all led to the last shot where the cover of the book and on the page before this, how he froze and held still. Because you can see the motion in the hands. You can see as he's moving, there is some blur. So when he stands still, and you can start to see the background too, right? You can see the light inside of the room behind us. But the cover of the book, it's just one of those things where it just happened. And that's why I like sharing the behind the scenes. That's why I want to share the great shot, but also how we got there. Jim Marshall, one of the greatest photographers ever in the music scene and ever, we have a story coming up on him, but he has a whole book that's called Proof. It's all of his contact sheets from his famous photo shoots and famous photos, and he highlights with the pen like you would do with the grease pencil in the darkroom, you select the best, but you can see the ones around it that maybe weren't the best, and then you see why the best photo was selected. There's a reason it pops, and a reason it's like the best ones simply stand out. Page 155. We were in San Francisco to play a set in Bloomingdale's for a John Varvatos event. Perry was checking out different aisles of clothing and even stopped to sit like a mannequin. We came upon a Calvin Klein display with black mannequins and white underwear. Perry went back into his green room, stripped down to just his underwear, and we ran out to the display. He assumed the pose, I took 4 pictures, and he ran directly back to the green room to get dressed again. Rolling Stone ended up running this image in the US as well as Germany. It just worked. Black mannequins with white underwear, while Perry is white wearing black underwear. There's a video of this happening, by the way. Scan the QR code at the bottom of this page to check it out. It was funny leading up to this because Perry was talking to a bunch of us, me, Ari, who was on the road doing video. That's why we have video of this. We had a Canon XHA1, I believe. That was the camcorder that we had. So I do have that footage of him running there. But he was like, should I do it, Jared? Should we do it? I'm going to do it, man. And then, of course, he goes ahead and does it. I mean, literally 4 pictures and gone. I'm like, okay, I got it. You'll see it in the video. We all run out there. We're all laughing. I'm wearing denim, and we get the shot. Wrapping up my first tour. My friend Walt Lafty warned me before going on tour to watch out for the black hole. As he put it, the black hole gets everyone on the road. After weeks of being out, you feel like you've left reality. All you know is rinse and repeat. The same 12 people day in and day out. A new city every 24 hours. By the end of the tour, I knew exactly what he meant. You end up getting snappy with people. You forget what the real world is like because this is your world, and you can easily become an asshole. I mean, I'm usually an asshole. I mean, I'm not really, but you know what I'm saying. I'm not someone who does drugs or drinks, but you can certainly see how bands of the past fell deep into the dark places while on tour. One of the biggest takeaways I got was unless someone on the crew asks for your help, don't offer it. Everyone has their task, their job, and if you start trying to do it, you're going to piss someone off. Pages 156 and 157. This is the Calvin Klein setup. You can see Polo by Ralph Lauren in the background. It was just perfect. When Perry ran out there and he gets up there and he assumes the pose, it just worked. I mean, literally, black mannequins, white underwear. White Perry, black underwear. He is standing just like the mannequin in the middle, and he looks perfect. I mean, he always wore banana hammocks. Oh, side story, where there's a couple of times on the tour bus where I'm standing in the morning at my bunk, right, that top bunk, And it's in the morning, and I'm standing there, and then all of a sudden, Perry rolls across the floor. While rolling across the floor from the bottom bunk on the left to the bottom bunk on the right where his wife was, he was like, "Hi," and then he just rolled directly into the bunk. It was funny. Just funny. Oh, and then the bus driver guy who cleans the bus ended up throwing a pair of green banana hammocks up into my bunk. He's like, "You left these out." I'm like, "Do I look like a guy who wears banana hammocks?" He's like, "Whose are they?" I'm like, "There's one guy who wears banana hammocks on this bus, and you can probably figure it out." Pages 158 and 159. "I love you," followed by a slap to the face. The slap was given to me by a Leica-wearing, Scotch-drinking legend of photography named Jim Marshall. The only problem, I didn't know who he was. I may not have known who he was at that point, but I did, however, know some of his most famous work. Jimi Hendrix lighting his guitar on fire, Janis Joplin with a bottle of Southern Comfort on a sofa, the Beatles at Candlestick Park, Johnny Cash giving the camera the finger, and so many more. Jim was at the heart of music in the late 50s, 60s, 70s, and beyond. It took me time to realize why Jim repeatedly slapped me in the face while saying, "I love you." You see, I was showing him this small 4x6 portfolio of my music work I always had in my bag. I think he saw my work as a reflection of his own. He saw my behind-the-scene candid images. He saw my band shots. What he didn't see was the same boring shots over and over. That's why I think he was slapping me, because my work was very similar to what he was capturing 40-plus years before. This is why I carry a book around. I mean, even to this day, I like to carry physical books around to show someone and not just hand them examples on an iPhone. An iPhone is small. A book is tangible. It's something that someone holds and has to pay attention to, and they have to open, and they turn the pages, and it makes a big impression. Now, mind you, this book did not have any of my Perry Farrell images in it yet because I was still on tour. It had all of the stuff that led up to me being on the road, but I wholeheartedly believe that Jim was slapping me and saying he loved me while being drunk or tipsy because he recognized that my work was similar to what he was doing. I wasn't the type of photographer just doing the same basic bitch stuff. And if there's someone who was going to tell you you were doing basic bitch stuff, it would have been Jim. Because Jim only said it like it was. Whether he was right or wrong, he was flying with a lot of words. There's a lot of curses. Jim had a lot of curses. All right, back to the story. That night, Jim handed me his business card and told me to call whenever I wanted. And when he came to New York City, he would give me a call to meet up and have some drinks. Mind you, I live in Philadelphia, but New York City is not far away. He was never coming to Philly, but he would go to New York, I'd hop a train, and I'd be able to meet him. Calls and drinks with Jim were unpredictable. He could be happy and jolly one second, and the next second he's yelling, "Fucking cunt," as loud as possible in the middle of a packed bar. It was always a good time when Jim came to town. After I got back from tour, Jim's people sent me a few of his personalized and signed photo books. The work he was doing at the time with the gear he was using was insane. His work stands the test of time. He was there for all of rock and roll, and I mean all of it. I'm glad I was able to befriend Jim in his final years. Page 159. This is Jim Marshall. Of course, it's later in his life. You can look up photos of Jim, but I thought I wanted to get a portrait of Jim or a picture of him working. I did get a picture of him flipping me the bird because I found out that night that he took that famous photo of Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison giving the finger to him. So I do have him giving me a finger while he's giving me the finger, not a finger, the finger while he's holding his scotch. But I turned my camera to him. And you might be looking at his nose being like, what the hell happened to his nose? Well, a lot of fights and a lot of cocaine. He was a huge coke user from the 70s to like the 90s, and his nose, it was broken a lot from fights. Jim was a fighter. I mean, Jim was everywhere in the music scene, from Coltrane in the late 50s to Woodstock and everywhere to 1974 tour with the Rolling Stones. He was the man. He was one of the top photographers out there doing his thing. One of my favorite photos of his is in Georgia It's the Allman Brothers Band backstage or outside with all of their cases set up. And it says live at the Fillmore East or live at the Fillmore or whatever it says. That photo is incredible. It's incendiary. It's really good. The stuff you did with Glenn Johns, right? That's an Almost Famous quote. I mean, he was almost famous. I mean, he was out on the road doing all of this stuff. Now, he wasn't a teenager doing it, but he was out. He was rock and roll. No one messed with Jim because he had guns. You didn't mess with Jim. He wasn't afraid to speak up. He wasn't afraid to get in fights. But it was unbelievable to be able to get to know him before he passed away. The stories were incredible. The work is incredible. We traded some work. He asked for some of my photos, and in exchange, he gave me some of his photos that were signed, which is incredible. That's not stuff I'll ever sell because I don't care about selling that. It's just more of the memory that we interacted and that he was able to, he wanted some of my work, and then I got some of his work. So it was awesome that I got to meet Jim Marshall and spend many hours with him in New York City for the times that I got to spend time with him. Pages 160 and 161. We were delayed in Atlanta. I believe we were flying to Colorado at the time, or we were waiting to fly to Colorado. But this is the behind the scenes stuff that you never get to see, that I was super excited and enthused to be able to capture. I'm just sitting where I'm sitting, waiting. We've got Erica of America. She's the woman standing. She was the tour manager at the time. You've got Perry. You got Etty. They're just regular people just waiting for the flight. So the black and white bodes really well for this image. And it's just one of those behind the scene images that you're not used to seeing, but it's part of the road life. And this is why it's not glamorous to be on the road. So many flights, so many delays, so much time spent in a tour bus traveling and rolling for 8 hours at a time. It's a lot. There is so much downtime that it's not even funny. Page 163, Perry waiting to grab his luggage off the turnstile is awesome, right? He's got those cool glasses on. It's a rock star. Most people don't know who he is, but I'm there capturing these shots. It has a very Oasis feel to it. It's the glasses, it's the hair, it's the outfit. It feels very much like something that Noel or Liam would be wearing if they were at the airport. But they'd be more like bouncing around being like, "Oi, fuck you, buddy. What you looking at, motherfucker?" That's a really bad accent of Liam and Noel, but you get the point. It's just being back there behind the scenes, being able to capture this stuff, and the fact that Perry isn't even acknowledging the camera. I say that with most of the things that I do. They just let me there. And it's very similar to what Walt said earlier in the Silvertide section, that after a while, I just let Jared do his thing, and it was like he wasn't even there, right? He's just a part of it, and I'm used to him being there to capture images, and that's how I was able to capture this. And that's the feel that I go for when I'm in every situation. Just let me do my thing, and don't even worry about me. Just ignore me, just unless I ask you a question. But just ignore me, and I'll get the good stuff. But you start putting restrictions on me, it makes it even more difficult to get the photos that you want to get. Page 165. One thing I recall from the road is emailing with my mom and for the first time feeling like we were having meaningful conversations. What I mean by that is I kept everything surface level with her, never really opened up, never really let her in. This was the first time I can recall speaking on a different level, not as a child needing something, but two people having a real conversation. Maybe it's that I communicate and express myself better in written words as opposed to spoken, or maybe she was opening up and I still wasn't full embracing it. Through the lens of time, our memories seem to shift. I found 2 email exchanges with my mom from 2007. Though they may not sound like meaningful conversations, reading what she wrote to me leads to instant sobbing. We'll see what happens in this one because I haven't read this since I wrote it or since I put it in the book. I mean, I've read it, but you never know how you're going to react in these situations. The first one is a reply to me sending her some of the photos from the road. "Hi, Jared. Thanks for the photos. The one of Perry smoking in the first frame is absolutely the one. Yeah, that's the cover of the book, by the way. This is definitely a CD cover photo. Keep up the great work. Keep dancing to that different drummer. Love you and proud of you. Love, Mom. P.S. Let me know what you think of Reno and Las Vegas. Every time. Every freaking time. Yeah, we were having conversations through email via AOL. So it was AOL mail. I think her screen name was something like Sharon Tennis 1. And thankfully, I forwarded myself these emails a long time ago just so that they would be in my Gmail and I could search back and I could find them. And I did find them. And that's why they're here. All right, second email. Subject, I finally found what I was looking for. It took a month and a half, but I finally found what I was looking for. Cupcakes. I was faced with the decision of chocolate or vanilla. I ended up getting one of each. And then I signed it JP. I'm not sure why I signed it JP. I don't ever sign anything JP, but for whatever reason, I guess I signed it JP back then. Mom. Hi, Jared. The photo at night of the pier is beautiful, especially with the moon, or Silvertide, as Walt explained his group's name to me, is special. It gives you a feeling of actually visualizing the moon shining off the water. Also, I must say, those aren't the same mountains I saw when I was in California. Ha ha ha! Exclamation point. She's referring to a photo that I sent, or that I took, of a girl in the front row fondling her boobies. She popped her shirt up, and I was like, I'll take a picture. And so those were the mountains of Colorado, I believe, that I sent to my mom, which was kind of funny. I finally got to speak to my teacher friend at school, Lori. She's the one who bought the poster from you. We have all been so busy that there just wasn't any time to take just to have a conversation. But yesterday, I did have the opportunity, and I knew if anybody would know Perry Farrell, it would be Lori. When I told her what you have been doing for the last 5 weeks, her eyes opened wide and she said, no way. I said, yes way. And of course, she knows of Perry, and she was at his concert in Philadelphia. Of course, she is here's the cliche, a huge fan. I gave her your business card so she could check out your website. She is so happy for you. We just got in the mail today from cousin Karen the newspaper article of Perry. Haven't read it yet, but I'll talk to you later about it. Have fun, keep smiling. So glad you found your cupcakes, no pun intended. You mean to tell me they don't have bakeries across the U.S.? Love you lots, Mom. P.S. Tell Perry and Etty and the band, if they are this way again, brisket and potatoes here at the house. Yeah. That's yeah, I mean, there's not much going on in those emails, but they just bring the fucking tears every time. Because it's more of the missed stuff that she's not there now. I mean, these emails are not deep. They're not written well. I'm sorry, Mom, but you weren't an English teacher, and man, it's one big long run-on sentence, as you see in the book, and some words, but I just left them as it is. But it sucks. It doesn't get triggered very often in my brain because I don't bring these memories up too often. I mean, it's not like she's not on my mind most of the time, or throughout the week. But it's just when you read this stuff, and it's not meaningful stuff, but it's meaningful stuff, right? It's not talking about world peace. It's just a conversation. It is just a dialogue that was forming and was starting to go somewhere, and it was better because I was able to communicate in an email and written word than I was in person. And it's still the same way. I mean, I can communicate very well, but it comes across, as Stephen would tell you and other people would tell you, as not authentic sometimes. When I'm complimenting people, I have a hard time doing that. But it just sucks that she's not here to see all of this, to see the book, to see what I've become from where I was, as a kid who never listened and didn't want the help and just was a pain in the ass, to see what it all evolved to as I'm standing where I'm standing recording this. It's highly disappointing and highly upsetting. And that's it. It's just highly upsetting. Pages 166 and 167. Here we have Etty, Perry, Taylor Hawkins, and Erica of America walking to the stage. This is the backstage area at a concert called LA Invasion. I believe this might have been one of the first ones, if not the first one. And this show was stacked. You had the Foo Fighters, obviously with Taylor Hawkins here. You had the Smashing Pumpkins. You had Paramore, but Paramore was super young and opening up earlier than most other people. You had Velvet Revolver. You had Cypress Hill. You had Chris Cornell. You had so many people at this concert. It was insane. And so walking backstage towards the stage, I'm obviously using the lighting that we're about to walk out to because you can see the daylight as they walk towards the stage. I mean, Perry was very close with Taylor. Taylor's the drummer of Foo Fighters. He has passed away since then. But yeah, it's just that behind the scenes, walking to the stage shot that always seems to get me. And then when we turn the page to 168 and 169, you can see we're walking up the ramp to go on to the stage. The cool thing about this stage, it was a round stage, right? And so half of it was facing the crowd and the back half was getting set for the next act, because as soon as one act ended, the next act would begin, which was cool. So the stage was still spinning as the band was starting to play and they went on to stage. But yeah, you can see that you've got security, you've got behind the scenes people. You could see where we walked. That's the alcove that we walked out of at this stadium. And that's, obviously why we have the daylight. But walking onto the stage, being a little wider, showing the behind the scenes is what it's all about. Pages 170 and 171. This is a photo from Seattle. I thought that it fit well in this section. I mean, personally, I like doing chronological order images because I like telling a photo story that way. But when you're telling the chronicles of 22 years of music photography, you can't exactly put everything in order. Like the Bernie book was all in order because it was by the day, and it was by the second, by the minute, you could do it. But this fit here after Perry was walking on the stage. Then we have a stage shot looking out into a crowd. This was Seattle. I believe Paramore played this show as well. I got up on stage. I popped the strobe off a little bit because I wanted to balance the light. We had that beautiful sky with the puffy white clouds. You got Perry singing. You've got the entire band in here. Carl Restivo on the right. We've got Etty, Perry, Nick, and we've got Jordan Plotsky on the drums. So pop the flash off. I wish the symmetry was slightly better, right? But I popped up there, and it's not like you can see perfectly. We didn't have screens that flipped down. And I'm not sure if I held this over my head or I looked through it. Most likely I was looking through it because I didn't do a lot of holding cameras above my head. I wish there was a little bit more even left to right, but it looks pretty damn centered to me. Pretty damn close. It's not perfect, but it's one of those shots on stage that allows you to see the crowd and the vastness. This is one of the teaching moments that I tell people who are shooting concerts. If you can get access to anything other than the pit, try to do so. Because if someone is doing a festival show and you're in the pit and you're shooting the stage, all you see is the basic same background. You're going to see the stage. You're going to see the banners in the background. You're not going to see the 100,000 people or 30, 40, 50, 60, however many thousand people are there. You're just going to get the same picture that someone in the pit in the next venue or the next scene or the next city is going to end up and capture. So if you can do something that conveys the scene and the location, it is going to set your work apart. You have to ask for access. You have to earn your access. You have to find your way to get there, and you have to respect it when you do have it. Because if you screw someone over and you do something you're not supposed to do, I mean, I do things I'm not supposed to do sometimes, and you apologize, but if you screw over one of the artists, they'll never trust you again. So you have to maintain the trust of the people that you're working with to give you the access. Just like Walt Lafferty said earlier about giving me access and trusting and just letting me do my thing. The same thing being on tour with Perry, just letting me do my thing. It's trust. And you have to keep and maintain that trust. Pages 172 and 173. We take you back to the LA Invasion Fest, and Perry wanted to go around and go into the different dressing rooms and say hi to all of the different artists. We went around and we said hi to Cypress Hill. I believe there was a lot of weed smoke in that room. We went up and said hi to Dave Grohl and Chris Shiflett from the Foo Fighters. We went around and we sat with Chris Cornell right here on the sofa. So obviously I popped the flash off in these situations because there wasn't a lot of great light, but this is Chris Cornell. Unfortunately, he committed suicide a few years later, or a few years ago when I was recording this. And Perry was a longtime friend of Chris, and a lot of the people. I mean, Perry just likes saying hi to everybody. And so I tagged along with him. It was just me and Perry, and we took a walk to all the different dressing rooms to say hi to all of the people. Now, on the opposing page, you can see it's Slash, Duff McKagan, you've got Etty, you've got Haley from Paramore, and of course, you have Perry. I'm not a big grip and grin type of shot guy, but when you're on the road getting paid by somebody, you take these shots and they work, right? I mean, Slash was a super nice guy. I really like Slash. Oh, one of the things that happened while we were taking this photo or just standing around talking to Slash, another thing, he has his top hats in a box when he walks in. It's kind of cool. There's a guy that carries them. But Scott Weiland went riding by on a golf cart, and we're not talking about him driving it. We're talking about him in the passenger seat, or maybe even just floating around in the back. He's another person who ended up a lead singer that went and passed away as well, which is sad. I just remember them wheeling him out or being on that golf cart, and he was just zonked. He was just not, I don't know how he was able to perform a show that night, but what a lineup it was. To have Velvet Revolver, to have Chris Cornell, to have the Foo Fighters, to have the Smashing Pumpkins. I mean, talk about a lineup. To have Paramore. What an absolutely insane lineup. You can Google it, LA Invasion Fest from 2007, and you can see the entire lineup. It was pure insanity. And festival shows are fun to shoot if you have all access and if you're with the band. You can go backstage. I remember standing backstage and we're talking to Chris Novoselic and Pat Smear, right? That is you basically had 2/3 of Nirvana, not really Pat Smear, but I think he probably played with them on the road at some time. He was in Foo Fighters, but no one really sees Chris Novoselic. They say that he doesn't go around very often. So to have him out at the show, I mean, you basically had Nirvana. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, I'm a big fan of Nirvana, because like I said, I wasn't a huge fan of music growing up. I just wasn't. And I'm not a huge fan of music now. I just like what sounds good and what I like, but I'm not like a fanboy. And so I don't fan out on anybody. And, for the people that think it's cool, it is cool. And for me, it's just part of doing what I do. Meeting interesting people, and they're just people that so happen to do something cool. Page 175. When you're out on the road for a while, it gets monotonous. You take the same photos over and over. You freeze action. It looks boring. It doesn't look boring, but you end up getting the same stuff. And at this venue that we were at, the lighting was terrible. And I wanted to do something slightly different. So I took the flash, put it on the camera. We did the slow shutter with the flash popping off, and that's how you get this effect of movement. Perry was moving from singing. You freeze him where he's at, but the ambient light goes in and burns on to the file or to the image sensor, and you end up with something that conveys some movement, some ghosting, some action, just something different that's not just the plain, normal, basic Jane photo. So when you're out there in doing anything, sometimes you just need to change it up. Change the shutter speed. Don't just freeze the action. Do some panning. Pop the flash off. Let the rear curtain sync do what it needs to do to give you the effect that I was able to get here. But most concerts, don't bring a flash. You're not going to be allowed to use a flash. And at this point, with the ISO's capability that we have, you can get great results, but you're not going to get this result unless you're able to pop off a strobe. Page 176 and 177. As my 6 weeks on tour with Perry came to an end, one memory stands out. I had just landed back in Philly. As the automatic door swung open to the security area exit, there was my dad holding a handwritten sign that said, Penny Lane. I don't think I took a picture of my dad holding that sign because everything would have been packed away at the time. Actually, would it have been packed away? Because I always carried my bag over my shoulder. I believe that would have been my bag that my mom bought me. So I went looking for a photo and I didn't find one, because if I did, I would have put it here. But it's one of those memories that you have. He took his piece of paper and he wrote Penny Lane to pick us up because it was Almost Famous. We were living the Almost Famous life. It is that life. He watched the movie and, he was very proud of the fact that I was on the road and touring and doing my thing, and picked us up at the airport and had that sign waiting. Page 177. This is one of those shots that you can only get when you have a spotlight. This spotlight is perfect. Any venue that we were at where it was big enough to have a spotlight, Perry always had a spotlight, well, when we could have it, and it creates such a great effect. You just get the isolation of the subject with a nice whitewash for when you're in front of your subject photographing. And behind them, you get the glow of the light and the starburst of the light when you're shooting back towards it. And I just love the silhouette that I got here with Perry. You know that it's Perry. You can see the feathers lighting up with the light in the silhouette, and all the other lights that are just blinking around the screen. So I love being able to capture this silhouette. Pages 178 and 179. Now this combines a few of my favorite things. A slow shutter speed to convey the motion, and of course, you have the spotlight. Now, where is this smoke coming from? Because the smoke is coming from the fan area. It's not coming from the stage. Well, this was a Camel cigarette event. This was what they call a fly date. This is where the tour was basically over, but Perry got hired to come play this show for Camel. I'm pretty sure they were promoting Camel Crush. They were the cigarettes where you could have a regular cigarette, or if you press this chemical button, we will release menthol. So you can have menthol cigarettes as well as regular. You decide. How would you like to kill yourself? Regular cigarettes or menthol cigarettes? But cigarette smoke in venues leads to really cool photos. Doesn't help with your lungs, but it leads to, I'm sure they handed out so many cigarettes to people at this event that it wasn't even funny. But the spotlight shines off of the smoke. The slow shutter speed allows the hands and the fans to go ahead and blur as they're having a great time. What you don't see in most of these photos are cell phones. There were a few on the tour in 2007 that, this person looks like they have a point and shoot to Perry's left, and the guy on the far left with his bald head is really enjoying it while holding his beer. But yeah, most people are in the moment, and someone's holding up their shoes. Their whatever those are called. Why would they have stilettos or whatever? It's not a stiletto, but a platform shoe. I don't know. Or high heels. That's what they're called, high heels. I don't know these things because I'm not a woman or a person who wears high heels. And it's not just women, it's everybody. But look at the hands around Perry. Someone is hugging him. You've got the wristbands that are lighting up with the Dayglow colors. You've got the rings on their fingers. It's one of those where Perry stepped up on this platform, or he stepped up on the barricade. I jumped into the pit, or might have already been in the pit, went behind him, slow shutter speed, and boom. No flash on it. This was just slow shutter speed to get that motion. And it's great because Perry isn't moving. And you don't see his face, which means if he's singing, he might not be sharp and in focus. And in this case, this one doesn't need to be sharp and in focus. You just need the hands around him, the people celebrating, and just the light shining down on him. And that right there, that takes us to the end of the Perry Farrell tour. That was 6 weeks on the road. That was the first time I went on the road for a major tour, and it was a lot. It wasn't that it was a lot of pictures, it was a lot to be lost for 6 weeks. Because when you come home and you try to assimilate back into the real world, you're like, shit, this is different. What do I do today? Where are all these people? And yeah, you might clash with someone. We didn't have too many clashes on the road. You try to stay cordial with everybody. Do your job. Like I said earlier, if you focus on what you do, or just focus on what you do. Don't focus on what other people need to do because they have their job. And if they don't do it, they're getting fired and sent home. And if you do their job, you might get them fired and they might get sent home and they might be really pissed at you. But it was a great experience. It's not something that I want to do. right? I don't want to be on the road long term. I like to go on the road for 2 or 3 days, pop in, pop out, give me a couple shows, give me an off day, and let me do my candid images. But I don't want to be anywhere for 6 weeks. I don't want to be out on the road for 6 weeks. That takes me out of it. This was 2007. I was 26 years old. A totally different time. I didn't have much going on, so I could leave for 6 weeks and tour with a band. It's all I wanted to do since I saw Almost Famous, was get on the road and tour with a band. And Perry gave me that opportunity. And you'll see some photos later on from 2019, I believe, or 2018, where I revisited Perry when he was out with Jane's Addiction. And having those contacts and those connections pay dividends. And something you learn when you're on the road is that everybody knows everybody that tours. So if you want to get into another show, or you're like, yeah, I want to go photograph the Foo Fighters. Well, one of the people that you're on the road with might be like, you know what? My friend is on the road with the Foo Fighters. Let me get you in touch with them. And then there's always opening acts or people you meet along the way, and they remember you. It's a small knit community. And so there are so many opportunities that existed out there. I don't know how much it exists today. It's a lot different. But today, every musician, an artist on the road has what? Someone out there shooting video, someone out there shooting photos and creating social media content. We were ahead of the game in 2007 doing social media content before the word was even coined. We were putting out photos. The video was much harder to get out because it was a different time and you didn't have places to really store it. I mean, 2007, you did have YouTube, but for whatever reason, I don't know why we didn't think about putting stuff up on YouTube. There was no Facebook video. There probably was Google video because that was before they bought YouTube or right around the time they were buying YouTube. So the transition might have started to happen there, but we were doing something that no one was doing yet. Or very few people were doing. I'm sure someone, I don't like to make a definitive like no one else was doing it, but doing social media on the road in a time where it didn't exist, posting on Facebook, running Facebook ads to try and get more people to the show as a test for a couple bucks, which I paid for. I don't think we asked to get reimbursed. Maybe we did get reimbursed. I don't remember. That might have been a thing. I might have said, yeah, we spent $50 in ads and we might have gotten it back with receipts. Per diem is an interesting thing because they hand you $40 a day, $280 a week up front, and you get to spend it on whatever you need to spend it on. You could use it for food. You could use it for whatever. But what's interesting is when you play a venue that has food, you don't have to spend your money. Then when you go to a venue that doesn't offer you food for an artist, they give you what's called a buyout. They usually handed you like $20. And so that's on top of your per diem. I was saving up my per diem because I just wanted to save up more money. I didn't want to just spend it all. I needed to be frugal and to be smart and to try and conserve as much as I could. I was getting paid my $750 a week, but to have that extra $280 was a big deal. And so I tried to do it economically. I wasn't spending money like I spend money on food these days. I was being very conservative with saving it because part of it was when Ari was on the road, or he had to jump off the road, and I was trying to save up money because they didn't have enough for both of us. I'm pretty sure we're like, it's $750, but you can have us both. And then they decided, I believe Perry and Etty were nice enough to throw in extra per diem or also pay him to be on the road as well. But yeah, it's a lasting memory, obviously. Some great photos, still a great photo story. I'm happy that I was able to do the 6 weeks on the road, but it's not something that I personally want to continue to do or honestly ever go do again. Pages 180 and 181. Modest Yahoo Tour Story. You're not a music publication. I'll let you in on a little secret. Growing up, music never played a major role in my life. I know for some people, music and lyrics are everything. They might have discovered bands from their parents or other family members, or somehow they stumbled on a song that hooked them. But not me. I just wasn't into it, or maybe I wasn't exposed to it. But not being a fan has paid dividends for me over the years. Them. You're not a music publication. Me. My followers still have ears. Back in 2010, Modest Yahoo was coming to Philly to play one of his Hanukkah concerts. I decided I wanted to try and spend the day with him capturing candid moments. So I did what any good photographer would do. I went on his website, found his publicist, and wrote a nice email. I made sure to include the basics: date, city, venue, my ask, and of course, my social stats, which back in 2010 amounted to roughly 8,000 YouTube subscribers. I also included links to my work. Keep in mind, I had been shooting concerts since 2002 and had a really solid portfolio of work to prove I'm the real deal. The email I got pissed me off. It said that I wouldn't be getting a pass to shoot the show because I'm not a music publication. I replied back, I may not be a music publication, but my followers all have ears. You know how many times I've dealt with this over the years? You get these people that are so narrow, focused, and closed-minded where they just can't understand. Wait, you're a photographer, but you want to come to this event? Well, that's not what the event fans are for. And it's like, well, if I go and photograph golf, my followers may not be golfers. But if they find an interest in what I'm photographing, maybe they now become fans of you. Or when it comes to shooting the concert, it's like, well, my fans all have ears. It doesn't mean that because I'm a photo publication that they aren't interested in music. It's just such a dumb, closed-minded idea. And anyway, it really pissed me off. So back to the text. Like I said, I was pissed off. I decided to do something about it. I found Modest Yahoo's tour management's information and let them know I was denied a pass and felt their publicist made a poor decision. I once again explained I would like to spend the day capturing candid images of Modest Yahoo before, during, and after the show. This time, the answer was different. They said yes. They gave me the tour manager's information and told me to meet them in front of the TLA in Philly. By 2010, I was souring on just shooting live shows. I've been there, done that. I didn't want the same live shots everyone else was getting. I wanted something different. I had a taste of all access with Perry, and I wanted more. The tour bus pulled up to the front of the TLA on a frigid December morning. The door swung open, and the tour manager hopped off for a quick chat before welcoming me on to the bus. There, for the first time, I met Modest Yahoo, who so happened to be brushing his teeth in the front lounge. This was the start of what turned out to be 12-plus hours of us being together and capturing candid images. Modest gave me all access to capture every aspect of his day, from brushing his teeth to getting dressed in the back lounge to praying, eating, sound check, shopping, lighting the Hanukkah candles, and of course, playing the show. Not long after, Modest finished an interview in the front lounge of the bus. I asked him why he said yes to me spending the day with him. He told me his manager said I was good and the real deal. He went on to explain that people who just interviewed him were fans, and I wasn't a fan. He didn't mean that in a bad way, and he was right. I was there for one reason and one reason only, to capture the photo story. When it comes to meeting and photographing musicians, celebrities, politicians, or athletes, I never fanned out. When I was 12, my dad's friend Kenny Adelberger gave me some great advice. For some context, I had just met Eric Lindros outside the Flyers locker room after a game and was awestruck. Kenny looked me straight in the eye and said, "You have to remember, he's a regular guy who just so happens to have an amazing talent. Treat him like a normal person." I took those words to heart, and from that point on, I never fanned out over anyone again. Modest wasn't the first person to allow me in, and he certainly won't be the last. The advice I was given as a 12-year-old still holds true today. Page 182 and 183. Here we have Modest brushing his teeth in the front lounge. That's not something you see every day. You're used to seeing what's on the stage, and in this case, I'm getting the all-access pass to capture the real deal, the real side of what goes on a tour bus. It's not all, how should I say this, blowjobs and hookers and strippers and blow. It's not all that. Though I've seen some interesting things on the road, and I shall keep it nameless, some of the things that I've seen with some bands and captured, but not in this case. Modest is just brushing his teeth in the morning, getting ready for the day. Pages 184 and 185. At this time, Modest still had the long hair, the long beard. He was the reggae rapping Jewish guy with Live from Stubbs and just an amazing intro. When he shot onto the scene, it exploded. And he was the biggest thing since sliced bread, just going, except on Passover, because there's no bread on Passover. He was just out there and people were eating it up. It was different. A Hasidic Jew who raps. So he also would go on to pray. He would pray multiple times a day. And I was there on the bus to capture it. It wasn't performative. This is what he did. Now, remember when we saw the photos of Perry in the back of the bus with Etty and it was set up as a lounge? Well, in this case, the bus is set up with 2 extra bunks. Modest is taller than 6'2". The bunks in a bus are only 6 feet 2 inches long. So if you are tall, you're kind of screwed unless you have econo bunks or larger bunks at the back of the bus. And in this case, Modest would sleep in the back of the bus. I actually was on tour with him for a few days, because remember I said I like to pop on and pop off, but I did a couple of days and I ended up sleeping in the back of the bus next to him because all of the other bunks were filled at the time. Pages 186 and 187. Matis praying, this time in color. Last time it was black and white. But being able to be right here for something like this is a privilege that not everybody gets to see. I mean, that's the theme of All Access, is that you get to do things that other people don't have access to. And when I wrote about him saying that, why did you let me in to your life? Why did you give me all access? And when he said that his tour managers or his management said that I was good and I was the real deal and that was enough for him, that's what I'm always going for. I want them to understand I'm not a fan. I may like your music and I may like you, but I'm here to tell a photo story. That's my job. You're out there to create music. I'm out there to document and capture the images. I'm not there because I want to be close and I want to show off. In fact, I don't like pictures of me with the artists that aren't candid. If someone captures a picture of me with someone, that's a different story. But I don't actively seek out getting a selfie with some celebrity because I don't want to be in it. I don't care. I rather take pictures of that person. I don't do autographs. I don't do photos with that person because I don't need to show off like that. I rather it be a candid moment and show that to someone, but I'm not actively seeking to get photos or get autographs. And that is something you need to remember when you are working, or even if you're not working. If you're a friend of this person, isn't being a friend enough? You don't need to show off in a photo that you post or getting an autograph. What is an autograph going to do for you? It's not about making money off of that stuff. When you're close to these people and they're your friends or you become friends with them, never become friends with the enemy, right? Another almost famous thing. You don't need to show off. And if you have that desire and need to show off, you're in the wrong business. You need to just focus on just doing your gig. Anyway, I like the color of this. You'll see that I jump around between black and white and color, and I don't mind the daylight coming in from outside and the soft warmth coming from the lights that are in the bus. Wide to me sells all day. If it was just a tight picture of a guy praying and you didn't know that it was the bus, it kind of loses its mystique. It just loses it because this captures the back of the bus. We're in these walls, and in these walls, it's a small traveling apartment, and here is where he's praying before going out for the day. Pages 188 and 189. Now you can see the bunks in the bus. I went through the corridor where the bunks are and got down low and started to take the photos as he's praying and davening. Davening is when you're rocking back and forth. Oh, and I think those last 2 bunks look like econo bunks because they're much bigger, right? They're not as narrow where it's 12. Instead, you would end up getting 6 because there's more room. It's crazy that you can look at on the right-hand side of the page, the right page, that you can see that there's only like 2 bunks there. It takes up less space, or you have more space to breathe. You have more space. You're not just in a little coffin. I mean, that is what it's like when you're traveling on a tour bus. It is not a restful sleep. You're not sleeping when the bus isn't moving because you're traveling. If you're in a city for a day or 2, you end up getting hotels. Then you get onto the tour bus and you're driving overnights. You're talking 2 in the morning till 7 in the morning, depending on how far you need to go. Yeah, I mean, if it's a short throw from like Philly to Baltimore, You can sleep and you can rest because the bus is just idling and it's not driving, but you've got to deal with swerving and starting and stopping and traffic, and you're always waking up. You also never know where you are. Thankfully, there's some air vents that are just constantly blowing air on you, but sickness can go around a tour bus really quick. If one person's sick, well, the rest of the people are probably going to get it unless they've already had it and were immune. Pages 190 and 191. We start to exit the bus. We got Modest coming off the bus, and we also have him coming out of a shoe store because he was looking to buy some shoes on South Street. It's pretty interesting. When he puts up the hood, it makes it more difficult for people to know him. He would tuck in the beard, he would tuck in the hair, and that way he's just a 6'4" dude walking down the street on South Street, and nobody really could recognize him at the time because he's a little bit incognito there. But yeah, this is what I'm looking for on the road. Tour bus shots. I wasn't on the road because I was at home, but shopping in the city, coming off the tour bus, elements that root you in the location, like the street signs on the right-hand side. You know that the storefronts, you can place it somewhere in the country. The one on the left, it's a little harder to say when he's getting off the bus where that is, but we do know that location is South Street. And when you turn the page to the next page, you have a 2-page spread where the bus is. You can see the trailer. He's in a crosswalk. He's looking back at me while I'm taking photos, and that now roots it. What would root it even better is if I had a street sign in there that said South Street. Didn't think about it, I guess, but if there was a street sign that said South Street, then it would root it even more. Pages 194 and 195. Modest is just texting before a show. He had just lit the candles, the Hanukkah candles, on the bus, in the back of the bus, and he was going to wait till they burned down before going back into the venue at the TLA to get ready for the show. It was just he and I back there. I like that we have the glow of the light from his phone lighting up his face. We've got the glow from the candles creating this orange glow throughout the back of the bus. You can see that he's a big dude. He's taken up most of the bed right there already. And I just went wide. Tried to get my line straight. You can see that the 3 lights at the top look pretty straight to me, pretty symmetrical. And I'm just sitting on the other bed because I want to get that wide shot, but with those straight lines. Not the fisheye this time, the rectilinear. Because to me, fisheye can get overdone. You can use it in a lot of situations, but it becomes overdone really quick. But this is an intimate photo after the candles were lit for the Hanukkah show, just waiting for them to burn down to then go back into the venue. Pages 196 and 197. This photo right here, this is classic. This could have been the cover of the book. It was in consideration, but I still feel strongly that the Perry Farrell photo with the joint is the right photo. Now, this right here is one of those luck of the draw images. I was sitting on the stage and Modest was playing, and the lights are constantly changing at the TLA. They would swing, they would change colors, they would change patterns, they would do all of these different things. And I was just sitting kind of in the back of the stage, just waiting for something to happen, when I noticed the light changed and the light right behind his head was shining right on him, and it created this glow, this beautiful yellowish glow around him. I banged off a couple of shots, and this was the raw file that I was presented with. This is one of those classic shots. They ended up using it on their tour lanyards for a couple years for one of the tours. It's just a photo that captures him at a time where this is what he was known for. It has the yarmulke, it has the beard, it has the gray, it has the dark color of his hair as well. He's singing, he's not eating the microphone because you can still see the mouth, the nose, the eyes, the hand, the tefillin underneath his, the tzitzi or whatever it's called from the, tzitzi from the tallis that he's wearing. You have it all. And it was made so much better because of the glowing light that went behind him. Quick little educational thing. If you're ever shooting shows, or it's not even a show and you're just shooting something and there's this light source coming from behind someone, try to use their head or their body to block the light. It's going to create dimension and glow around them. That way you end up with something more unique, something along the lines of this. Because if I was off and I was more to the left or more to the right or higher or lower, it just wouldn't have the same appeal. Because if any of that light peeks out from around him, or you have this big blob in the corner that's just super hot and super burned into the image, well, the image isn't going to be as strong as this. This is one of my strongest images ever. The day I got to spend with Modest was the start of something that lasted for a long time. Yes, I spent 12 hours with him. I was with him every step of the way that day, but it continued on into the future, and it continues to this day. When Modest comes through Philly, who does he call to get some more photos? He calls me, and we're always doing different photos when he comes to town because he's always looking a little different. And you'll start to see that as we move on into this chapter, the Modest Yahoo photo story. You're going to see that he's changed over time. You start with the yarmulke-wearing, beard, Hasidic Jew-looking fella, and you get to a shaved head guy. You get to different color hair. You get to different lengths and dreadlocks. You'll see a total transformation of multiple different looks, and that's what you can expect along the way. Pages 198 and 199. This was after a show when I jumped on the tour with Modest. This isn't in Philly, so this is on the road. I wanted to get him with his kids in the hotel. So he would bring the kids on the road, and they would jump around. They had their own bunks. I mean, in fact, when I was sleeping in the back of the bus, one of the kids jumped on me in the morning thinking I was his dad, and I accidentally elbowed him because it startled me, and then he jumped into the bed with his dad, which was kind of cute because there's a photo where Modest had his arm like up over his head while he slept, and his son had the same exact arm over his head. It was like a mirror image. It was kind of cute. In this case, the two of them are getting ready for bed. Modest is sitting there telling them about what's on TV, and it's an intimate moment that you just never get to see unless you have trust and all access. Pages 200 and 201. So I got invited to go into Brooklyn, into the studio where Modest was recording a new album. And you can see that he looks a lot different here. One day he posts online that he shaved his head and he cut his beard, and that was gone. And that time of his life was gone. That didn't mean that he's not still religious and he's not still practicing. He just made a change, and that was the change that he made. But the lighting on this is spectacular, and it's not my fault that the lighting was spectacular. It just so happened that someone was in the studio to shoot video, and they had some continuous lights set up, and it created a gorgeous light for me. There's nothing like shooting on a movie set. There's nothing like shooting on any commercial set or music video set, because they set the lights and it makes your job infinitely more easier to capture images because you get nice dimension, you get nice composition, you get nice dimension and you get nice contrast. Contrast was the word that I was looking for. I would love to light things more often, but when you're in a candid world, when you're just walking with someone through an airport, it's not like you're able to hold up a light unless you're Fergie Ferg. Because I was doing a shoot for one of my 6 degree projects, and the show was called The One on Fox, so it was called The Four. Not a very good show, didn't last very long. I think it just had 1 season, and Fergie Ferg was on the show, but wherever she went, she had a dude that had a big LED light panel, like a 18 by 18 inch or a 12 or 16 inch by 16 inch light panel, that whenever anybody wanted a picture with her, he'd flip the switch, hold it up above his head so that she would have better lighting, which is smart because most of the lighting backstage in these areas is really shitty. So there's not a lot of good color, not a lot of good contrast, and bad lighting makes everybody look bad. Better lighting, much better. In this case, just love the Rembrandt lighting on his cheek. That's the triangle that's caused by the nose with the light going over. It is gorgeous. Just absolutely love that photo. Pages 202 and 203. This is in the Hollywood Hills at Modest's house. I flew out there because he needed some new photos, right? He was preparing for something. We're in this house. I got to sleep there. I stayed there. We hung out for a couple of days. We ate. We went places. We did things. it was a lot of fun. The way that he was sitting outside here, the way that he's framed by the doors and the windows being opened and you can see the hills, the only thing that would be missing is Hollywood sign in the background. Now, he wasn't near the Hollywood sign. I mean, he was near it, but it wasn't going to be in the back of the image. Anybody that's ever been in the Hollywood Hills knows that it's a very interesting place. You go up into the hills one way, you come down the same way. There's not a lot of ways in, there's not a lot of ways out. It's winding roads all the way, literally in the hills. But these are cool 1920s style Hollywood houses, and he was just sitting there. I love the feel of it. Love the black and white and just like the natural framing of him being framed by the open door. Pages 204 and 205. Once again, another look for Modest. His hair had grown longer, his face completely shaven, no more beard. This was in his backyard in Hollywood. We got a portrait. It's interesting to see all of the faces of Matis, all of the different changes that have happened, the evolution, and that's what we're seeing throughout this section. Does the photo stand on its own? The answer is no, not really. I mean, you don't know what they would use it for. It's a little harder to be like, I'm a reggae rapping singer and have the photo look like this, and it just doesn't feel like reggae rapping singer, in my opinion. I'm pretty sure they used it. I'm not sure what they ended up using it for, though. Pages 206 and 207. You can see that the kids on the right are getting older. And then there's a new kid with the long curly hair on the left. That wasn't there the last time I photographed with him. They had pancakes. He was making some salmon. Look at the old ovens that you have in the kitchen. The kids are waiting for their meal. He's got the syrup bottle. He's smiling at me. It's just an intimate moment. It's like being on the road with the president. You have access to places that other people don't have access to, and you get to capture things that other people don't get to capture. I'm just actually looking at how straight the lines are at the bottom of the table. Got my lines pretty damn straight. The window looks straight. I'm happy with the results. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one. Pages 208 and 209. Modest sitting at a table for 4 or more, except it's just one person. Now, he wasn't doing that to be funny. It just so happened that we had 4 or 5 people with us who ended up going outside to do something else while Modest sat at the table by himself. I was sitting there with him too, by the way. So I get up, I get the wide angle out. Again, how many times have I talked about wide to talk about the scene, to establish the scene, to show more than just being a tight picture of a person that doesn't do anything. It doesn't resonate. It doesn't anchor it in any place or time. It's just a picture. But what makes this so much more powerful, well, I love the orange. I love the checkerboards. I love that I can see under the table where you see his legs and his feet. But I love that you see reserved for parties of 4 or more. And it's just one guy sitting at a table. Pages 210 and 211. Totally different looks for Modest. One on the left, shaved head, scruffy beard. I had him at my loft in Philly. This was my old loft, and we had light coming in from the window. Put him near the window, went with the darker background, let that drop out, and we have a nice portrait. The one on the right we did at the Fro Factory, the original Fro Factory, where we set up Kino Flow lights in a triangle. We put him up there. Look how the background blue fades and falls into place. It's not just an even white. We went with that blue. It just looked good. And it was just that's just the fall off from the light. We didn't have a blue background. We just had fall off from those Kinos. But I love the way his hair looks. We've got the nice stare, the nice little smirk. Ears are slightly out of focus, which I think is perfectly fine. And we have 2 diametrically different portraits. We've seen so many different angles and looks on Modest through the years, and that's what's being captured in this chapter. Page 213. We have Modest at one of the oldest synagogues in Philadelphia. He let me know that he was coming to Philly, and he was going to be going and doing something at this synagogue, and I wanted to tag along. This was upstairs in one of the balconies. I thought it was good. Let him sit there, wide angle, get the stained glass that doesn't show any stained glass. That could be a fail by me, or maybe that's something you could burn in today. I didn't really think about it, really, because it's more about capturing him, but having the stained glass be brought back in the raw file probably would make for a better image. Pages 214 and 215. As you can see, Modest's hair was growing longer again. He's in killer shape right here. He's drinking his tea before the show. You got the reflection in the mirror. This is what you look for backstage. Again, not just a tight picture of a person. You want to show the scene. You have the solo cups. You've got all of the water. You've got the steamer for the tea or the boiler, bananas and fruit and vegetables and chips and lots of healthy stuff this time around. See, that's something that changes on the road all the time. Sometimes they're on a health kick, the artists, and sometimes they're not on a health kick. So it depends on the time and what they're going through. But again, the wide shot, reflection in the mirror, I'm not in the mirror, but you have the reflection of the artist. It anchors it in a time and a place, and you are showing the scene. I always talk about wides to establish a scene. So in these small areas, you can get wide, but also get close to your subject. It still works when you fill the frame, even though this isn't fully filled the frame. And part of the reason is where the reflection is. If I was to get closer or go at a higher angle, I would end up missing him in the mirror. So this must have been the way that it just worked in the mirror. That's why I shot it this way. Page 217. Now we have dreadlocks, Modest Yahoo. This is backstage outside at the TLA, the same place where Walt Lafty was walking down the street smoking the cigarette in black and white earlier in that section. This is the same alley, just facing the other way. Pages 218 and 219 to wrap up the Modest Yahoo story. The funny thing is, before the book was published, I had a couple of more images that Modest came to Philly for, and they would have looked awesome here, but the book was already locked and loaded. This is at the new studio. Modest came in. He wanted some pictures. He's listening to some rap over on the, he put on whatever music he wanted onto my sound system, and he pulled out a big ass fat blunt and he started smoking. Is it a blunt or is it a joint? I don't smoke. I don't know. I was high as fuck again because he rolled like 2 of these things. And when I was taking him back to the venue, I was like, holy fuck, I'm high. It's just crazy how much of a lightweight I am and how it hits me. Now, this one was done with a Canon R3. Remember I said just about everything was taken with a Nikon? This is one of the first images so far that we've seen that wasn't taken with a Nikon, whether it was a Nikon film camera, Nikon digital camera. This is the first one in the book that I can recall that wasn't done with a Nikon. It's pretty crazy that there's only like 2 pictures in this book that weren't done with a Nikon. It just shows you how good the Nikons were back in the day. Amazing. And this isn't about, telling you about camera gear, but it was amazing what you could do with a Nikon D3. The quality of what you could pull from a camera like that was incredible. And the glass was incredible. Anyway, smoking the joint here, nice and sharp on his eye. You have the nice smoke coming out and billowing. Looks really good. The light coming in from the windows onto his face. And that's how we ended up with this photo. Funny side story about this photo is he left the end of the blunt, the end of the joint, on my counter. Now, it was in a plastic lid to something, and what I ended up doing is taking that joint and printing this photo and taking it to get framed with a floating style frame, what do they call it, a picture box, where the joint was mounted in the bottom, and then the photo was mounted above, and I gave it to a friend. I probably should have kept it, but whatever. He's a big fan, and I went ahead and made it, and it's not like I couldn't get another joint from him if he ever decides to smoke it. And I wouldn't cheat. I wouldn't just get a joint from someone and be like, that's the same joint that's in the photo, because there's only one of those, and it's now framed at my friend Steve's house. Steve has it. Steve has the really cool photo. Pages 220 and 221. All access. When I started my journey in music photography, I had very little access, or shall I say, very little approved access. What this meant is I was mostly limited to 3 songs and out. I didn't have stage access, backstage access, artist access, nothing. I would shoot my 3 songs and either stand off to the side with my camera packed away or head home. As the years went on, I got tired of just shooting 3 songs and leaving. I found myself not enjoying shooting live shows anymore. I had a taste of what All Access could give me with Perry Farrell, and I wanted that every time I walked in the door. If I don't have all access, I'm not shooting, is something I borrowed from Jim Marshall. His version probably included words like fuck and cunt and cocksucker, but the gist of it is simple. If you don't give me all access, I'm not shooting. That means no 3 songs and out bullshit. It means stage access, pit access, dressing room access, bus access, bathroom access, you name it, I get access. That's where images are made. And if you don't want to give me that, fuck you. Yeah, Jim would tell people to fuck right off. If all you accept is what is offered, you'll never get what you truly want. So I started asking for all access or I'm not shooting. Post 2010, it didn't hurt that I had my Fronos Photo website and YouTube channel to send people to. When you start to realize I have a bigger following than the band I'm asking to shoot, no's start turning into yeses. Slowly but surely, all access became the norm, and the rest is history. Yeah, I'm a big fan of all access. What can I say? If you won't give me the access, I'm just not going to shoot. It's not worth it. And it's not just musicians. It's politicians. It's tech visionaries. It's everybody. It could be chefs, right? I want access to the kitchen. I want access to places that allow me to do my job and tell the best photo story possible. And one of the ways that I get the access is I kind of offer up sort of a trade. You give me access, I'm going to give you some of the photos to use online for social media. And if you want to use them for anything other than that, we can negotiate and talk about that. And I get more done by doing that than closing off all opportunities by being like, no, you have to pay me up front. Well, you give me access and I give you access to something else. It's kind of a mutually beneficial trade because I don't have to get paid by whoever I'm photographing right now because I make money elsewhere in the photo world through my YouTube and education and all of the things like that. But time and time again, people end up needing the photos that I take. And if I didn't say yes to what I said yes to initially, then there's no way that I would ever get paid in the long run. It's just a trade-off. You have to be smart where you give your time and to whom you give it to. And I'm not saying you just do free stuff for everybody because there has to be some mutually beneficial thing involved in order to do it. So just be careful about who you give your work to. As long as something can come out of it for you or you're building up that Rolodex of contacts that you can reach out to, it's going to be beneficial in the long run. And do the best job that you can do every time you step out of the door. Every time you do a photo shoot, you never know. It could be the most chintzy, boring shoot in the world. Do your darndest to do the best job. Run around, get the shots you need to get, change your angles, put on a show. And I'm not saying put on a show like be seen and be the show if it's somebody else, but let people see what you're doing. I recall a recent shoot that I did where these producers, they were like, yeah, we saw you getting down low on the bowling lane and then you got up and you did this, you were all over. Yeah, because I wanted them to see me being physical and being able to get up and being able to get the shot in the different angles. A lot of it's a look, but it's also what you execute when you do it. The same thing would apply when I used to shoot weddings. You would stand around the dance floor, even if no one was on the dance floor, because you wanted the people that hired you to look and see you. You want them to know that you're around. You're not outside smoking a cigarette. You're not drinking alcohol at the bar. You are there. You are present. Even if you're not shooting, they're like, holy shit, you were everywhere. You did everything. Thank you. That was amazing. Pages 222 and 223. This was taken at the Fillmore in Philadelphia. All the Fillmores have these chandeliers and the stage is not lined up right. That's not my fault that the stage isn't lined up right and they didn't get everything straight. I can do my best to try to get the line straight when I'm shooting. But if the stage is off or the building is off or the room is off, yeah, it's not going to be perfect and you just have to get over that. But this is Gavin DeGraw at the end of a show. Everybody is cheering. He's getting ready to go off stage. He's laying down the microphone onto the piano and he's leaving. Funny thing about the piano is it is a keyboard, right? It's built inside of a piano, but it's digital so that they don't have to worry about tuning. And these piano, Billy Joel does the same thing. Billy Joel has like what looks to be like a grand piano. It still has the hammers and everything that move, but it's digital, but it has the feel of a real piano. It just makes it easier for touring and tuning, and you can also change the tone and change the pitch and everything along those lines. But look at the lights in the background. You have two spotlights shining on Gavin that create this awesome look in the background. You've got some of the particles in the air. We don't have smoke anymore. If there was smoke, it would probably look better. But I love that you have the carpet on the stage, the seat that he was sitting at to play, his microphone in the stand, the microphone he's laying down, the smile on his face, the set list on the floor that is taped there. We could probably zoom in and see the set list. But this is just one of those shots you try to get on stage because it sets it in a time and a location. It's anchored there. We know it's the Fillmore Philly. You can see the crowd, and so many people in the stands would look at this image and be like, there's me, there's me. But yeah, love that shot. Pages 224 and 225. This time we have Gavin DeGraw playing at Madison Square Garden. This is the piano I was talking about because he was opening for Billy Joel. Now, the way that I got in touch with Gavin DeGraw was through a friend that I met, and he connected me with Gavin because he used to work with him. Then I got to spend a couple days with Gavin, not a couple days. I spent the entire day photographing in Philly or in Camden, New Jersey, his show. I was backstage, I was on stage, I was everywhere, and that was the first time that we met. And so when he came through Philly, I would stop by and get photos. Do you see the recurring theme? There's a lot of recurring photos that happen because I think I do a great job. They think I do a great job. So every time they come back to town, they get images. Or maybe it's because I give them access to the images. I don't know. It pays dividends for both of us. So how did I end up on stage at Madison Square Garden? Well, I bought a ticket myself to go see Billy Joel play at Citizens Bank Ballpark in Philly. And I was like, well, my justification for paying more for like a third row seat or fourth row seat was that I'm single and I could spend twice as much because if I had to buy a ticket for someone else, I would be spending that money anyway. So I mean, I spent like $300 or $400. There's only two shows I ever bought tickets to, really. It was the Billy Joel show and it was Jet. I paid to go see Jet one time just to support them. Well, here we are at Citizens Bank Park. The opening act, I had no idea, was Gavin freaking DeGraw. He comes out on stage, he's waving, and he talked to me later. He's like, oh, I was waving to you. I can't see shit. You know I can't see shit. He doesn't know I can't see shit, but I don't see very well. But I was like, well, why didn't you tell me you were coming to Philly? I would have come out and I would have photographed you on stage. He's like, anyway, we're going up to MSG. Do you want to come up there? So I set up to go to Madison Square Garden to get access. He's going out on the stage. I've never been to MSG. This is my first time there. I put the GoPro in my hot shoe. Well, I was supposed to put the GoPro in my hot shoe to document so that I could share the footage later, and I actually never did because it was just sometimes you get in the shooting zone and you're like, oh shit, I forgot to do that thing I was supposed to do. But we've got all the spotlights. We've got Madison Square Garden up there by the roof above the scoreboard. We've got the jerseys hanging in the background, the spotlights on Gavin. The black and white sells all day. I love the way that is. You've got the keyboardist. You got a couple of guitar players, the drummer off to the left. It's covering everything. It's the wide. The only thing missing in a shot like this are the fans. If all the fans had their lights on their phone, which we'll see in a future all-access photo from Staples Center in LA, that's coming up. It's a James Blunt photo. Well, that's the only thing missing here. So I stayed at a pretty low angle, snuck up on stage, got this shot. Next time, I might try to stand up a little bit. Sometimes I get stuck with that low angle, and it's good. I like low angles. But other times, you're like, you know what? In order to see more depth, I might need to get a little higher so that I can show the people in the frame. Similar to the picture right before us. I was down low, but I wasn't totally on the ground, but you can still see all of the people in the Fillmore on in the crowd. But getting on the stage at MSG didn't feel any different than being on a stage anywhere else. I know people go nuts. Like, it's Madison Square Garden. It's the most impressive thing ever. And I'm like, I don't know, whatever. It's just another stage. I'm not dead inside. That's just personally how I feel. Pages 226 and 227. This is Gavin DeGraw in Camden, New Jersey. This was the first day I spent with him. He was coming off the bus. I just used the natural frame, the leading lines of the bus to draw us to Gavin stepping off with his tea in hand, his glasses, and getting ready to walk into the venue. There's not much more to say about it, but that's just the feel. This is the backstage feel. There's all of these lines, and you can work with it to get a better shot. Page 229. This is between the buses as well. I used the buses to get the portrait of Gavin DeGraw to push the light back towards his face. It's pretty good, even lighting. I just had him stand there. I'm like, boom, let's get this portrait. And we got it right between the bus. Nothing too extreme, not the greatest thing ever, but not the worst thing ever either. A nice little quick portrait. Pages 230 and 231. Here we have all of Jane's addiction in a live room at the Tweeter Center, BBT Pavilion, Yee Center. It's been called so many things. But this is another photo that was taken not with a Nikon. This was done with, I believe, the A1 at the time, 50 megapixels. I had a great time shooting that show using a 51.2. In this case, I have a much wider angle lens on. But what I love is this is the jam room. These guys are warming up to play a concert, but I'm getting a private concert just for me of them warming up. I'm in the room. I'm listening to them play, and they are playing their hits. We've got Perry singing. You've got his little teacup right there. You can see Jane's Addiction on the tour case right there. Dave Navarro and the other members of the band are in the background. This gets everybody in the shot. Live rooms are super cool. It happens with the Foo Fighters. It happens with bigger bands. I'm sure they all set this up so they start jamming before they go out just so they can loosen up. But it's incredible. It's not a sound check. Well, it's different because they do sound check on the stage. It's just to get ready, and it's just the method of how they do things. You also have the different things hanging on the wall, right? The set, not the set list, but the times. And that's another thing that anchors a location. So there's times where I get just the day sheet on the wall because that will, what time the doors are open, what location are we at, what time do we go on? All of those things anchor you. Oh, and if you look to the left of Dave Navarro, his knee and the drum kit, you have a set list right there. So you can zoom in and see what the set list was for this show. Pages 232 and 233. Does this room look familiar? It's a different angle. It might be a slightly different. I think it's the same jam room. I really do think it's the same jam room as the Jane's Addiction one. Now, this one happened a few years prior with the Foo Fighters. You got Taylor Hawkins on the microphone in the back and on the drums. You got Pat Smear on the right-hand side. You've got Chris Shiflett playing the guitar. This was an assignment this day. I was on assignment to photograph Chris Shiflett and his new Fender guitar. I knew a friend who, from being on tour with Modest Yahoo, remember I told you when you know somebody on tour, you know everybody if you've ever been on tour? Well, he connected me with Chris, who needed to get some photos, and Fender paid me, and they also gave me a left-handed guitar, a Fender Strat made in Mexico, I believe. And so I was able to work there doing those photos for him. And I was able to get access because Chris left me an all-access pass to come backstage, introduced me to Dave and everybody else in the band, and I was just there in the room, very few people in the room, listening to the Foo Fighters in this super intimate setting, jamming before they went on stage. So you've got Dave to the right. You can see he has his broken ankle. That's why he's sitting. That was when he fell off the stage, and it happened a few weeks prior, or even a few days prior. I don't even remember at this point. And you can see that his boot is there. But on the wall, it says Foo Fighters. So you can see the information that I was talking about. But being there in these intimate situations and settings is incredible. I put my earplugs in. I haven't even mentioned earplugs. I've worn earplugs since like the second show I ever did, because it's really loud. And if I didn't, then I would have really bad hearing, because I've shot over 500 shows in my life. When I went to an audiologist and they did an ear test, she's like, "You've shot how many shows and your ears look like this?" And she meant that in a good way. She's like, "Can I show this? Can I show your test to the lawnmower people, the landscapers? Because I want to show them what long-term damage looks like versus what someone who is around a lot of loud music does what their ears look like because they use proper in-ear protection. I actually think concerts and shows sound better when you wear in-ears. I have custom molded ultimate ear earplugs, and I feel that shows are so much more enjoyable because I don't leave there hurting and I don't leave there with bad ears. Pages 234 and 235. Taylor Hawkins on the drum. You've got some of the amps off to the side, you've got the keyboard to the other side, and you've got Taylor on the drums. And we all know that he passed away a few years ago. I try to make sure to get photos of everybody in a band, right? I want everybody, like, even if it's not an important member, well, everybody's important in a band, but even if it's not the front man, still, it's good to get the bass player, the keyboardist. The drummer is one of the hardest people to shoot on stage. And the reason they're the hardest people to shoot on stage is there's generally not good lighting on them, and they're further away unless you have all access to get on stage and get closer and get behind them. That is how you get photos of the drummer that other people won't get, or be invited backstage with all access to do something like this in the jam room. Pages 236 and 237. Just a tighter shot of Taylor. I already had the wider shot that established the scene with the entire group, came in closer with a medium which just ISOs him with his kit, the amps, and is framed by the keyboard and those amps, and then the tighter shot with the drum kit in the foreground and just Taylor looking into the distance. Page 239. Dave scowling directly at me in the live room. Now, he wasn't upset or anything. He was just looking. He was playing. Now you can see the broken foot. Now you can see that he's sitting on a throne and he's just playing and he's just jamming. And it's just, oh, is that my bag? And there's my bag right behind him that says, I shoot raw. You can see it. Some people would not be happy with that. There's a lot of photos that my bag has shown up in the past in rooms, especially in small situations. I don't always have it on my shoulder because I was in a really tight spot here. So I left my bag on the ground and there it is. That's my I Shoot Raw Think Tank Retrospective 30 hidden in the background behind Dave. It's part of the image. Most people wouldn't know what it is. I just told you what it is. Pages 240 and 241. We've got Dave and we got Pat Smear. They are on their way to stage to play an over 3-hour set. And Dave, with the broken ankle, was just tooling down the hallway. I went down the hallway before him. I had the Nikon. It says it in the back of the book. It was probably the D4. And this one isn't perfectly focused. It was a much higher ISO, but it worked. Dave is coming down the hallway. He's grinning right into the camera. Pat's smiling. But what's also interesting is you see the room off to the right? There's a couple of rooms like that. One of those rooms is where I photographed Jet's picture. Their band shot was in this room. I've done so many shoots at this venue over the 22 years of shooting music that it's not even funny. So many artists, and it's just cool to see how it has evolved and changed over time. But this image is rooted in time because everybody knows Dave broke his ankle, fell off stage, broke his ankle, had to do the tour sitting in a throne. This is anchored because of his broken ankle. Pages 242 and 243. How did I end up on stage photographing Poison? Well, one day I saw a comment by their drummer, Ricky Rocket, on one of my videos. Well, it turns out that Ricky Rocket is into photography. He also has a YouTube channel about paranormal activity. And I reached out to him, and this was pre-pandemic, and was like, hey, when you come through town, I'd love to photograph. He's like, hey, we have a big tour coming. It's Motley Crue and Def Leppard, and we're opening, or actually Joan Jett was opening. Then it was Poison. Then it was Def Leppard. And then it was Motley Crue. But unfortunately, the pandemic hit. But when that finally started to wind down, he reached out to me. The show was rescheduled at Citizens Bank Park. He meets me, picks me up in the golf cart with his security guy, takes me backstage, and he's like, hey guys, this is Jared, the guy I was telling you about who's really good. Well, now here's instant pressure because he's telling the entire band that I'm there, and he made everybody aware that I was there. So he introduced me to everybody so that they knew what I was doing. And he introduced me to Bret Michaels, and Bret Michaels was super nice. He's like, I might bring you up on stage. Is that cool? I might do this. I might do that. I was like, yeah, whatever you need, man. I have no problem with that. So I was able to get in through Ricky Rocket. This right here is CC DeVille. Poison has some amazing songs. If you played Rockstar, Rock Hero, or was it Rock Band on PlayStation 2 at the time, probably Xbox as well, you know there was one of the first tracks was Talk Dirty to Me, or whatever it was called, from Poison, and it's good rock, pop, hair metal music, and Poison put on a fantastic show that day. But the reason this is in here is I love how you have the Marshall stacks to the left. You've got the Poison Road case to the right. You've got the nice looking guitar that CC is holding. He looks like a fucking rock star. You've got the long hair. You've got the glasses. You got the look. You got the denim. You got some lighting in the background. We are backstage before they're ready to go on. This is just framed up extremely well. This was a D3. So as you see, as I progressed into the more modern all-access stuff, it was a switch away from Nikon. Pages 244 and 245. There's a video of this. We cut together a video because Dan, who works for me, was in the crowd. We got him tickets for the show, and he got video of me. I have video of me on stage, and we were able to cut this together to see the moment where this photo was taken. So the show had just ended, and the band went and took a bow at the front of the stage in a certain area, and I got a photo of them doing that. And then I start to walk off, and you'll see this in the video. I start walking off the stage, and for some reason, I'm like, you know what? Why don't I turn around and take a look at what's happening? The rest of the band members had already walked off. A couple of them had tapped me on the shoulder. By the way, again, I want to reiterate how amazing of a show they put on, but I see Brett, and he starts to walk towards me. I get down low. I get my exposure really quick where I need it to be, rely on the IAF. He walks up to me. He punches at the camera and keeps walking past me. It happens in a blink of an eye, but I was able to capture it. And you have the video to prove it. It's there at the QR code so that you can see how fast it happened to allow me to capture this. This is a strong image. You have 60,000 people at Citizens Bank Ballpark waiting for the next bands to come on. He is framed perfectly by the lighting trusses. You have all of the fans and the security and the stage. The lighting wasn't going to be great in his face because he's not facing any of the light, but it works. It took me a minute to edit this the way that I really wanted it to be, and it works out. The Fist of Fury, I don't know if it's a Fist of Fury, it's the fist. He's looking at me, he goes right by, but you have the entire crowd there. That's what it's all about. And this plays into that. If I was just facing the other way and shooting them into the stage, it would just say Poison on the backdrop, and it would look the same at every single venue that they played, and those photos get boring. But photos like this become iconic for that scene because it's anchored once again in Philadelphia at Citizens Bank Ballpark because you can tell exactly where we are. Pages 246 and 247. This was taken in London while a musician by the name of Hudson Thames was singing a song, and a producer friend of ours, Stefan Macchio, was producing the orchestra in London. Now, this is Air Lyndhurst Studios, or just Air Studios in London. It was the Beatles producers' studio. This was the first time that I took two kits with me to a shoot. I'm all the way in London. I take the entire Nikon kit, and it was the first time that I had a Sony A9 with me, and I basically took the same amount of lenses for both. So I was traveling heavy, but I knew that I was going to be in a studio, and I wanted to shoot silent. Nikon couldn't do it yet at the time with the DSLR, and that's why I took the Sony, and I broke the Sony out for this. Now, it's not like you would have heard the shutter from up here when the band is playing, but I didn't want to risk it. I didn't want to be the person to make the noise that ruins a take and costs them time and costs them money. So I went upstairs, I framed this up, and got it with the silent shot. You can just see that you frame it with these microphones that are right in the middle. You've got Hudson Thames at the bottom playing the piano, and you have the orchestra playing. Another thing I could have done here after I got this shot is I could have gone with a slow shutter speed to see what would happen, but I don't think it would look much better than it does here. It would just end up being a little more blurry. And I'm pretty sure on the bottom right-hand side of this frame is one of my camera bags, because I had a Think Tank roller with me that I rolled up in there with because it had so much stuff in it. Yeah, that's in the frame as well. Pages 248 and 249. This is James Blunt on stage opening for Ed Sheeran in LA. They did a multi-day show there, or multiple shows in a couple of days at the Staples Center is what it was called at the time. But we need to rewind a little bit to tell you how I ended up on stage with James Blunt. A couple of days before, I was doing a 6-degree project with my friend Stefan Macchio. He's a music producer. He has a studio, or had a studio at the time, in LA. And he let me know that James Blunt would be coming in the next day. I am a big fan of James Blunt. The song Watching You Breathing for the Last Time, or Carry You Home, is a song that I listened to after my mom passed away, and it just resonated with me because the line is watching you breathing for the last time. And I cut her photos to it and I posted it on YouTube, and I just thought James Blunt was awesome. He's a funny guy, he's great online, and I love the music. So when Stefan told me that he would be in the studio the next day and that he was playing a show in LA opening for Ed Sheeran at the Staples Center, I said to him, I will be on stage tomorrow at the Staples Center taking photos of James Blunt. Mind you, I had never met James Blunt yet. So the next day comes, we're in the studio. I'm just minding my own business. I don't want to get in the way. I'm taking photos. I haven't been introduced to James. I mean, he knows I'm there. Stefan told him that I was going to be there, but not a lot of interaction because they're working. They're writing music. They're testing things out. They're recording. And when he was leaving and we were outside and everybody was saying goodbye, James just got into his car. They had a driver for him. And I said, James, before you go, would it be possible for me to leave with you right now and photograph the show with you? To which he said, I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what he said, but he's like, let me check with the tour manager and I'll get back to you. Well, he leaves, and like 4 minutes later, Stefan gets a text from the tour manager who says, we're good to go, give Jared my number, and just get here by 7. The problem is, it was like 5 o'clock or 5:30, and we're in LA. And I got to get to the Staples Center. I order up an Uber. The guy picks me up. It's only a couple miles away, but it's LA. It's full of fucking traffic. And I'm telling the guy what I'm trying to do. I'm not like, hey man, rush and I'll give you. I ended up giving a nice tip anyway, but I wasn't like rushing the guy because there's only so many places you could go. He took a lot of back streets until we finally pulled up to the Staples Center before 7 o'clock. I text the tour manager. He comes up to get me. We walk down backstage. James is in his room, in his backstage, and he goes, hi, Jared. And he welcomed me in. He introduced me to all of the band members. He let me do whatever I needed to do. It was awesome. He gave me all that access. And so I started taking candid images. And then we had a Spinal Tap moment where they were walking to the stage and I was leading the way because I'm walking backwards to get the photo. And every time I made a left, they would be like, no, Jared, it's to the right. And then I'd go to the right. And they're like, no, Jared, it's to the left. And then I was spinning in circles and they just kept laughing because I kept going the wrong way. It was a Spinal Tap moment. You had to be there. You weren't, but it was kind of funny because they were interacting with me. But this is what I was talking about earlier with the Gavin DeGraw photo, is that here we have the lights lighting up because people are holding up their phones in the arena because he told them to hold up their phones. Now, mind you, he's the opening act for Ed Sheeran, but he does a great job. I come around onto the stage, I pop up, I bang out these photos, and I get back off of stage. And when they released a live video of this, you can see my head pop up on stage. I like it. I don't think it's a problem because this shot lives on, and I think it's a great live shot. It's meant to be seen big. I wonder if I'm in the reflection at all. I don't think I'm in the reflection here, but this is meant to be seen big. But remember when I told Stefan that I'd be on stage tomorrow photographing James Blunt? I was on fucking stage the next day photographing James Blunt. Pages 250 and 251. This is Stefan Macchio. This is the studio that James Blunt was in the day before. You can see the reflection of my elbow and arm in the side of the piano. I tucked in behind the piano to the side, getting Stefan late at night. I mean, we would stay in the studio till 2 or 3 in the morning because his studio felt like a womb. I called it the womb because it's quiet. In the middle of LA, it's a silent space. It's a calm space. There's no windows inside because it's sealed off from the outside to be acoustically sound. Stefan has a great discography of producing credits. He co-wrote Wrecking Ball. He did a lot of stuff for Celine Dion, The Weeknd, a lot of Canadian artists. And now he has his own music. If you look up Stefan Macchio, Moccio, I believe, on Spotify, you can hear his piano music, and it is gorgeous. If he ever comes to town, you should go and see him. But I became fast friends with him over a bunch of times of hanging out with him, and he's been very helpful with connecting me with other artists to photograph because, again, he knows the work that I'm going to do. He knows that I'm not like a fan. When I said I was a fan of James Blunt, it was like, yeah, I like James Blunt. I like the music. I'd like to meet him, but it wasn't like I fanned out. But I love the shot of Stefan. It hangs 4 feet by 6 feet at my house right near my piano. Page 253. This is the last photo in All Access, and it's Ben Folds. Ben Folds was coming to Philly. I reached out to him and his management, because I know that Ben is into photography, and I wanted to interview him on Raw Talk for my podcast. And guess what? They said, yes, we will let you interview Ben Folds on the podcast. He was playing the Fillmore in Philly, which was only 2.5 blocks, like a 4-minute walk from my loft where we recorded Raw Talk. So I walked over there, picked him up, and by picked him up, meaning we just walked out the door. We walked down the street. We walked past one of my neighbors who was like, holy shit, Ben Folds. Oh my God. And then we walked into my studio up the stairs, into my house up the stairs, and we started to have a Raw Talk conversation. We talked photo, we talked music. I actually had some prints ready for him because I shot sound check and then printed some prints off the Canon Pro 1000 so that he could see them right then and there. I thought that was kind of cool to be able to turn it around and have big ass prints. But yeah, so this show, he had a small accompaniment of an orchestra. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 instruments with him. And he spent most of the show at the piano. Some shows he has this paper airplanes tour, which is pretty cool, where people write the song they want to hear on a paper airplane and they throw it on the stage, and he goes around and randomly picks them up and plays them, which is super cool. It's a fun, unexpected show because you never know what you're going to hear. But I already left the pit at this time when we were at the show because he was just staying behind the piano. Well, late in the show, I see him get up and come out to the front of the stage. I'm only off to the side in the crowd. I have my camera bag with me. I open it up. I've got my 14 to 24 millimeter 2.8 Nikon lens on. I just mosey back into the pit. I get down low in the middle of the stage. Ben sees me, steps forward, and flips me the bird and smiles. That's funny. He acknowledged me, he smiled, he stepped perfectly, and he fucking flipped me the middle finger. That was awesome. They went on to use that photo for a tour poster. It was a little mix between my photo and some illustrations, and it was great. This photo is on the back of the book. Again, it was in consideration for the cover photo, but I still think the Perry Farrell photo works out tremendous on the front, and this works out tremendous in the back. This is in my house 4 feet by 6 feet as well, because I love this photo. And that wraps up All Access from book 2. There are so many more photos I could have included in this book. I don't know that I intend to do any more photo books around my music images, but I put a lot of photos into this book, a ton of All Access photos, a ton of live shots, but there's more. There's another section. Actually, there's another couple sections to wrap up book number 2. Page 255, Mirror Selfies. I'm not sure why I started taking selfies in reflections, but their evolution is fun to see. Each one captures me as I was at that exact moment in time, from the clothes to my hair to different band members, day sheets, set lists, and locations. Each one is a time capsule of memories. Page 257. This is the behind the scenes photo when I first met Silvertide backstage and got that wide angle black and white with the fisheye. So this is before I put the fisheye lens on, but this is what I wore. I thought I would stand out by dressing up. Black dress pants, terrible shoes, dress shoes, a purple button-up shirt with a black t-shirt on underneath, lightly 5 o'clock shadow on my face. I haven't shaved, honestly, in 20 years. I've only buzzed my face because I don't like the feeling of shaving. Slicked back hair because I didn't know what to do if it got curly. So this was probably the longest that it ever was. But what's cool is you have Nick's crutches off to the side. He had broken his ankle somewhere in doing something, and so his crutches were off to the side, so that creates dimension in the mirror. And also the bag over my shoulder, that is the photo bag, that's the camera bag, the shoulder bag that my mom purchased for me that I mentioned earlier in the book at Mid-City Camera. That was the gift, that blue bag right there. I still have it. It's up on the shelf at my house. Another thing you can tell for why I'm an amateur at this time is, or not, behind the scenes guy, I'm wearing my pass over my neck. When you're on the road, you start wearing it on your hip and it just looks more natural. But again, I thought dressing up would make me stand out. I didn't fit in. I never fit in. I still don't fit in the same clothes that these guys wear on the road. I'm not a musician. I don't wear that leather and the torn jeans and all of that stuff. This is what I look like when I was out on the road, not even out on the road, but this is what I look like at that time. Page 258. In the studio with Nick Perry and Silvertide, you've got Brian in the background. You've got my Fuzz magazine t-shirt, my really slicked back hair as I'm looking through the camera, popping off this shot in the mirror. It is kind of cool, though, when you think about it. I mean, the fact that I could go back over a 22-year period and pick out a ton of pictures where I randomly saw myself in a reflection and took a picture is forward thinking. I mean, I don't know why I did it. It really wasn't forward thinking. I just did it. I don't know. I don't know why I did it. I just did. Page 259. This is from the Brit Bus Tour. You have the British double-decker bus in the background. You've got my reflection in the hubcap of this big rig that we were parked at when we stopped at one of the rest stops. But you can see the repeating images in the lug nuts. I don't know, the caps. I don't even know what they're called. But cool little selfie because you have some of the members of the bands behind me and you have the double-decker bus. Page 260. Remember when I said Perry had all the mirrors in the rooms every time? Well, here you go. I took a full body portrait, took my head away from the camera just so that we could, see my face. And you got Perry in the background picking out his clothing. I love that one. Page 261. In the bathroom on tour, we were opening for the Smashing Pumpkins this night. And I remember we shot the Smashing Pumpkins one time before, and I was backstage doing photos, and Billy Corrigan, he's a very quiet guy, and he's very personal. He keeps to himself, and he was looking at me a certain way, not in a bad way, but like, does this guy belong? So I went up to Etty, Perry's wife, and I said, tomorrow, can you introduce me to Billy so that he knows that I'm here for you guys, and I'm not just some random person. And so she did, and that's just one of the memories from this event. And you might be saying, why are you wearing a vest? Well, this was a vest that was given to Perry on tour that I don't think Perry was going to wear, so they gave it to me. I still think I have it hanging somewhere in one of my closets, the sequined vest. So I would put it on every day, and I'd wear it. I actually think I look pretty good here. I like the short hair. Oh, funny side note, a couple funny side notes. My hair right there, that's when it started growing. So I haven't had a full haircut since this time in 2007. In September, when I went on the road, was when I had a buzzed head, and the hair has been growing ever since. And we're in 2025 when I'm recording this. That is how long my hair has been growing. There was one trim maybe 10 years ago that I absolutely despised. It made me look like an old woman, and I haven't touched it ever since. But the origins of the hair was shaved at that point, or a shaved head when I went on the road, or a buzzed head, not shaved, a buzzed head, and it kept on growing. You also notice I didn't have I Shoot Raw shirts yet, because Frono's photo wasn't going to happen for another 3 years at this point. Page 263. Me backstage with Jordan Plotsky. He was the drummer in Satellite Party, A Hired Gun on the Road. You see I'm wearing the vest. You see I'm popping off a flash. This is where there's a photo of Perry in the mirror in the Perry Farrell section where he's standing in front of this exact mirror. Pages 264 and 265. Well, obviously, we're in the fro era. There must have been a time where I didn't take too many selfies from 2008, 2009-ish period, and we pick up back with this photo right here. This was backstage before a Graham Colton show, another time that Graham was coming through town. I said it at the beginning of the book. Every time he came to Philly, there was a pass waiting for me. And I have a couple of photos that I was choosing from at this time for this section a few of them had Graham in the background, but I just felt this one was the best one for me. You have his guitar with the capo on it, and you've got my D3, I believe, that I'm holding on to, and you got the fro right there in the shot. Pages 266 and 267. I remember the guys that were on the road, or that I was on the road with the Brit Bus Tour, they were in Michigan or Milwaukee. They were in Milwaukee for a while for some reason, and I went and I hung out with them, and I have the mirror selfie here. This was when the hair was about a year into growth, and it had a beautiful round ball to it. It was kind of flat here because I just woken up, and yeah, my shirt's off. It was off quite often, as I tend to take it off all the time, or even took it off back then too, but it just fits because it's another portrait. Now, on the right-hand side, this was backstage for the Hooters. The band The Hooters were playing, and I had access. And here I'm trying to fit in, right? I got these weird-looking jeans. I've got this honky-tonk style shirt, right, with like some of that cowboy stuff on it. But I love this one because I like the colors. I like the way that the fro is coming out of the outside of the camera, and you can still see my eye. Pages 268 and 269. This is a mirror selfie with all of Jane's Addiction. You have the drummer. You can barely see the drummer there, but you've got everybody in there, and then you've got me. I caught myself in the reflection. I'm like, oh shit, there's me. I better get a picture of myself in the reflection. I don't think I've done too many mirror selfies recently because I haven't been on too many shoots where there have been mirrors. But when I do encounter them, I will be sure to continue this process because I love the fact that it captures me throughout history. There's so many photos that I've taken, but not as many photos of me that other people have taken that I like. I like the fact that I take the picture of myself. It's very hard to have good pictures of me because I'm very critical of the people taking them. You know, I would rather see them look like photos that I would take to be pictures of me, how I would take pictures of someone else. It's not easy, but this is just cool being there with Jane's Addiction. Page 271, backstage with Gavin DeGraw. That is Gavin DeGraw to the right, and that's me in the reflection. And look at my biceps. You look at the hair. It looks glorious here. Glorious. Very similar room to where Jet was as well. As I keep mentioning, at the same venue, it's very similar. Now, I don't think this was the exact room that Jet was in because this bathroom door was on the left and their bathroom door was on the right. But their backstage room was only a room or two away. And so you got Gavin here. I saw myself in the mirror. My arm looked spectacular, and that's why I captured this one in the mirror. Pages 272 and 273. You can see that the wall says Foo Fighters. This might have been the room where you had Jet. This quite possibly could have been it. But yeah, you've got my reflection right here. I'm a little further away, but I wanted to go and get the Foo Fighters on the wall, so it timed and located it. It anchored it at a specific time in history for that show. So it ties in with the other images of the Foo Fighters because this is the time, this is the location, and this is backstage. Page 274 and 275. This is the last mirror selfie that I have in the book. This was Poison playing at Citizens Bank Ballpark. You know, I have that CeCe DeVille shot before the show. I have that Bret Michaels shot after the show. And during the show, I saw in CeCe DeVille's kit on the back of the stage that there was this mirror. And I was like, oh yeah, time to do it. Focus in on me on the mirror, smile, get the picture, get the band on the stage, but also locate it to Citizens Bank Ballpark. I edited this with Silvertide, the preset from Fropack 1, to give it this black and white look. So that rounds out the selfie section. I thought that was a fun section to include here because it captures me throughout that time, from the early days of shooting concerts to the later, not the very beginning, because all of that was digital that I had with the self-portraits. I don't think there's any film shots that I did of that, but I'm going to continue this on for as long as I can. If I see a mirror and I'm on a photo shoot, I'm probably going to try and capture another selfie just to perpetuate this entire thing. Pages 277 to 283. We have the information that goes with each of the photos. So as you encounter them in the book at the beginning, you can come back here to the end of the book to see what camera was used, what lens was used. If I have the settings, because all of the digital photos that I've taken, you have the settings for those because they're digital. So we've got the date, we've got the location, and in some situations, we don't have all of the information, like with any of the film photos. For example, we've got Adam Duritz of the Counting Crows taken with the Nikon F5, Nikon 80 to 200 2.8. I know I was using Fuji Press 800 ISO film, and I have the date. Location was Leo Cora Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So for the film stuff, there's no way I could tell you the shutter speed. I could probably guess for the most part, but I didn't. But for the rest of this section, you can go through and see all of the photos that were in the book and learn all of the technical data that I have so that you can see exactly how I shot the shot. Page 284, Acknowledgements. How I Met Your Mother. I want to start off by thanking my dad for rigging the sweepstakes that my mom entered for a chance to win a letter opener. This is the How I Met Your Mother story. My dad was an insurance salesman and had a table set up at an event. To entice people to come over and talk, they were giving away a letter opener to one lucky person. All you needed to do was fill your information in, drop it in the box, and hope your name got picked. Well, after my mom filled in her information and dropped it in the box, my dad took her card out and put it in his pocket for safekeeping. From what I recall, my dad called and said, "I'm your prize." She never got the letter opener. A pivotal picture. A long time ago, I started the process of scanning all the family photos. My mom was the photographer of the family and took thousands of photos of my brother and I growing up. Amongst the scans, I noticed a few family photos that didn't include me. Why would there be pictures of my mom, dad, and Jason, but not me? The explanation? Simple. I took them. So the photo on the left here is one that I would have taken of my dad, brother, and mom at the Philadelphia Zoo. They're wearing the rings that you used to put into this hole, and it would then light something up or tell you some information. And I took this picture. I'm very upset that I chopped off their feet. That's not a good thing. My mom is wearing her rainbow backpack that she always had, and generally in the backpack would be her cameras. I would assume that there were some peanut butter crackers and snacks for my brother and I. She had her perm. My dad is wearing his, 1980s glasses because that's what people wore. It's like they look better today, the older people. By older, I mean my dad, but the way that people looked in the 70s and 80s, they kind of look old for their age because they're only in their 30s in this picture. So why is my dad wearing an Orioles hat? He's a big Phillies fan. Well, he played Sunday softball, and the team that he was on was the Orioles, and that's why he always wore his Orioles hat. The second photo on page 284, the one on the right, you can see the jumpsuit that my mom and dad were wearing when we went to Disney World, I believe for my 5th birthday or so. The reason we went to Disney is I was having eye surgery, and they wanted to make sure that, and just in case anything went wrong, I at least got to see Disney. Whoop-de-doo. Disney. Yeah, I had eye surgery when I was 5 where they had to cut the muscles in my eye and realign them to help me. And obviously it worked. They didn't nick the optic nerve. But when you look at this photo, look at the little bag on the ground. That was my mom's brown bag that she had her camera. She had a Beta camcorder, a Sony Betamax camcorder in there. She always carried this around. This was also my first camera bag that I was using until she gifted me with that blue camera bag that you saw a few pages ago. That was the gift that she gave me because this other bag had fallen apart. But we've got my dad, we've got my brother, we've got the rainbow backpack that my mom always had, and we got a crooked photo. But this is a photo that I look back on. These two photos, they're photos that I took. Page 285. Here's a quick critique of 5-year-old Jared's photo-taking skills. Get your line straight. Don't cut off toes, check your composition, and do a better job. See, my dad wearing that, I believe, Adidas shirt right there, that stuff's what's hot in the streets right now. All of the sweat stuff that my dad was wearing in the 80s became popular in the 2010s to 2020s. It's crazy. He had all of that stuff. My mom is wearing the necklace that I currently have. She's got her permed hair, of course, and I cut off their toes, which is very unfortunate because I don't like cutting off toes in images. This next image stood out to me the most growing up. There was something about the way it was taken that was different from everything else on our walls or in our photo albums. This was a candid image. It wasn't a basic point-and-shoot snapshot. It was an actual photograph, and I was drawn to it. I like to attribute this image as one of the reasons I always gravitated towards capturing candid images. Little did I know this small picture that was hanging on the wall for years held a secret. One day, after my mom had passed away, I took the photo off the wall and out of its frame to scan it. When I placed it face down in the scanner, I noticed handwriting on the back. Here was a personal note my mom had inscribed in 1976 to my dad. And it says, "Dear Lenny, I give to you true love. Love forevermore. With all my love, Sharon." January 25th, 1976. What a hidden gem to find on the back of a photo. This photo of my mom is incredible. The colors, the 1970s feel to it because it's 1976 probably, or maybe 1975 when it was taken because she inscribed it January 27th, 1976. But you have a person in the foreground that is out of focus on the right-hand side. You've got maybe what looks to be a phone or a typewriter. She has these awesome earrings. The lighting is nice. She's got this sweet 1970s, probably polyester button-up shirt that's slightly open, shorter hair for the time, and it's just a beautiful image. I'm always drawn to it because it was really the first candid image that I ever noticed. Like I said in the writing, everything else was not candid. They were snapshots, but this is a candid photograph. And to be surprised with the back of the image, an inscription that my mom wrote in 1976 always hiding there, I don't think my dad realized it. When I showed it to him, I don't think he remembered that it was there, but I'm sure he read it at some point. I just absolutely love this photo. That photo of my mom is forever burned in my brain. It's a constant reminder of the difference between a snapshot and a photograph. Thank yous. Thank you to all the tour managers, bands, roadies, publicists, photo editors, security people, camera labs, and fans who helped me on my journey as a music photographer. Without your help, the images in this book would never have been possible. Thank you to the guy who let me sit in his seat for a song during my first Rolling Stone assignment. Thanks to Jim Marshall for slapping me in the face 73 times in San Francisco one night. Thank you to Walt Lafty for not kicking me out of bed the night I had one shot of Jack and passed out in his bed. I forever can say I slept with a rock star. Thank you to my friend Bob for inviting me to the Counting Crows show, which turned out to be the first concert I shot. Thank you to Matis Yahoo for allowing me into your life to capture candid moments on and off tour. Thank you to Perry Farrell for trusting some shaved-headed kid from Philly who's never been on tour before. And thank you, the person reading this right now. Thank you for following along this journey and picking up this book. Without you, there probably wouldn't be a book. But here we are, the end of my second self-published book. Thank you, Jared Polin. And this is where you play Frank Sinatra, and now the end is near, and so I face my final curtain. Yeah, funny thing about that song is it's the song that my mom requested be played at her funeral. Yeah, the end. That's what she wanted to hear. Well, actually, she wouldn't hear it because she wasn't there. She was dead, unfortunately. But truly, thank you to everybody who participated in any aspect of my career, whether it was good, bad, indifferent, whether you were nice to me or not nice to me, whether I was nice to you or not nice to you. It all helped me get to this place right here, right now. And for that, I am thankful for everything. So thank you guys. There's just a little bit more housekeeping here at the end of the book for me to read because I like reading every single word in the book. And here we go. Page 287. Book 2, 22 Years of Music Photography, Jared Polin. Text and photographs, copyright 2025, Jared Polin. Foreword, copyright 2025, Robert Costa. Text on page 80, copyright 2005, Walt Lafty. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any manner in any media or transmitted by any means whatsoever, electronically or mechanically, including photocopy, film, or video recording, internet posting, or any other information storage and retrieval system without the prior written permission of the author. I'm the author. And if you just want to take a picture of my book and post it online or tag me in a picture that you did because you liked a picture in the book, you can do that for personal use, just not something that you decide to sell and make money off of. So I'm expressly saying you can share the images online as long as you tag me or you're not trying to sell them. Do not try to sell my work. First edition, 2025, ISBN 979-8-9922-949-0-3, designed by Bonnie Bryant Design, printed and produced by EBS Verona, Italy. And that's all she wrote, guys. We got the back of the book. I already talked about Ben Folds being on the back of the book. And it's time to sign off. Thank you once again for being part of this journey. Jared Polin, FronosPhoto.com. See ya.